Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Sound Talk.
Greetings to you all. I appreciate everyone for choosing to be part and parcel of Sound Candid Talk. Today is a sad day in this country where we are mourning our gallant soldiers who perished in a plane crash in West Pokot. And so we dedicate this particular talk show on the matters surrounding the accident. And of course, probably we wish to get to the bottom of what actually transpired, as our hearts and our prayers go to the family members and all that are concerned, especially our members of the armed forces. Well, this country is not, this is not the first tragedy that happens in this country. But many things going on in this country are not encouraging at all. They are not promising any better tomorrow. And therefore, as Kenyans, we are left stranded without knowing what next will happen. Well, as this continues, we must all brave up and, of course, gather the courage and keep going, praying and working to see to it that the best future that we have envisioned will materialize. Thank you, everybody. Please, from wherever you are, welcome on board as we start the conversation. You know what to do. Invite somebody to join into the discourse. And then, of course, let's all join hands and make a difference as we engage. Many Kenyans have had different reactions to what transpired in the course of the day, through the plane crash, the loss of the CDF Major General Francis Ogolla, plus 9 other soldiers who are traveling together with him. And it is all shocking and devastating to every right-thinking Kenyan. And we just give our condolences to the families and, of course, all that are concerned. But allow room for every Kenyan to express themselves. So this particular show is tribute to Major General Francis Ogolla and the 9 that perished in the plane crash, as well as our hearts and prayer going to each and every Kenyan who is affected by what is going on. More than that, we must all remember that the standoff between the government and the doctors continues. Who is caught in between? Kenyans. So the suffering continues until a lasting solution is reached. Wherever you are, thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. Please, as you join us, those on X, those on Facebook, and those on TikTok, let's engage and let's be free to mourn our fallen heroes, even as we look into the future with hope and, of course, working hard to fix what is wrong with our country. Asante sana. Namwona mzee mwenyewe ashafika mapema. Stoni, vipi? Umeleta mawe ama umeleta faraja? Samahani. Okay, it appears Tony is not yet ready, but all in all, thank you everybody. Please, let's be on the forefront as we start the conversation. Tuni Mhamuda, asante sana kwa hapa, karibu kwa show. Esther Stoll, good evening to you. Welcome on board. Favor, karibu kwa show. Ba 0970, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa hapa. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Rose Omuga, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kuwa hapa. Naamini kwamba tutakuwa na wakati mwema pamoja. Ubuntu, dada yetu huyo, karibu kwa show. Sad, yes indeed, and this country is becoming something else. This country is becoming something else. This is too much for one day, and so we really need to engage and examine ourselves as a country and as individuals. Something is out of joint. We've been saying this, and we must get to the bottom of the same before it is too late. What's going on right now? It is not encouraging at all. But as we continue, I believe that we will win at the end. So nakukaribisha mahala pote ulipo, ujumbe wako kwa waliotuacha, alafu kwa familia zao, and then pia kuangalia Kenya kijumla, ni kipi hiki kinachoendelea. Mbona mtu kama CDF, Chief of the Defense Forces, mambo yanayozungumza kuhusu vile hiyo ndege ilikuwa na vile hiyo ndege ilianguka, ni maswali tu mengi ambayo yanaibuka na majibu yake hayaridhishi. Ndiposa naomba kama Wakenya tuanze tu kuhoji mapema, kwa sababu nchi imeona mambo mengi. Umepoteza watu wengi wenye maana, watu ambao naamini walikuwa vipawa kwa nchi hii ili wasaidie nchi kusonga mbele. Bali inaonekana ile zimu ila kumeza watoto wetu na kumeza watu ambao ni wa kutegemewa limerejea tena katika nchi yetu, na limeanza kumeza watu, si barabarani, si hospitalini, sasa imekuwa sasa ni angani tena. Tuombe Mungu atusaidie. Haya, karibu kila mmoja, naomba tuangalie masuala haya kwa kina. Nitakuwa nasoma jumbe zenu kwa wote, alafu naamini kwamba tujiunge pamoja. Hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu. Watu wa Facebook nashukuru nimewaona, asante sana. Tumakinike, kila mtu ashike doria sehemu yake. TikTok, wewe ukifika unakuwa prefect, unaendelea na story ya kutuma roses na kutap screen. Hakikisha kwamba huko kumewaka moto kama hapa YouTube na of course X kunaendelea. So kila mtu ashike doria sehemu yake na tukatekeleze wajibu wetu kama Wakenya wazalendo. Kwa hivyo kwa huo mwanzo tu tuanze na kupata ujumbe kutoka kwa serikali kuhusu swala lililotukia siku ya leo kuhusu mkasa.
Hotuba ya Rais William Ruto.
Today, at 2:20 p.m., our nation suffered a tragic air accident in Sindar area, Keben location, Tot Division in Elgeyo Marakwet County. I am deeply saddened to announce the passing on of General Francis Ogolla, the Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. Together with him in the crash were 11 other gallant military personnel, 9 who also passed on with him, and 2 survivors. The gallant military personnel who passed on with General Ogolla are Brigadier Swale Saidi, Colonel Duncan Keitany, Lieutenant Colonel David Sawe, Major General Major George Benson Magondu, who was also the pilot, Captain Sora Mohammed, Captain Hilary Litali, Senior Sergeant John Kinywa Mureithi, Sergeant Cliffons Omondi, and Sergeant Rose Nyawira. The Chief of Defense Forces on board the Kenya Air Force Hiwi helicopter had left Nairobi this morning to visit troops deployed in the North Rift under the Operation Maliza Uhalifu, and to also inspect the ongoing school renovation works in the following schools: Jesitet Primary School, Cheptulel High School, Chepoton Primary School, Ksa Primary School, and Saplimoi Primary School. As part of his working tour, the CDF had been briefed on the security situation by a multi-agency team stationed at Chesitet in Baringo County, after which he proceeded to the Kainuk Forward Operating Base in the Turkana County, where he addressed troops, commending them for their resilience and operational success. The Chief of Defense Forces and his entourage departed from Kainuk to Chesegon in West Pokot County, where he launched the rehabilitation of Cheptulel Boys High School. He then departed Chesegon for the recruits training school in Wasingishu County, where he was scheduled to inspect construction facilities at the institution. Unfortunately, the aircraft crashed shortly after takeoff. This is a very sad moment, a moment of great sadness. For me, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, it is a tragic moment for the Kenya Defense Forces fraternity, and it is a most unfortunate day for the nation at large. Our motherland has lost one of her most valiant generals. We have also lost gallant officers, servicemen, and women. The demise of General Ogolla is a painful loss to me, and certainly the sorrow we all feel about this passing on is shared by all of the people of Kenya, and most especially the KDF fraternity. A distinguished four-star general has fallen in the course of duty and in the service of country. I convey my deepest condolences to all families that are grieving this untimely loss and our mourning nation as well. May the Almighty God rest their souls in peace and grant their families fortitude at this time of very deep sorrow. I also wish quick recovery to the two injured soldiers in this accident who are now in hospital. The Kenya Air Force has constituted and dispatched an air investigation team to establish the cause of the air crash. In honor of the life and the distinguished military career of the fallen general who lost his life not just while in office, but in active military duty. The nation will observe a period of 3 days of mourning commencing tomorrow, the 19th of April, 2024. During this time of national mourning, the Kenya flag, the Kenya Defense Forces flag, the East African Community flag, and flags of all formations of the military shall fly at half-mast in the Republic of Kenya and in Kenya missions abroad. Poleni sana.
Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Account on what has transpired and the official confirmation of the same. As the nation mourns the departure of these gallant soldiers, we are all in one place praying for the very best. And then, of course, the courage, the strength, and the wisdom to go through this sad moment. Stony PK, I don't know whether you're back. Okay, let's have public participation. How are you?
I'm not fine. I'm not fine, Bernard. I'm not fine. I'm not fine. Today is not a day of how are you, my friend. You are sad. We are
Yes,
mourning.
it is part and parcel of how we are. So we should say we are sad, we are mourning, country is in bad shape.
It's only that guy you can see on my photo who is doing well after the accident.
Let me know who is the person.
He's the executive videographer. Mwenye anapiganga picha for the State House and hizo big function is the videographer anapiganga picha. So alikuwa kwa hiyo ndege. And as you can see him, he has left the ndege, even his phone is not broken. Some people, I don't know, their mothers are praying for them very seriously. Watu wengine wako na dangerous covering bwana. Hiyo ndege yenye imeua hao watu wote. Imagine jamaa ametoka hata simu yake haijavunjika. So you are seeing the guy looks very okay, hata huwezi jua kama hata ameanguka na boda. Hey.
So
Anyway, he was.
I am shocked, like you are saying. So the guy was in the plane.
Yes, alikuwa anaenda kuwapiga photograph huko. Yeye na huyu mwingine anaitwa Nyawera. The only lady who was in the chopper, or it's an aeroplane, I don't know, sijaona hiyo ndege vizuri. But even her, she's a photographer, but her, she's an army person. So the only person, this guy is not an army person, he's just a videographer. Other ni vile tu alikuwa sijua amevaa hizi vitu, aliambiwa avaa hizi vitu ya nini. But huyu msichana, if you've heard a lady's name, Nyawera, that one she was in the army, but pia alikuwa photographer wa Ogolla. But huyu ni kama yeye ndio videographer, wanaitwa videographer wa State House. But Nyawera, the lady, and I don't know why all these plane crashes lazima lady akuwe hapo. Ni kama wanataka kufanya gender what? 1/3 rule ama? They have to make sure
Is it gender parity?
Gender nini sasa? Tutaiacha kidogo bwana. You know, our ladies are also going. So, me Bernard, you know, the first thing which came to mind when I saw this thing, to be very, hata sijasalimia watu. Hi guys, today sina moods, just excuse me. So, Unajua the first thing that came to my mind when niliona hiyo kitu, nilisema I wish Ogolla ange resign too before he was appointed. Like when when nani hakushinda, or rather not hakushinda, but when what happened, angetoka tu honorably, resign and because now this is a very young person. He's not old, he's just 61. He was just 61, and in very, unajua watu wa army they normally are healthy, fit and everything, so he was in good health. Sasa angekuwa ameretire because ameingia kwa hiyo kiti only 1 year, if he didn't submit to Zakayo, aseme tu see, I've served all these years, what is the big deal, let me resign, I go and stay with my family. Saizi hatungekuwa tunaongea story kama hizi, because unajua saa ingine today I'll just be very candid. Unajua sasa when you dance with the devil, I don't know what you expect from it, yeah. He should not have he knew what was happening, and he should not have, there's a level which you have to have your pride, don't, somebody, very well somebody did not win this thing, very well when you are in Bomas, you are trying to do the right thing, and then you go to the person alafu unamwambia there's an inch is going around in a trend ya kuonyesha ile time Ruto alikuwa anaongea, sijui alikuwa ameita photographers, media to his whatever, akuja awaambie sijui nini. So he was busy explaining to them about Ogolla. This guy is the one who was trying to overthrow my victory, but I looked at his CV and I saw that he's very good, he's the best. But people were telling me, this is the guy, and even me, I asked him, and he said he has no defense that I can do. When I was watching that interview when it came. It's also the original, and I was like, okay, we understand this V2, but why do you have to bring it to the national limelight that this guy actually bowed down to you? He was trying to humiliate. Nani anafikiranga sisi ni watoto Zakayo, anatuonanga, anaona ni kama us we are fools. It's so easy to trick us, kwa sababu alienda kutrick watu atupangwingu huko, but he thinks all Kenyans are fools that they can't see. So he's there with a fake kind of trying to tell people that, by the way, it's because of the person that I am that I'm giving this guy this job, even if he's the one who was trying to overthrow my victory, to steal my victory. But I understand, could be he was trying to listen to the head of state then. And at the end of the day, anyway, he came and he told me that I have no defense. When I asked him about it, I told him I want to give him the job. But then I'm having second. Okay, that's not exactly what he said, but something to imply that, now why did you do this and what? And the guy was like, yeah, I have no defense, I'm at your mercy. I was like, hizo ni vitu private yenye unajiwekeanga wewe na bibi yako. Hizo sio vitu zenye unakuja kwa national TV kukuja kwanza kuambia this. Why do you want to humiliate the man? Why do you want to emasculate the man? Because fine, tunajua wewe ndio umejiweka hapo, ama uliwekwa na whoever put you there, but kukuja kuhumiliate a chief of defense is a seat of authority. Sasa kama wewe, you are not a military person. Yes, you are the chief of staff, but you are not a military person. Why do you want to reduce this man? That the way he was making it sound is like this man was groveling. He came to me, like almost begging me, like, yeah, I'm at your in fact, the words he used was like, I'm at your I have no defense. I've watched that thing again today, it was trending. I have no defense. I'm at your mercy. You can do with me whatever you. Surely that is supposed to be the person who has the highest authority in the military. Alafu sasa umekuja umemhumiliate in front of the whole country, in front of his family. those are things munaongea na your boys huko behind the tent na bibi yako mkiwa kwa kitanda, not things to bring in the because that is like humiliating the guy, you know. Me, I was even wondering, I was like, you know, after this kind of interview, if it was me, I'll just write my resignation, because I cannot work under somebody who is willing to you know, to degrade me in front of the whole country for the sake of his. In fact, your degradation, it wasn't for any other purpose. It's just to make himself look like an angel, like, yeah, you know, the person that I am. And then I heard that Aluo had never been in that seat, so I decided now, in spite of the way this guy was the one who was trying to overthrow my victory, but I thought about his good CV, and then also I thought about the fact that hakuna Mjaluo ashaikuwa in that nini, so let me just give him, because of the sake of the community. I don't want the community to feel like since independence they have never had a chief of nakwambia. Anyway, tumejionea na this is the beginning. Actually, this is the beginning, because sai tuko one year, or is it 1 year? Hata nime lose count, but whatever it is, we are very early. It's too early in the day. No, unaona how things are going. Things are going bad, because you cannot tell me that hiyo kitu, it was not maksudi. And then you are like, I'm going to bring commission of inquiry to investigate the plane. What was wrong? Because I'm hearing that plane ati venye tu waliboard hata hawakuwa wamekaa for long, kidogo tu kuboard hivi ishaanguka. We are not being given clear what happened. Even their survivors, why aren't they talking? Ati we are now going to have a commission of inquiry to find out what happened to the plane. What happened to the plane after 10 people have already died, including you see, if you want to offload, and in fact, this guy was even going to retire. There's no even need of offloading him. Alikuwa amebaki 1 year. Ndio afikisha sijui ni 62 ama what retirement age, aende zake. Kwani angemngoja anini amalize term yake? You have to kill him very mercilessly. I mean, me, this guy, I don't know what we are going to do, but we have a very big problem on our hands as Kenyans, I can tell you. And then anakuja hapo anatuletea story mingi, sijui alikuwa ameenda kuinspect. We don't need to know what he was going to inspect. The guy is dead. You are coming there for a PR exercise to make Kenyans feel like you give a damn, when it's clear you don't. You never respected the man in the first place. If you could not even hide his nakedness kidogo, useme tu, no, you know, a person with respect, yani, not even respect, what can I say? Like, you know, somebody like Uhuru, let's say, Uhuru, yes, alikuwa mlevi atukatai, but there's no time utasikia amekuja kukudhalilisha in public that, huyu jamaa alikuja kwangu akasema ati sasa unajua ni mimi nilifanya hivi, lakini sasa nisamehe mkubwa, na unipatie kazi, unajua sasa nitaenda tu hivyo. You know, he will cover you. Nani alikuwa, you know, because he was a leader, hata kama alikuwa na his weaknesses, alikuwa mlevi. Huyu mwingine, I don't even know what I can call him. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, public participation, for that good start and good outlook. That is what you get when you have an immature person taking a leadership position. The Bible is against laying hands on the novice. Novice is those inexperienced people. And so novices will have, the Bible said they will quickly puff up. So that means when they are in the position of leadership, they will always want to either validate themselves, project themselves, and try to reassure themselves that they are really in that position. And one way they secure that is by running down or dressing down everybody around them, so that they can only look good in bad light. I mean, they are just slightly better than the bad people around them. So that makes them look good. And so it is part of their sickness. And so Ruto and team are in the same category. And so I don't think he would enjoy surrounding himself with excellent people, and of course people with the outstanding CV. basing on his own argument. When I saw his CV, he is yet to give us his CV. But when he saw Ogola's CV, it was impressive. It was irresistible. It could not be ignored. And so he had no choice. Although he had no choice in who he appoints, it was the turn for Ogolla. So him kujipendekeza kwamba ni yeye alifanya, ni yeye alisababisha, yeye ndio alipeana. It is neither here or there. The military does not work like that. And so he's just the deceiver who has devoted himself in taking Kenyans for a ride, in pretending to be the cause of what is happening when he actually had no choice but to comply with the rules that regulate the army and its leadership. Enough on that. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining from wherever you are. Please, let's keep inviting each other as we mourn the departure of Ogolla. Different reactions from different Kenyans. And I just want, before we go further, to bring in this video about where is it? The eyewitnesses and what they are counting about the situation, even as we begin to poke holes in all that is happening. There is a particular article that I'll be reading shortly about what Kenyans are feeling and what they are speculating about this entire thing. To me, it smells bad. It looks bad. Nothing like, unbearable at this point in time. I think we have got so much on the plate to go and look for something like this and add to that same plate. Except, yani ni kama ushiki mambo, because the situation and the position that the country is in right now, you wouldn't add another crisis to what we already have. We have the doctors' crisis. We have the teachers' crisis. We have the farmers' crisis. Is it a military crisis we want to add to the same? This doesn't add up, but let's engage. Let's listen out to these eyewitnesses and then we continue with the conversation. Welcome on board, please. Let's keep inviting each other. YouTube inaongoza, X pia imepick up vizuri, Facebook inarudi kwa fujo. Tafadhali tujitahidi, tuendelee namna hiyo kama kawaida, hakikisha kwamba tunasonga mbele. Thank you so much. TikTok na nyinyi sijawaona, bujitaitini, nataka kuona mmefika wangapi. Asante.
Welcome back. You're watching NTV tonight. We are still covering our breaking news today, our top story, where the nation has been thrown into mourning following the demise of Chief of Defense Forces General Francis Ogolla. But now I want to take you to Sindar, near Tot, in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, which is close to the scene of the helicopter crash where NTV's Gabriel Kudaka is trying to find out what's happening. Gabriel, not a very good evening for the country today. What have you been able to find out? Have you been able to speak to any eyewitnesses?
Well, we are at Sambalat Center in Marakwet East, less than 2 kilometers from the scene of the crash, which is a Sindar area. And some of the people who are here were on the farms when the accident, rather when the crash happened. And the scene to help retrieve some of the bodies or even rescue some of the survivors. Now, we are told the chopper was from Chapulel Secondary School, one of the schools that had been closed in this region. The area, of course, is along the borders of Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot area. And before the crash, we are told there was a who was also shot in the by bandits. And so far, 5 schools in this region have been closed due to banditry. Among the schools are Primary School. We have also Chapulel Boys Primary School. We also have Chesegon Primary School. And now I will be talking to some of them just to hear from them what they actually saw before or rather during the crash. Tell us your name and then what you witnessed.
My name is Bernard Kipkorir. I'm a resident of this place, Sambalat, the area of Kapen, which has been very bad in terms of insecurity. Today, being the 17th, I think it was a busy day. It's unfortunate that we've lost our KDF officers. Most of the choppers were flying the air. They were busy with their routine activities. And then towards 2 p.m., we've just had a loud bang. On the process, we just saw KDF chopper landing, and then all of a sudden, it just when we rushed to the site of the scene, and we were able to save 3 lives of the personnel who were on board, and we rushed them to Endo Mission Hospital, where they got emergency treatment, and thereafter they were lifted for further treatment. Kenyans, we've lost soldiers who are on a mission to save the security issues along Kefale. It's a very unfortunate situation, and we wish the unfortunate situation the entire nation, the entire KDF fraternity. And as a resident of this place, and I think KDF coming to this security banditry to end.
Thank you so much. Je, unaitwaje na leo? Je, ilikuwaje? Na kwanza unaitwaje?
Kwa majina naitwa David Kisang. Ni mkazi wa eneo hili la Marakwet Mashariki. Leo hii tulipata habari ya ajali ya ndege ambayo iliweza kufanyika katika Sindar huko Kaben, na kama jamii tuliona ni afueni kwa sababu ya usalama katika eneo hili, na jambo hili kutokezea imetustua kama wakaji wa eneo hili, kwa sababu wale ni wale ambao walijitayarisha kutengeneza mashamba, hasa tukikumbuka kwamba msimu huu ni wa upanzi, na ikatupata kwa mshangao mkubwa, na kidogo tunasikitika, na kama jamii tunaungana na Wakenya kutoa rambirambi zetu kwa familia waliopoteza wapendo wao.
Asante, pole pia. Je, mzee pia ulishuhudia?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Daniel Korir, na mimi mkaji wa Kaben. Hii ni incident yenye imefanyika, na ni mara ya kwanza sisi tuone kitu kama hiki kitendeka. Mbali na insecurity yenye iko area hii imekuwa machabu kwa wakazi wa Kaben, na tunasema pole kwa ulimwengu na kwa Kenya kwa kupoteza watu wakubwa namna hii. Asante.
Pole. Na je, mlichukuliaje jambo hili? Mlichukuliaje? Mlipokea vipi habari za kifo?
Kwa hakika tumetamaushwa sana sababu
we do apologize for the quality of the video there. It is Gabriel Kudaka coming to us live from Sindar in Marakwet East in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, just a kilometer from the scene of the helicopter crash that killed 10 KDF servicemen, including the Chief of Defense Forces, General Francis Ogolla. And now with that, and because power abhors vacuum, the current conversation at State House and in military circles
Wait, public participation, what is the matter?
Mbona umeweka hiyo disclaimer before Stone PK aingie kwa studio? Umeweka disclaimer before Stone PK aongee. Unajua ni kubaya.
Wait, public participation. Ulipokuja hapo kupata Stone PK.
Naona zaidi umeweka nini? Umeweka disclaimer utaki station ifungwe. Stone PK.
Station tushafungiwa sehemu moja, so hata ikifungwa hakuna shida, tutafungua ingine. But the disclaimer is important, is a requirement. It's not just a prevention measure. It's a requirement And if we don't do that, we will have a case to answer. So we don't want cases to answer. We have enough. We're already answering. So let's inquire. Let's ensure that we don't increase them. But the liberty for everybody to express themselves is there. And as the country mourns, we have every right to question whatever that is happening to any length, because we have seen too much. As a country, from where I sit, I don't think there is any capacity to hold back anymore. The kind of lives we have lost in this country, and promising people for that matter, I don't think there is any justification to hold back our grievances by reason of whoever that may not like what Kenyans are saying. You are liking or not liking, notwithstanding, Kenyans have a right to get what they need to get done the right way. We cannot continue losing people carelessly like what you are witnessing. That scenario about the CDF, the plane crash and all that, hata mkinieleza wapi, mimi is not adding up unless muko na evidence ingine. Plane crash from one, that was the third landing. Well, let's continue please. Tuendelee kukaribishana, namba ya watazamaji zianguke. Watu wa X jaribu tafadhali. Tena watu wa Facebook umeanza ku drop. Make sure you keep it up. Share the link. Everyone, make sure that you're here. YouTube, you're doing very well. Thank you so much. Tuendelee na mjadala. Stony PK, wewe ndio ulikuwa ufungue hii maneno. Ukaenda kunoa makali. Karibu.
Asante bana. Yeah, nilienda kunoa makali. Lakini makali yangu huwa yamenolewa kutoka kitambo. And the worst of it all is that whatever comes out of this mouth, I don't just vomit. I spill. And there's no rocket science in what I say as a person. I just follow I look at past, then present, and also determine what the future looks like. Yeah. Because it is so obvious that if you are a driver na umepitia njia fulani ukapata potholes leo, kesho you be very careful, because one, you will doubt whether the potholes have been done or they are not done. So initial is you'll be careful. Ukipata iko smooth, unaongeza speed. So my people, I'll also say, like, public participation. I have sina roho ya kusalimia watu, because salamu African wise huwa ni wakati wa raha. That's when mtu uliza how are you, hamjambo. Traditionally salamu is only during whatever. It's only these days I find people greeting people in funeral and burials. Habari yenu, Bwana asifiwe, sijui nini. Hiyo ni upuzi na ni ujinga ya binadamu wa Kenya ambao tumewekewa na hii vitu inaitwa Ukristo ama dini. That you greet people, you say Bwana asifiwe, and then you just start saying it's God's time. God's time is the best. Huyu amekufa, hajakufa, hajaenda. It is sad. Let me begin by first of all passing my condolences to the family of the 10 guys, the 10 Kenyans. And for me, it's not the Kenyans that have gone at a loss. No, it's the families, the respective families of Chief of Defense, the respective families of the other 9 officers. It is the families that are feeling the pain. Tuache kujidai hapa. Tuache kufuata hii narrative za ujinga za ma TV, za ma radio ati we are mourning. Kenya is not mourning, bana. The truth is Kenya is not mourning. That guy who read that long speech there is garbage. It's nonsense. I mean, this country, I've said, it's being ruled by evil. And those who claim to be Christians and think that you'll pray for this country, achaneni na prayers, bana. I'm telling you as Stone PK, achaneni na mambo ya kuomba. Achaneni na hiyo kabisa. Turn to another option. Because we have 2 forces in the world. Since Since biblical times, we all read Bible and we've studied Bible very well. Some of us were in the seminary. And we studied and we made notes, which we refer up to today. There were two forces from the beginning. Hata ukienda siku za Moses akienda kwa Firauni, when he was told hiyo rungu yake aweke chini itakuwa nyoka na itashtua Farao. Wale wengine zao pia ziligeuka nyoka. But the only thing that one force did was one force was able to swallow the others. You know, and Bernard will confirm this. So it tells you the world is being ruled by two very strong forces, the evil one and the one that we think is the right one. So how do you really participate? And you have to belong to one. This is my theory. You have to belong to one of those. And most people, because you choose where you're benefiting. The country Kenya has chosen the dark force. And we are there hoping that tutaomba na to pray for the dark force to go. Darkness is never chosen by the prayers. You light a candle. Bernard. Ukiingia kwa nyumba iko na giza, wadhai kusema Yesu akisha taa ama Mungu ndio naomba taa iwake. We are not God. We can't say may the light come. No. You look for a kiberiti and you look for a candle. Then you light. Kenya is in darkness, guys, and it is so sad that this has never happened anywhere else in the world. And I told people, na nimesema na nitasema hapa, bana na wewe unaweka ma disclaimer useme hii ni Aston PK original. Hata ukiniuliza kesho, hata Yesu ataniuliza na nitajibu hivi. These things that are happening in this country, and I keep on saying, they don't happen anywhere else. What does that tell you? Hii ni nchi ya wajinga. Hii ni nchi ya wajinga, waoga. Yani, and ni nchi unakorogewa sumu hivi unaambiwa kunywa, unakunywa. This is the only place. Bana, umesikia wapi nchi ambao ndege ya mdosi? Huyo alikuwa namba 2. Nikaa kusema ndege ya Ruto imeanguka chini ati ilikataa kustart ama ilizimika huko juu. Battery. I mean, what kind of garbage is this we are swallowing here? And then people are saying, no speculations. No, that's another garbage. We will speculate because we have the precedences and we have the past. Based on the past, Bernard, we will determine you today and we can tell you where you are headed. The truth of the matter, to square gagged. Oh, you know, there will be commission of garbage. Doing what? There will be. This is narratives that we know. We know the Garang thing. For example, Garang, what happened? We know in this world, the strongest evil does exactly what has happened. And within 2 days, Bernard, hakuna, umeona vile tumereceive hizo bodies pale. Ati tunaomba siju. Hiyo ni kuisha. Maneno ya nani, ya general imekwisha wakati alichomekea pale. That was the mission. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa mission. Saitoti, mission. So this is nothing new. And we expect more. There will be more. Just nyinyi mkae tu ni ma episode 1, episode 2. Mtakuwa tu tukiziangalia, tunateta hapa, tunaongea, tunaangalia, tunaenda because nchi yetu hakuna kitu ni unique, I agree, and that is where you have this kind of a thing. For now, if it was another country, Bernard, any country in the world, any country in the world, such a thing happens, wallahi ungekuwa umeona. Ungekuwa umesikia mambo. Whether accident or no accident, based on the previous things. Bernard, kama nilisema kitu fulani, I don't want to quote a lot of my Kimbere things today. But Bernard, if I was caught one day saying, Bernard siku moja ataniona, even if I was joking, then something happens. Soon after nimesema hivyo, Bernard, nitahave kutafuta shimo ya kujificha. Familia yako, friends zako, watasema Stone PK. Kwanza itageuzwa sasa. Ali threaten Bernard. Na ilikuwa saa 6:05 mwezi wa hii. Wanakumbuka? My friend. Ile mbio nitaenda. Why do people run away? It's because of such things. Bernard, I know as I said, the family this is a heavy loss. Hawa ni watoto, ni baba, ni maanko za jamii. Number 2, top people, watu ambao wamechukua miaka mingi kupata what they were, what made them what they were. You can't get that. If I'm 60 years old and I'm a general, how long will it take you to get another general? But these are values that have no value in Kenya because of selfishness. Okay? Quickly, because it's just introductory, I would say, since I saw this coming from that day in Bomas, and then when Ruto gave his speech, public participation has alluded to that so well, and we have that clip. I don't want to go into it. When you look at those kind of things, then this should not be a surprise to us. But the biggest surprise to Stone PK is how dare our brother, loved brother, and all other brothers together with the sisters, how could you be put or lured in such a net? How, for heaven's sake, would you really be lured to do what you did? Why did you send yourself to this stupid, nonsensical mission? Why? That is the question that we should be asking. What power is this that really lured you into the slaughterhouse in the name of duty? Really? Is it the CDF? Is it the general that goes to make sure that bandits don't close schools? Surely. Is it generals that go to the front line in wars? Surely. Surely. And is it that a general can use a mukebe vehicle that itazimikia huko juu ama itafanyika whatever it happened juu, so that we say it's an accident? Surely. And our army, our whatever you are, you sit and receive this folded hands and legs and minds and all that, and think that all is well. Mtu alisema ukiona cha mwingine kinanyolewa, tayarisha chako pia. And remember, in Kenya, we've seen this. We have the boyas. We can enumerate. It happens. The same formula. Because that is what happens in the primitive world, in the primitive countries. Today, anybody can be picked, slaughtered, and that's it. Then we go back, tunaomba, tunafanya nini. But you are gone. Whether we fly flags nusu mulingoti ama kuota mulingoti ama tuzishukishe zote ama tuende wapi, tuende makanisa yote, tuite mabishop wa Kenya wote wakuje kuombea the charred bodies, it is painful. That's why the law of prevention is the best. Prevention is better than starting to think of curative measures. Preventing this, which Ogolla himself should have prevented it. Ogolla should not have taken this garbage job. Ogolla should have gone. I'm participation talked about it. What the hell did Ogolla think that he was there in good faith? He wasn't. After being down-dressed, then you are told nimekuonea tu huruma we kumbafu, chukua hiyo job. Now, you know, I mean, honestly, we are mourning. It is terrible. And more is going to come. Today, if I was appointed the same position, I would tell him, thank you, sir, appoint your tribesman. Put your own Kalenjin there. I would say thank you. I know in the armed forces, if you defy your senior, in whichever way you say it, it is taken as you are mutiny. But you can softly say, sir, give me another assignment outside the country. Let me go and become a useless attaché in Seychelles, in wherever, Mauritius. Huko tu, nitoke, nikupe nafasi. Because there is more to come. And if Kenyans cannot be sparked by such a thing, then, Bernard, you go back to what I always say. Tukunje miguu na mikono, tuviname, tufanye vile tutafanya, hii serikali iendelee kutufanya vile inatufanya. That is the sad story. That is the saddest bit of it. Otherwise, the option is to accept there are two forces and one force is evil, then you design how to fight that evil. You don't go to fight a snake and a hyena with a Bible. You get a panga and a torch to make sure that umeimulika mahali iko. Yeah? The Bible, of course, will be to ask God to give you enough energy and courage to face it and slaughter it, not to sit and wait for miracles to happen. Let me stop there, Bernard. There's so much we need to look into. And it is the saddest moment that, the saddest, meaning it is what has never happened in this country. You can't have 10 senior officers crash in a plane, in a helicopter, Bernard. Kwani helicopter zetu ni za matope? Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Stony VK. Very well put. And Kenyans, let's continue engaging. It's sad. And the more we discuss this, the more we see clearly something is out of place in our country. We are left defenseless. We are left helpless. All because somebody's ego or somebody's interest has to be served. Let me quickly just go through this article and then I can bring in Innocent to weigh on what we are discussing. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Watu wa TikTok, please share your live. Hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu. Sitazame kipindi peke yako. Nashukuru watu wa YouTube, bado tunaongoza. Tujitahidi kukaribishana tafadhali. Then of course X pia wamejitahidi sana. Facebook, you are trailing. Make sure you share the link widely. Let many people join and be part of this great conversation. Kenyans are speaking out clearly on this matter, and most of them are raising red flag about what transpired today. Now, let me just go through one short writing by Mwalimu Amunga Ahanyambandu. A very dangerous name there. Okay, military boss flew too close to the sun. Ogolla had to pay the ultimate price for staying around the very place he had gone for a long call. CDF Ogolla would be alive tonight if he had left office with Uhuru Kenyatta. I repeat, it was wrong to continue flying close to the sun when clearly you had offended the sun. Let me explain. I want to make this clear. I have not said that CDF Ogolla was killed. I have no evidence. It was an accident. But where we come from, and you can blame it on my ancestors, great people like George Saitoti, J.M. Kariuki, Orwa Ojode, Tom Mboya, Robert Ouko, etc. do not die of accidents. They pay the price. CDF Ogolla cannot just die in a military chopper. Never. The military is what keeps our airspace safe. A military chopper is what transports all our dignitaries. Ruto, Mudavadi, Gachagua, all fly around courtesy of the military. The safest machine to travel in Kenya is military machine. But when military machines kills the topmost military officer in Kenya, then you must allow people like me to mourn and ask questions. And as I mourn, I don't expect some NSIS characters or DCI fellas to come harassing me for mourning now. Let me mourn. Ogolla, why, my brother, did you accept to serve this government? Why? You knew very well that you had been part of the former government. You had been at Bomas to try and block the current president from taking office. President Ruto is on record stating how you were used to stop him from taking off. and he forgave you. Did you believe that you will get away with such an act? That your current boss saying that you are part of the team that opposed him? Ogolla, ulicheza na maisha yako. And this is a warning to all those who love to fly close to the sun. I speak especially to those Luya brothers of mine and uncles who love to come home with military choppers, showing off how close they are to the sun. Be careful. Saitoti went via the same way Orua went, Aquins Godeth went, Ronald Ngala went, Tomboya went. You are not special. Rest in peace. CDF Ogolla, Amunga. I hope that was clear enough. Thank you so much for continuing with the conversation. Innocent?
Hey, what a sad day. What a sad day. What? I don't know where to begin from. But it was coming. As my previous panels have already said, it was coming. It was coming. Let me just echo what they have said. How could Ogolla board the plane with all the other officials, all of them in the same plane? I've not seen that in Kenya. This is the first time nimeona. Even our own ministers, they don't board the same plane. Wanaendanga different. Hii inachukua hii kidogo, hii ingine inachukua kidogo kidogo. They don't use one. Especially, let's just call it was an accident. And senior most officials are boarding the same. The same question they say is that in case of an accident, then it means we are going to lose all these officials. So that's why they are not supposed to board the same vehicle, the same plane, or the same machine. Those are some of the rules in Kenya. In case of an accident, if this was an accident, then it means you're going to lose all these people, all these senior officials. Does it mean that the Kenyan Defense Force has only one plane, one chopper to use? Does it mean that mali tumefika hatuna pesa ya kutumia many planes? Why is it that when you are using other people to visit other places, they will use 3, 4, 5 choppers? But when it comes to our officials, they are only using one? Question mark. Number 2, there is no way a chopper an aeroplane carrying the senior officials at inaweza pata accident easily like that. Lazima wakuwe wamepitia juu, wameangalia the condition of the plane. Yaani kila kitu, unajua plane sio gari. Plane sio gari ati itaamka tu hivi atusikie kameanguka hapo mbele. Alafu akiuliza kidogo asema ati hakukuwa na brakes, ati tulikuwa tumeambiana kulikuwa na brake ama mechanical problem kidogo na hii. These are senior military officials. If the plane had a small problem, then it's not supposed to carry all these officials. Kama ingekuwa mimi, then singepanda hiyo if it had a problem. Number 2, if all officials were there, wanataka kupanda ndege moja, wangejiuliza why. Number 3, Juzi tu ndio wameambiwa wakimbie huko waende kuangalia ati these things will happen. Hii tutasimamisha hii. If it means bringing all the commanders wakuje wakaa hapa. Na si wameenda huko. I don't know how true it is. Bernard, nilikutumia ile clip ingine, nimeona ndege imepigwa, sijui kama ni hiyo ama ni nini, and then people are laughing. I don't know how true it is hiyo clip yenye imetumwa. ati ndege inarushwa inapigwa, alafu the guys are laughing ati wanaanza kucheka vile wameifiatua. So was it something planned? We don't know. Was that clip ama that video true ama ni watu unajua these days huwezi jua inaitwaje technology. Mtu anaweza tengeneza tu ikienda inashutiwa na inaanguka. I don't know how true it is, but I am embarrassed. Nimejionea huruma hii, kama hii ni Kenya yetu whereby the senior officials wanaweza kufa like that. And as PK has said, if it was something planned and the guys wana receive mwili, wanafurahi, wanasalute, wanaomba, wanasema it is well. Unajua wimbo tunaimbanga kwa kanisa, it is well, it my soul. Which soul? It is not well. This is the time hiyo song ipenduliwe, ianza kuimba it's not well, it's not well. So PK, I support you. Kama kuna any foreplay, the other guys wasasikati wanasema ati they have the powers. This is, I think, the third ama fourth incident imefanyika kwa senior security officers, kuanzia Ojode, Saitoti, anaitwa kaje huyu mwingine, hata kama sio plane ilikuwa huyu Nkaiseri, na sasa imekuja kwa hawa. Who is next? Lastly, Ng'ang'a alituambia hapa juzi tu ati amesikia moshi ikinuka. Sometimes men of God msiwaangalie tu hivi mfikiri nini. Si alituambia tu juzi ati amesikia sijui ni moshi ya ndege ama ni nini. Ndio hiyo sasa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Innocent. Good questions and good observation there. Swala la moshi na mafuta ya ndege baadaye. Watsa ni mlete Reverend changie naye kwa kifupi kabla tulete video nyingine, lakini tuendelee kukaribishana. Paul, question nishaweka, nimekumbushwa hapo, nilikuwa nimesahau. Kwa hivyo kama hujapiga kura yako piga, na iko kwa Sound Candy Talk live. Those who are still guessing where it is, and the question is straightforward. Do you believe the Ogolla's plane crash was a normal accident? So far, 60 people have already cast their vote. 13% say yes, 87% say no. The majority of Kenyans are saying no. Likes on the video, 40. Good number. Please, let's keep liking the video and casting our vote. Thank you for everybody joining. Please, let's keep engaging. Let's grow together and learn how to escape in this worried moment in our country. Nobody's safe anywhere anymore. If the chief of the defense forces can perish just like that in an afternoon, Reverend Lala, come and tell us. You are the one closest to the military. Does this happen?
Ben, hello, and all of you. I think it's a sad day for me. It is a gloomy day for me to learn of what has happened to General Ogolla and his team. There are so many questions that we must ask as we even grieve. But I don't think I've started my grief the way I should. I think every Kenyan must be worried. Let me just say something about Ogolla. First of all, my deepest sympathy and condolences goes to the family. And it still hasn't dawned on me that Ogolla is no more. Number one, I have my name Lala. Lala is not my true name, but Lala is the primary school that I started in my village. When I left that Lala, Ogolla is also a Lala alumni. We went to the same primary school. I've been involved in the same primary school to help construction and building. Ogolla brought us water just the other day in the same school. So this is personal, this is close. I've always wondered. And one of the things that I was trying, if you saw some of my writing, some of if you go to my Facebook and others, I've always compared Ogolla to QC. QC is American General. I was stationed in the largest Air Force base in Japan, Okinawa. This is about 10 years ago. And at that time, QC, now the Chief of Staff, the equivalent of Ogolla in the US, was the commander of that base. When he became the general, I called him and we talked, and he gave me a number. I didn't even believe he was the one talking to me. And at that point, my idea was that QC and Ogolla should get together and work on how they can support each other. Personal. I'm also reminded of another Kenyan general, Kaiseri. Kaiseri and I used to talk. He would call me in the morning and want to inquire how the US military and others could help the Kenyan forces. So for me, this is personal, very, very personal. I want to know why Ogolla had to travel in that environment with those number of people in that chopper. I'd like to know. I'd like to know what exactly happened, because when you have someone of the caliber of Ogolla or QC, any of their travel, they are protected. Everything they travel in is tops, especially a chopper or a plane, wherever they're traveling in. There has to be the mechanics working on that particular chopper, and then the quality assurance. These people who come in to simply check if that particular chopper is in the right condition to carry a dignitary. So all these questions are in my mind. I'm confused. I'm sad. I couldn't. I'm now driving. I was driving and I had to stop and let my wife take over. For the next 2 hours, my wife has been driving me because it is personal. So, candid talk, family, I'm personally touched by this. I've got so many questions that we need to ask. First of all, you know my position. I don't like this government, Ogolla, and I've actually not talked to Ogolla. And part of the reason I didn't want anything, to happen all this time, because I didn't want any connection, any plotting, whatever it is used. These guys don't like the government, are in touch with this man. So to me, I want those questions asked. This is a good man, a good engineer. That's what he studied. He left Lala, went to school and studied engineering. And this is a good soldier. This is a caring man. This is a man of integrity, he was good student during his early days. And so we've lost the best in Ogolla. So my heart bleeds. Bernard and everybody else, pray for us. Pray for Kenya, because it will take a lot to convince me that this man was not killed. I want to be, I don't want to come to those conclusions, but I'd like to know, because everything does not make sense to me. I don't want to say anything. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Reverend Lala, and our prayers and hearts are with you as well, and the family of all that are affected by this so-called accident. This country must come around. I think we have come full circle, and Kenyans, we must begin to ask right questions. This is not how things are done. We must get our act together. As we engage, I want us to be as open as possible, and then let's not only talk and end it here. I think we should engage further, even if it means just getting to the bottom of what happened and understand exactly what's going on, because what is happening in this country, it's looking more political than it is anything else, and the politics are turning to be very toxic in terms of the old canon of eliminate anybody who poses as a threat before they stop you. There's a slogan we have with church people who say, stop them before they stop you. I think that could be what is at play, but it's very sad. You don't render people fatherless for your own interest. What happened to nationalism? What happened to patriotism? What happened to preserving people that are reliable? General Ogolla was more than a library, a dependable personality that the rest of the military people will rely on, learn more from. There was no right thinking that would say it is better to preserve this mind and this gift, even if you have differences. Let's keep talking. Thank you very much. Let me just give the roll call. X, they are doing well, sustained at 8. Facebook ndio mna drop, sijui kuna nini huko. Naomba mjitahidi. YouTube inafanya vizuri sana. Naomba tuendelee kukaribishana. Piga kura yako ukajibu kama unaona kwamba hii accident ilikuwa accident ama kulikuwa na kitu kingine. Do you believe General Ogolla's plane crash was a normal accident? 113 people have cast their vote already. 15% say yes, it was a normal accident, but 85% say no, it wasn't a normal accident. Let's keep voting. And then, of course, if you are not yet a subscriber to Sound Candy Talk Live, please subscribe. You never know what will happen next. So make sure you subscribe. And when you subscribe, please turn on the notification bell. And it's advisable to turn on all notifications so that every program that comes on, you will know that we are live. And if you are interested, you can follow. Thank you very much. Appreciate those of you following us on TikTok. Let's keep it up as we now bring in who? Maunga has come in, and then sooner or later I'll be leaving you with this Tony Pikeye. Hii conversation iendelee, lakini tuambiane ukweli and then tuchukue msimamo, sio tu kusema, kwa sababu hiki kinachoendelea si kigeni na hii sio mara ya kwanza. Kuna mtu hapa amesema mpaka Kones. You remember Kipkalia Kones na Labosa? There was the first Labosa was a lady member of parliament. They all perished in the same circumstances. I think they were part of ministers in the NAC government. So hii mambo hayafurahishi kabisa. Was it NAC or Grand Coalition? Whichever. Maunga, how are you today? Sorry to ask, how are you?
Joey, 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 ooey, ooey, ooey. Jalego nindi bade, didego nwawe makayo. The blood of the Luo has flown on this soil for long enough. We have paid the ultimate price. Children who had never been born from the time the Tomboya Oko were assassinated have come to see what we told them this girl is capable of doing. God has enabled him to do. A widow today cries because the husband was serving for this country. A daughter is mourning the father. A grandson, a grandchild doesn't have his grandfather. And all those officers who have perished as collateral damage. The God who is in heaven. Sonny Piquet, you say that you cannot pray. I will call upon his name. I will invoke his name. Yesterday when I was here, I told you, Bernard, I was speaking in the spirit. Joey! Joey! God, may you remember the Luo in this nation. We have paid the ultimate price. Today, a decorated soldier is lying in a cold morgue today because he's Luo and he could pay the price because he posed a threat. The God that we know that is just, the God that named this nation, I call upon his name tonight. His mills grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly small. Jehovah, I call upon your name for that widow, for those children, for my land, Alego. God, give us justice. God, grant us justice in this land. In this land that is Kenya, that we are not visitors in. Nobody invited us here. We come and fight like the Jews. We come and seek our right. God, we are seeking you in this land. Today I born our son. I born our son. I call upon the name of Jehovah, the Father of Jesus. As Jesus was sacrificed, there had to be a price. Ogolla, yours should not be a blood that goes on this soil quietly. What a Lego kicking silence. Kicking silence. I'm calling the name of Jehovah. That he should pay for us. He should pay for this blood. For those 10 soldiers. Those are people whose families woke up this morning and knew their children were going to protect the borders of this land. It was a stupid mission. It was a mission they were set up to. A man sat and do the plan of their death, and God allowed it. The God that allowed it, may his glory shine out of this particular act. May God come and tell us why he had to sacrifice 10 of our children who wear the uniform to make sure that they protect the borders of this land. The Al-Shabaab must be looking at us and wondering if indeed we can lose soldiers on a mere chopper. What do we have? But the God in heaven, I call upon his ultimate name. They say Chulma. Chulma Odalego ni Chulnua. I am not undermining the fact that the rest of the guys who died in that flight also had families. The same way Ogola's wife is a widow tonight, my God, may you make Rachel a widow. The same way parents are going to bury their children, Father, may Ruto bury his children on this soil. Baba, may it not go in vain. Some of us know that we will be dead longer than we have lived. He thinks he's living now. He should try and call Biwot. He should try and call Moi and all the ones who went ahead of him, who thought they were total killers and total men and absolute, and they could take anyone out that they could. You should ask them where they are today. But before Rachel can become a widow like Ogola's wife tonight, and all those other officers whose spouses have lost spouses today and whose children have remained without parents because a man has to lead, may he also bury his children on this soil and know the pain of someone raising a child to that point. May his wife become a widow. May we also see her mourn. Let us know if indeed we serve a God of confusion. He put it in my tongue yesterday to mention death, and today I call death upon Ruto's home. I know it will also find me. Kila mtu ataonja mauti, lakini hii aonje kila mtu akiona. The children of this nation deserve to know that you need to do the right thing, because the right thing gives you favor with the Lord. May God answer that home with pain. May he answer it with mourning. May we answer it with blood. May unjustified blood pour in Rachel's home. May she become a widow. May she bury her children. May Ruto bury his children. In the name of Jesus.
There was Patriot. I was not able to locate your face. So, and you dropped out. Get back. Let me see. Just show me your face from the quarantine. Then we'll be able to add you. Then you can contribute. Your name on the account and the name on YouTube are not agreeing, and we feel you could be part of those misguided guys who come to mess up the program. So please get back if you have what you need to add. It's a sad day in this country. We are losing our soldiers. I mean, this country has seen too much. For how long?
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, the only logical conclusion I have is either there was a hostile fire, the thing was brought down, but I don't buy into the idea there's a mechanical problem, because a general does not go up with a faulty plane. No, it doesn't. And I can give a testimony. There were 6 of us. We had a private jet coming from Boston to Cleveland. And while up in the air, the door swung open next to me. And we thought we're going to be died that moment. The plane was brought down in a military facility down there. We came down and landed, and they did the investigation. And what had happened is that the door was not locked properly. That does not happen when you are flying a general in any chopper, because he's the most guarded individual in a country, except for maybe the president, because he has all the keys, all the security apparatus in his hands. So he's the most guarded, the most protected individual, apart from number 1. So to tell me that there's a mechanical error with the plane or anything else is hogwash. I don't buy into that. If there's a weather issue, then they should explain to us what kind of issues are there in the weather. So this thing stings. Something has to be explained to us, or else, as my sister talked about it, somebody's hand is in this, and we want to know what is going on or what went on. We are not buying, and we don't want any Kenyan investigation. No, you're gonna bring somebody outside of the system. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Reverend Lala. Now let's. The queue is becoming longer, but we need to lay a grip on the conversation. We are all saddened by what is happening, and it's very painful, especially when you give it a historical perspective. And we all must also lay a grip on ourselves, even as we mourn and engage. we must be able to see to it that we don't cease to provide leadership. One of the reasons why we're here is to provide leadership. So as we heat up, let's also lay a grip on ourselves so that we don't lose providing direction, especially to our audience. I understand what is happening, and I know it's painful. Every right-thinking Kenyan is pained by this deeply, and especially the immediate family. I just wanted to throw this in before Stony PK. You are this okay? Is it for here or just a moment? I wanted to throw this in. If you can remember well, there was a time when KDF is still in Somalia, and they had been there a year plus. Okay, during I think it was they went during Kibaki's time, and it was sanctioned that the general needed to go and motivate them. There was something like that. Okay, so this is people who are fighting on a foreign soil. Okay, and some of them, of course, are perished in that particular confrontation. And that's when the general is required to go there. What was the general going to do with cattle rustling and bandits? I mean, is that his job? The people went there needed motivation or they needed encouragement? Or was he going to pastor them? Is it the chaplain? Mtaniua tu, lakini hii Shiko, unasemaje?
Hi guys. It's been long, and I think I'm the most affected by the demise of Francis Ogolla, and I'm not here. Hata mi sijui nianze nini nani Bernard. Nimeumwa sana na hii kifo ya Ogolla, and now ile inakujanga regret, you are like, why did he even work for Ruto? Because at the end of the day, these guys, they have never even, like, hawajaitaka the rules to ascend into power. He has killed him, period. Kenya Air Force yenye Ogolla anafaa atumie. I mean, Ogolla si mtu wa kutumia hizi tu aircraft zenye huwa zina crash na huku Madera. Ni the same Ruto uanga wanatumia. Then he goes to sijui kuona sijui hao ni mabaddies. They want to tell us that they are those baddies that shot the whatever, they shot the plane. Hata wakisema hivyo, Bernard, have you not heard hao wanaitangwa hao from these guys from Rift Valley, those leaders, wakiambua they are the one who funds those bandits. Sometimes they are told they are the one who funds those bandits. Sasa kama ni wao walishoot hiyo ndege, bado maybe they were even sent. So this is not a normal accident. They are the one who have killed this guy. Why have they killed him? Just because I saw a tweet by Jacob Juma akisema kama kuna if Ruos and Ruyas want to ascend to power, one of sijui nini must have a gun, kitu kama hiyo. Tweet zake zimeanza kutoka, and I think Jacob Juma knew Ruto so much, and that's why he had to be silenced. Nimelia ikifo imeniuma. Ogolla is my father's surname. I feel so bad right now that guy has died an innocent death just because yeye alikuwa kazi, but someone decided to take the grudge ile ya Bomas. Alafu nimeona pia tweet ingine, this guy by the name Aden Duale alisema ati sijui Ruto is going to deal with one of KDF senior military, and it has happened. And now you think Ruto is just showing us ni kutuonyesha, and I'm sorry to say so, kutuonyesha makende mtadu nini, that those are the signs of a dictator. Ogolla is dead now. What do? We just come here tunyamaze hiyo story ishe. I'm here to say, and I don't sitaki opinion ya mtu. This is my opinion, Bernard. I don't know what Raila is going to do kwa hiyo AU. Anafaa kwanza I denounce. Let him not even fight for Kenyans. Let him fight for his community, because the Luos have suffered for so much in this country. Wacha kuje wafanye ile inaitwa wasecede. Luos wakuwe na country yao, akuwe president wao. I don't know what he's going to do. He's just managing him. He has killed one of the generals. Mbona tunashinda hapa tukisema mambo ya AU? AU ni nini anaenda kufanyia huko wakati watu wao wameuliwa kutoka demonstration? Now Ogolla is dead. A man who was working for this country, a father, a dedicated civil servant, alikuwa anaenda kupigana na bandits. Mbona wakati nani anaendanga huko Kithike Kindure hatujaisikia hizo accidents zimefanyika? Ama hiyo Kenya yeye kwa anataka kutuambia hiyo ndege tu ni hivi. PA wake alikuwa wapi? Na these are intelligence wanakuanga nayo. Hizo ndege zinakuanga zimeangaliwa, ni kama yenye inabemanga president. The other day you saw Uhuru Kenyatta akitumia airline ya Museveni kuenda Congo. This is not a normal death. They have killed Ogolla. Oh my God. And now they want to bring, either they want to bring this other tribe from Aden Duale ama watu letee Kalenjin. Till when will this happen? When will this happen? Raila should denounce that AU because he's the next. Waliua Ojode, wameua watu wengine, and now I know he's going to come for those people because Kenyans will do nothing. This thing has to be stopped. In fact, sahi Kenya kunafaa kukuwe na vita. Mimi sipendi vita, but wacha watu wapigane. I'm so much done, by the way. Ogolla has been killed. Oh my God. They have killed him. When are we going to get justice for the rural community? Yes, watu watasema sisi sijui mimi I'm coming from where, but my father comes from there. I have relatives there. When are the rules going to get justice? If kama mtu akianza kisiasa akiona anapanda gazi ndio anauliwa. Ouko was there. So many of them have been killed. Kina Orwa Ojode, they've been killed. Magoha hata hatujui kama ni ukweli ni hatataki nikaje akaresti ilimuua ama kuna kitu alifanywa after amepeana hizo nini zake ametoka kwa hiyo docket. These people wamekuwa wakiuliwa. Till when is this going to happen? And now najua anafanya hivyo because you know 2027 is not going to get this thing, and he knew Ogolla will not side with him, so lazima aanze kuondoa watu pole pole. It's now right, hata asikuje kupigania the ungrateful Kenyans for his own community. If I were Raila, I'm not him, by the way. Sahi penye mimi niko hata hiyo AU singetaka, naenda kufanyia nini? It's for my community, mundu kumundu. By the way, I'm so saddened and I'm so emotional. I've cried. I've tried to talk to some of my friends, and I'm so emotional right now. They have killed General, but we need justice for the rural community. My God, the God of Abraham, Mungu wangu nakuomba sai. Whoever has had a hand in what has happened in Kenya, to those who have perished, Jehovah, Mungu tuonekanie.
It's okay, Shiku. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Pole ma'am, pole.
All right. On the comment section, let's keep the decorum. Let's not go personal. It's sad. It's painful. I agree, and it's important that we keep the focus. And let's not forget we are in the struggle. We are not yet there, but we must get there. And to get there, we must stay focused. So as we mourn and fight and forge forward, please let's keep our feet on the ground, because it's only when we are standing properly that we cannot be pushed anyhow. Those who wanasema mpanda hila uvuna majuto na mchimba kisima uingia mwenyewe. Nobody does evil forever and he gets away with it. We have historical evidence to the effect. This also will not go unpunished. But Kenyans, We shouldn't take one more life for granted anymore. Stop the evil or it will stop this country. Well, Stony PK, over to you. You take the chairmanship. Njiru and Stephen are the latest. They have not voiced out their submission. The rest have had at least once, but let's also redeem time. Tusiongee milele. Kama Innocent ameongea like 1 hour ago, so akumbukwe na yeye au wengine wakishakuja. Otherwise, let's keep the focus, let's keep voting, let's keep liking the video, and of course, I'll be here as well and drop out. But more than that, this conversation has to continue, and we must have a serious conversation about this country. We cannot continue like this anymore. No. This huyo anaitwa nani? What is it? Ni umbwa ama nini? Huyu paka ameanza kula mayai, okay? Ameanza kula vifaranga. Asipouawa, hakuna kifaranga kitakupatikana na hakuna kuku zitapatikana. Tutakosa kitu cha kuchinjia wageni. So huyo paka akianza kula mayai na kula vifaranga, kama vile tunafanya huko kwetu, ifanywe mara moja. Stony PK.
Sorry, before I go on, Bernard, I needed you to hold on for like 20 minutes for me. Then I sort myself out so that I can take over.
No
is that
problem.
okay?
It's one,
Yeah.
it's not yet 1:30. Yeah.
Only 20 minutes. I'm coming back.
Exactly. Thank you. Over to Njiru then.
Yes, hi. How are you, everyone?
Not so good, please. Yeah.
Yes, I know. Bernard, unajua, I'm those men who my emotion is close to ladies one, and nimesikia wamama wamekuja hapa and they have really wameongea sana. Ladies have come here and it's unfortunate. And you know, when I was in when we were in high school, kulikuwa na hii kitabu ya Kiingereza, I think short stories. There was a story there, although I don't want to talk that it is an African thing, but there was a story there which ilikuwa inaitwa African Eats Our Own Sons, something like that. It was from Encounters from Africa. Let me tell you, hii kifo ya Ogolla, it has pained me deep into my heart. You know, Ogolla, he can father some of us. He is a Kenyan. We might not be sharing the indigenous language, but there is the national accord which we share with that man. And more so that today, there is a woman who is a widow. There is a kid who was disconnected with his father because of insatiable quest of power. And today I want to speak truth to the matter. And namuniruhusu kidogo, I'm not going off rail. It is my opinion. I stand by it. This one is not about Saudi Kadid. So this one is Mr. Njiru. Bwana Bernard, there is a chronology of how, first of all, I don't want to, you know me, I go straight to the point. Number one, this is not banditry, as people want to claim. Lala, I know he is a military, or you know how military operates. No one, if bandits brought down that chopper, this one should not be the first chopper which bandits had to bring down. We need like a series of choppers which bandits bring down in Kenya. There is none. There is not any chopper in Kenya which has ever been brought down by bandits. So that story of bandits is bullshit. I first of all want to say that it's bullshit. Nothing like that. Number one, to put things clear, to bring a chopper down, you need rocket launchers and some sophisticated technology, including some guided weapons, not just ati iya kienyeji. Some people are claiming ati kuna bunduki inaweza pigwa ati ma M16 na nini ati zinaweza fika huko juu kwa hewa. Again, if it is an M16 hiyo ilipigwa ikapiga hiyo chopper, it has no capacity to detonate it into flames. The plane can still land because of a bullet, because it is metal hapa. So that theory of banditry, let's not even talk about it here. The theory of banditry is hogwash. Number two, how do you confirm an assassination? An assassination is a process. And this is how you confirm an assassination. An assassination is premeditated. And once an assassination is premeditated, you start with grief, moving backward, and you hide all the evidences. So you can see, look at the manifest. It is part of what all these other 9 people who are in the chopper. That is what we call collateral damage. For your information, even when Prigozhin died, there were 12 people in that chopper. Our to 11 ni collateral damage. So au ni watu wa kusindikiza huyu tunataka kuua, because unajua huyu mtu na hiyo manifest upangwa, na ndio nataka watu muangalie. I want people to critically analyze that manifest, and you will understand something. That manifest is not organic. When we talk of an organic manifest, it's a manifest which looks sensible. The manifest is not sensible. That is according to me. The manifest is not sensible. Look at the manifest well. Look at the ranks and those people. The manifest is not making sense. And then that manifest, look at tribal composition of it, because that one matters. This is what happens when you want to hide evidence. When you want to hide evidence, lazima uweke hata wakale wako hapo kwa hiyo ndege ni accident tu. Anyway, sisemi mingi hapo. I don't want to go into the details of that. So what I'm trying to say is that it is so unfortunate we have lost, and there is a question which comes because unajua hata mimi leo ndio nimejiuliza. I wish hata huyu Ogolla he never accepted this job. I wish. Anyway, I don't know ni vile saa zingine tuna we don't know, and we know that maybe it's a procedure, because when Mr. Ruto said that some people prevented him, were prevented, what the way he was saying, we don't know. It is hearsay atujui, because we don't have evidence. It is hearsay. Alikuja kutuambia hata yeye ana evidence, because we know how elections operate na nini. We don't even know whether we did an election or not. So because election, so Bwana Bernard, whatever is happening, lazima wa Kenya, hiyo story ya ati tujihadhari. No, what they had, the reason why they had to do that, and for your information, and this is something which I want to confirm here, the reason why they had to do that, it is simple. They have now rubber-stamped a second term. Hakuna kitu kingine walikuwa wanahitaji. Now you can kiss 2027. If we are not going to retaliate, you can kiss it. And they needed to do that. Why? Because Ogolla was still a stumbling block, and it's something we don't need so much intellect to analyze that. There is so much you need to do. There is so much you need to do to block information kufikia Ogolla. If you are still working with the Ruto, you also need to understand that Ogolla hakiwa hapo, he was not getting they were just giving. There is a possibility in maoni yangu analysis. There is a possibility information from executive was not even going to Ogolla. Ogolla, there is a possibility Ogolla was receiving information from even junior staffs. Alikuwa tu amewekelewa hapo. There is if you look at this thing well, why? Commander, and I want to analyze sasa wacha niingie sasa story ya accident za ndege. The probability of somebody being killed by a plane, ndege hizi sasa ndege kubwa, is 1 to close to 60 million people. It's rare. It's rare. Chopper, the probability accident is a bit higher. Is close to 10 times the airliners. I understand that. But again, it is extremely rare. And if you want to know that accidents are chopper, they are rare. I want somebody today, I don't want to talk of rogue countries like Kenya, because Kenya is a rogue country. I want somebody to tell me, when did you hear a chopper accident in Japan? I want to cherry pick some countries. Give me when you had a chopper accident in Japan, when you had a chopper accident in China, when you had a chopper accident. Even in the US, in the recent past, zimekuwa tu mbili tu. Ile iliua Kobe Bryant, and I don't know even, ile iliua Kobe Bryant, na ile imeua yule jamaa wa Nigeria. They were two. With the number of the air travels they do there. So in the US, there are only two. Then in Uganda, I want somebody to tell me when, apart from hizo mandege sijui za Uganda tulikuwa tuna ama zilikuwa za wapi zile zilianguka pale Mount Kenya some time back. I want somebody to tell me, even in Chad where there is war, even in Somalia kule kuna vita, whereby like there is a very big UN camp in Somalia, because we have to be strategic and categorical. In Somalia there is a very big UN camp whereby kuna machopa they fly from locations to location. Like people are flying from Mogadishu to northern of Somalia, people are flying to Puntland, where kuna like in Somalia, air freight is air chopper. Freight, chopper traveling is more in Somalia than in Kenya. And I want somebody to tell me, Somalia, which is a failed state, in our description, when did the choppers fall? Zilianguka hapo. So, aziangukangi. So in a nutshell, sababu sitaki kuingia kwa hiyo details, the issue of accident, toa. Banditry, toa. So we are only left with one thing, assassination. This is an assassination, and it was a deliberate one. And I'm so sad that Kenyans are taking it as a normal story. Ogolla is dead, tunatulia, tunarelax, it's fine. Bernard, there is no, I don't know. Like, this is now my appeal to, as we call ourselves opposition, Laila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, all those people, please. I know Ogolla was not an opposition person. He was a Kenyan citizen. I understand that. But please, because we know we cannot get anything from the government, this government is locked. We don't have a government. Hiyo ni ile kitu nataka kuambia, hatuna serikali na mumeona. Bwana, let me tell you, the rate at which somebody can die in Kenya is so high now. If a CDF can just die like a cockroach, because that is ile unasikiaga hao amekufa kama kuku. Sijui kama umeisikia hiyo phrase ya huyu amekufa kama kuku. Ndio hiyo sasa. If a CDF can die vile amekufa Kenya, Bernard, No one is safe. Even us, we can die the next minute from the ruthless hand of the government. So, in a nutshell, nikimalizia, it's now simple. Na hii ni kitu sawa. Let me land. Usinifanye ni crash tafadhali. Let me land. Allow my point to land. Bernard, and this is something which I want us to analyze critically. I want opposition people to do this. Please, they should not accept any government explanation on what happened today, number one. Then number two, they should reject anything from the government towards that person, towards Ogolla, like tutasimamia mazishi yake na nini. They should first of all stop that. Then number two, we need a demonstration. We need a demonstration in regards to this. Otherwise, and then number three, which I also want to concur nayo, ni vile Shikwa amesema hapa. Now, Raila Odinga has no business to do with Zakayo. He should stop everything. Hata history tulikuwa tunasema sijui wanaonekananga unit na history ya AU achane nayo kabisa. We don't need it. Now let's sit back and look at how now we can save Kenya, because tuko pahali mbaya Bernard. We are in a, and you know, every day we are sitting down here and relaxing. This guy is consolidating power. He is consolidating power. Sasa ameondoa Ogolla. Sasa ujue sasa yule jamaa anaingia hapo, because now it is imminent. Yule jamaa anaingia hapo ni psychophant wake mbaya. Psychophant wake yule mbaya kabisa sasa. So ameondoa roadblock sasa. And look, like for example, some of the, like for now, like for the Luo community, who is the most senior Luo guy in the government now? Pengine ni huyo ICT na this other guy, the PS. Hakuna mtu mwingine. So, and they had to do this because they want to artificially block Luo people from ever becoming president in Kenya. Dr. Ouko could have become a Kenyan president. Wakang'oa yeye. Tom Mboya could have become a Kenyan president. Wakang'oa yeye. So there is an existential threat here of which is planned, that there is somebody here who has declared, na sijui ni nani. There is somebody here who has declared, sio Ruto peke yake, it is something which is existential. There is an existential threat of not allowing Kenya have a Luo president now and in the future. And maybe a Luo president is the one who will come and rescue Kenya. And that is why they have decided to do the worst to any Luo who is almost near the power. Sisemi ati Luo ni peke yake, any Kenyan is not supposed to die. Hata wale akina Kenei walikufa. They were not supposed to die. But Luo people, they have to sit down. Me, this one is a wake-up call sasa nasema sasa on the Luo community. Luo people, they have to sit down and they look on how they interact with the government. And if the way they are interacting with the government is threatening their life, this is the high time Luos need to get away from Kenya, or they do something. They can even go to Uganda or even to Southern Sudan. They are even closer to them if they are more respected there. But ultimately, Bernard, there is a problem with Luo issues in Kenya. Luos are just being killed anyhow. And Luos have to address that. And they have somebody with a Kenyan mandate, like Raila Odinga. And Raila Odinga cannot allow Luos to die this way. Amenyamaza in the name of AU. Raila has to handle this thing. He cannot do this. Raila, stop that AU nonsense. We are tired. Stupid.
Now, like I said, let's lay a hold on ourselves. Let's not lose the reality that we are supposed to provide leadership. Okay? And then the conversation is building up well, but I don't want it to degenerate into a tribal thing. Kenya is where it is because of that tribal aspect of judgment. Let's deal with what is before us rightly. because a Luo president is as bad as a Kalenjin president, as bad as a Kikuyu president, as bad as a Luya president. We need a Kenyan president. A president who will carry each and every Kenyan along. But if it is the turn for the Kikuyus, then it becomes the turn for the Kalenjin. It becomes the turn for the Luos. We will eat our turn to eat, our hand to eat. So for us to be safe, we must ensure that we walk away from what has killed us. What is killing us is the preference of one tribe over the other, or setting up one tribe against another. I would want us to not degenerate into that. No doubt that the Luo community has suffered the greatest in terms of losing of lives. When we check our history, I'm a history student, I appreciate that. And majority of the pain and the sufferings of the Luo community has been government instigated. That is no news. Any person who wants to look at history from the right spectrum will not have a problem with that. From the Kisumu massacre, from the assassination of Tom Mboya, and even Msando recently, okay? All that has been done not by Al-Shabaab, not by assassins from outside, but it was government project. So no doubt on the same. But even after that, we must not fall on their level. We must stay where we provide leadership. And provide leadership is, like I said, a Luo president is as bad as a Kikuyu president, is as bad as a Kalenjin president. We need a Kenyan president. If communities want to have their president, then let them run for county offices, county governors. Those are the ones who are doing those, who are presiding over communities that are in one location. But for us to have a national leadership, we must be nationalistic. Not that we don't cite whatever that is problematic. But I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate the fact that we are all pained and things are not good in the country. Nothing is encouraging in this country. No doubt. Only those who don't want to see as this is a problem are the only ones who don't see a problem. But any right-thinking Kenyan, from wherever he is, looking at this country from any angle, you will see there is a serious problem. And especially with the hypocrisy that surrounds the whole scenario. About state funeral, any army officer, his funeral and everything about his burial is an army issue. No civilian is allowed to handle anything. So there is absolutely nothing that Kenyans can do to take over the burial of Ogolla. If he wasn't an army, then it would be a different case. But him being the CDF of the armed forces, the army is one of the fraternity where there is very, very strong traditions and customs. Forget about the Luo traditions. The army has their own traditions and customs that are not compromised whatsoever. So the suggestion of the opposition interfering or the other group interfering, that is neither here or there. It can only be expressed. But when it comes to the funeral handling, it is 100% military from day one to the last day. But what we should not take is the flimsy excuses and the flimsy explanations. The plane cannot crash in the afternoon, and then you send the Air Force to go and look into what went wrong. How? So those are red flags that we need to raise those questions. I mean, you dispatch to go and investigate. Things don't work that way. All in all, thank you everybody for participating into our conversation. I salute each one of you. Thank you for voting. Let me just give you the verdict of the vote. So far, the question is, do you believe General Gola's plane crash is a normal accident? 230 people have cast their vote. 19% say yes. 81% say no. The majority of Kenyans don't believe it was a normal accident. And its super majority say it was not a normal accident. I don't know what your take is, but please, we encourage you, before you cast your vote, make sure you do what? You like the video. We have a lot of votes, than the likes on the video. Help us to grow as a channel, help us to stay here and continue being providing the ability for you to be part of the conversation. So we really reach out to you to be supportive to the channel, and you do that by one, liking the video, number two, subscribing and turning on all the notification, number three, you join as a member of Sound Candy Talk. When you join as a member, there is a subscription you make which helps us into running whatever that happens. Beside that, we also make general contribution where free will send in our contribution that helps us to offset our bills to keep this conversation going. We've been here every day for the past 1.5 years or something, a Sound Candy Talk, and 3 years from where we have been. And so our determination is that we'll end up with a better Kenya. We may go through turmoil, we may go through rough time, but at the end of the day, we must emerge with a better Kenya. And that better Kenya will come out of you and me, putting our efforts together and demand what is rightfully for Kenya, not what we are being offered. Thank you very much. Let's now listen out to Stephen as he gives his submission. Stephen, karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. I give my condolences to the families and loved ones and all Kenyans in this demise of the loss of the defense fraternity. Yeah, me, I said no, because I was following it from the beginning. One, I would want to really take in a chronological order that if you are doing investigation, for example, me, I'm a qualitative and quantitative researcher. There is what we call lead premise. You start from there. One, in Kenya, the constitution says that army cannot be able, are not allowed to come from the barrack to be in the country. That is one lead. Until it is approved by the parliament. The fact that the army were there in the where there was rustlers, I don't know, rustlers. How can an army go to care bandits? Yeah, that one is wrong. It was not done accordingly. Then there is what we call delegation. And Ogolla being a trained soldier, articulate and acute soldier, and unorganized, and is the commander, he must have had a delegative authority. So it beats logic that himself, he could go to supervise a primary school being constructed. I don't know what they were going to do there, you know. So to me, it is a big foul. This is a foul, and it's a ploy which was crafted from the day one, because we questioned, why should army go to the border of Kenya? Yeah, the scenario. Me, I worked in the northern Kenya. That time it was so bad. There were bandits when I was working with the UN, United Nations Development Program. we were just allowed to take the APs, administration police. Those are the ones which can go. And if worst come to the worst, they take the GSU, General Service of Kenya. You know, in Kenya, we know all those people. We know how the defense is done. So defense is only meant for outside reinforcement. Yeah. So in terms of this death, the demise death of Ogolla and all his officials in the defense is really, really, really questionable. And that is why I agree with you, all of you as a panel, that it was orchestrated, it was planned before, either before or on the day of today, I don't know. But the procedure was not followed. And I don't know whether they have martial courts. I don't know whether they have what in the army. Me, I don't know that one. Lala can tell us. But that thing need to be very much investigated. This is a sudden time. I'm grieved, and I don't want to go to tribal issues. Yeah, because I'm also a Luo, so it really I don't want to get into those. Yeah, because all those everything, whatever happened in Kenya, Bedard, you left. There were two major Luos who died. The first lawyer in Kenya was a Luo. Yeah. Arguing Skodek was a Luo, died. The only first lawyer in Kenya during colonial. Yeah. Then this one, Oreso Witi, died again. Then this one, Ongili, died. Yeah. But I don't want to be those tribalistic cocoon. What I'm saying is this. No Kenyan deserve to die. The death which we experienced today. Look how people are mourning. You know, people who have been affected like me. I lost a lot of my parents, many people, and all of us we know. It's not good. Life is very valuable. Yeah. And if this is Ruto, what he can do is not good. Because it will follow him, follow the lady. There's a lady there who was crying. Then I was also crying. I cried, then I left. But if that is the lead people could follow, then it means that he didn't die a natural death. You know, in Africa, if I go to the tradition of African beliefs, there is no Africa who can believe that death is accidental. Yeah, because me, I did religion, traditional religion. So, but this one was premeditated, if you know law. Yeah, it was premeditated. One, the parliament did not approve army to be there. I worked up to Ileret when I was in Marsabit. Ileret, you know Ileret there? There you just find GSU and APs. But that is the border of Ethiopia and Kenya. Ileret, if you know that area. We went there, we found them there. There was no army. So the whole Kenya, there's nothing like, and they have not changed that law, that army can be deployed internal issues. Armies are deployed outside the countries unless there is approval by the parliament. Yeah. So I'm very sorry. I'm crying. I can't go further than that. Bernard, I'm very sorry unless you want me to talk anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate that analysis and observation. And of course, if there is any time we need to revisit our history to be able to tell our future is now. And there are some who have just been hearing that there are crimes committed by governments and the successive governments have committed their crimes. I believe you can now begin to see that
Bernard,
people go. So,
Bernard, I think Stephen Steve mentioned my name there a little bit, and I think he made a very important point, and that is the KDF or the army is not supposed to be engaged in the internal affairs of a country, and that is the law. The only time they can do that is by the act of parliament. In other words, the parliament can authorize the president if there's a need for it. But their role is really to fight external forces. So when you hear of KDF chief Ogolla going to settle dispute between tribes on those tribal stuff, then you ask yourself, is the government living by the rules, by the constitution, which actually prohibits the military from operating within the nation? So the way that they're using the military as police here back and forth is very worrying. It's very, very worrying. And so thank you, Stephen. I think that was a very important point that Ogolla had no business being out there from the constitutional perspective, unless there was something that so important that the parliament had to be drawn in by the president. But the president cannot just use the military to do things within the nation. That is not. Let me give an example. The U.S., where which the constitution that we have borrowed heavily. In the U.S., the military is only for external forces. Then we have what we call the National Guard. National Guard are like reserve military. These guards are under the governors of each state, and they could be utilized in a national in the country if there's a need for it, but it is but usually they are kept as reserve where the president can activate them to work with the military for external challenges, but they also could be used on internal matters, but their role is quite defined. So when you hear of someone like Ogolla going to Pokot to deal with the cattle rustling, then the question is asked, who authorized that? Did the parliament authorize that, and why? Was it a place where the other forces, other police and others are incapable of doing the job, which means parliament had to be engaged so that the military can help do the policing work, which is not their role, which is not their duty to do the police work. So I think that was a very important point that Stephen raised there for us. Thank you.
Exactly. And
Bernard, I want to comment on that as well. I want to comment on that.
Order, please, order. I want us to guide the conversation rightly. I will get back to you public participation. Let me do some housekeeping. One, Chepkip, are you part of the conversation or are you here to distract the conversation? If you're not part of the conversation and you don't see anything wrong with what is going wrong with this country, you are part of the problem. So come around, or you will need to go where you can spread propaganda. This is a serious matter and it's not the first happening in this country. There are so many things that go around. Saitoti's death is clouded into this same whatever mysteries. You cannot come up and say ajali ni ajali. When you're chairman wa ajali, don't try to fool people. I mean, not everybody is fooled easily that way. How many times has Kindiki been in West Pokot and Baringo and all that because of bandits? Doesn't he go with those chopper? Ruto was there. How did he navigate to go and launch the factory he was launching? Did he not use chopper? Let's not be so, conclusive on matters that we need to investigate. If there are red flags, let's follow the red flag until we are able to get the solution. That aspect of parliament approving the military being deployed within the country is a very important point. And when you look at the chronological order of those events, there is something suspect. The matter was to be taken to parliament. It was to be debated. But Kindiki and Wetangula found another law, okay, that gave a leeway of deploying the army under the police. That will deploy the army, but since they are under the police, they are okay to work within the Nini because the police is leading the way and the army are only supporting the police. That's how they played around with that. And to me, I think that was a forerunner. It was just the starting point so that they can open up whatever it is that eventually has happened. And of all things, why would the chief of the defense force be supervising the rebuilding of a primary school? Is he board of governor? Is he chairman of the board of governor of the school? What is his business? If you have deployed, like for example, Uhuru worked very well with the military. He gave the military to take care of Kenya Meat Commission. They revived it. He gave the military to revive Kenya Railways. They revived it. Wherever the port in Lake Victoria, it was worked on by the military. And there was no confrontation with any of the civilians. They went there on duty, they did. And the military has been doing a lot of work within the country, building bridges and, of course, supporting communities, especially in those semi-arid places. And so the aspect of the chief of general of defense going to supervise the rebuilding of a primary school, that one mutaniambia siku ingine, lakini leo sikubali kabisa. Maneno ya primary school inasimamia na board of governors, na at least the highest person to go and supervise the primary school should be the governor of the county, because hiyo ni kazi yake na hiyo ni county yake na watoto ni wa county hiyo. But CDF going to supervise the construction of the primary school because the military is the one rebuilding, hakuna. Mwache kutubeba ujinga. Public participation, please come in, then we can go back to Stephen. Na kama mnaingia show mwingie, masaa ndio hayo, mimi muda wangu naendelea kuyoyoma. Lakini kabla niondoke, nataka wale ambao wanatuma michango yao ianze kuingia, nione ikiingia, hata nikienda nijue inaingia. Asante. Public participation, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi to everyone else who is there. And, Pastor Bernard, you were there during Moi time, and you know who is the role model of Zakayo. Zakayo role model is none other than Moi. As kuja kutuambia hapa ati, I've been observing what Kibaki was doing. He doesn't give a damn about Kibaki. His role model in life is Moi. And you see, Moi, all what he was about is he was the alpha and the omega of the country. He was the one who is in the army, the one who is everything in the army. He's the one who is everything in the parliament. He's the one who is everything in the judiciary. he puts just his clones or his puppets there to do his bidding. Then he picks tribal chieftains from different tribe who he can be able to manipulate easily. And if he sees he can't manipulate you, he replaces you. So hii mambo ya Ogolla, ati what was Ogolla going to do there? That's not part of his job. Nani does not respect mambo na job. At is you are supposed to be, you know, that you are supposed now to be the chief of the KDF, so you are not supposed to be going to open a school. Yeah, najua kama you remember, you know, remember Moi, watu wenye wame grow up during Moi time, you'll understand nani Zakayo so well. That Moi used to be that person. He doesn't, he's not a respecter of what are you supposed to do. Ana direct Amos wako ende afanye some funny things. Ana direct wengine ende ufanye kama Kanyotu and the others. They are the ones who are being used to go and kill Ouko. You know, it was like, yani it's his personal business, yani a family business. Yenye, ukiona messenger ni mrembo unamtoa kutoka messenger unamweka kwa reception. Ona. Yani, there is no logic behind the thing. All what it is wewe ndio everything, wewe ndio kusema. So, if you saw him the previous, I don't know when it was, but he said that I'm going to send, I don't know whether he said in particular the CDF, but he said he'll send someone to come and look at the school and those kinds of things. And you can see, first of all, hiyo mambo ya hata yeye kuenda huko sijui hata yeye ni kama alikuwa anataka kuanzisha hiyo mambo ya shule. When you have a professional president, like the way Uhuru was a professional president, huwezi pata Uhuru anaacha ofisi yake aanze kuenda kwa ground huko kuanza kuangalia ati kama shule imejengwa, sijui kama kuna shule ingine tena alienda kufungua classroom. We are reverting back to Moi. You know, just look at Moi the 24 years. You will understand Ruto perfectly. So the thing is, first of all, that time, okay, I was not, at the beginning, I was not very conversant, but I had, hiyo mambo ya bandits ilikuwa imeshinda paka Moi. Na there was a time alituma military chopper huko, and it was shot down. Wale wazee zaidi munaweza tuambia, but I used to hear that story na hao mabandits, yeah, ilishinda gava kabisa Moi. Ilimshinda because he was like, he came in with this approach which Zakayo is having, that operation I don't know what not, we are going to crush these people. So he went in because by then we're having those bandits, then we're also having shifters, ile upande ya northeastern shifters who wanted to secede, that your northeastern ikuwe part of Somalia. So he was dealing with shifters at the same time he's dealing with these bandits. But now the thing is, hapo kwa shifters pia ikaenda senge mnenge akashindwa nayo. So he just was like, watu wajipange how they are going to arrange themselves, lakini story na shifter imemshinda. So hii ingine ya bandits nayo the same thing. So after the chopper was shot down by the good thing by the way with Moi, if he sees he's in over his head na wezani na kitu alikuwa anaachana nayo. Ye bora si yako kwa mambo yake ingine inaendelea na tajirika basi. Sasa but Zakayo, the reality, and you'll come to tell me, hii vita yenye inashinda ikipiganwa hapa kwa bandits, tutaendelea hivi. And at the end of the day, there is no, in fact, if anything, things were even better the day when government had not gone there. Because now that government has gone there, just check very well what is happening. Because the other day, a blind teacher was killed. Na wakaanza kuchoma mashule. Because these people, they are, in fact, they are very organized and they have very sophisticated weapons. They have very good knowledge of the terrain. Kuna nini ingine nilikuwa ninaona hii drone inafuata venye wameiba ng'ombe, wameingia. Ukiona ile style yenye hao watu wana work, mtu wa army, you have nothing on them. Mtu wa army, when did you go into army? When you are 18 years old. Hao ni watu yenye wamezoea hiyo maisha from when they are born. By the time mtoto wa 5-6 years old anaenda kuchunga tumbuzi, hata sio ng'ombe, mbuzi, akona a automatic rifle and they know how to handle that. They don't use the kind of ammunition which as we are using at nini hizi ma AK-47. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. They are very sophisticated. They know the terrain very well. I remember during Moi times walikuwa naingiza watu kwa pali, there's a lot of tough terrain, pali kuna manyoka poisonous, so that hao wakienda huko wanaumwa na manyoka, these other ones they have to go back now to go and treat their people. So my point is, let me not deviate. My point is this, kwenye tunaelekea hakuna story ati sasa mimi ni KDF whatever chief so I cannot go to do this. It's a matter of hata akikwambia endo uoshe choo utaenda uoshe hiyo choo, because that's how Moi used to operate. And Nani, I can tell you for a fact, to a T, that guy is Moi, and that is where he's taking us. Now the thing with him is that he wants to teach people that he's ruthless, so that ujue that yes, si mtu wa kusamehe. If you mess like how this guy now Ogolla messed, according to, so he, because I've asked myself this, Ogolla was going to retire in 1 year's time. Point ya kumuua sasa ilikuwa gani? It totally makes no sense. There's no sense, because angeretire, angetoka out of the system. Sio venye watu wanasema that Ogolla angemfanya asiingie 2027. There's nothing like that. So the thing is, there's a message he wants to send that me, I don't entertain betrayal and I don't forgive. And if you check back on Zakayo, mtu mwenye ana forgiving ni baba. But check back on Zakayo. Zakayo, the moment when you betray him hata kidogo, anamalizana na wewe, of which why he's doing that is to send a clear message to anybody who will ever think of betraying him, that this is what I'll do to you. So that is what has happened to this guy. Sorry to say, that's what happened. But me, myself, I also partly blame Ogolla, because Ogolla, as soon as he saw that he's standing with the truth and the truth is not being accepted, that's the time he should have just resigned. There's nothing so big of resigning when you're remaining 1 year. You don't even wait for a discharge, ile inaitwa dishonorable discharge. We mwenyewe tu unaweza resign. Umebakisha 2 years to retirement. He could have still had everything, his benefits and everything. But Nani has used him as an example to show, wherever you are, if you mess with me, this is what will happen to you. And I'm not even scared of even, I'm not even, yani, I don't even have the conscience to feel bad that I'm sacrificing 9 other people because I want to teach you a lesson with this guy. I'll fear you properly. And then Zakayo also is trying this thing which Moi always used to do to us. Anatuweka kwa a lot of drama. Unajua? A lot of drama, and then he keeps on gaslighting us. Kama ile time yenye Ouko aliuliwa. Ouko ameuliwa, it's very clear that Moi amemuua because the Mzungus used to like Ouko because Ouko was very brilliant. The same thing with what happened to Tomboya. Tomboya was outshining. Now tulisema nini, those laws of power don't overshine your master. Sasa the thing is that Moi, after amefanya venye alifanya wakiwa na biwatu kuua Ouko, they are keeping us with a lot of intrigues. Venye tu unasikia sasa ati there'll be a commission of inquiry, what happened to the plane. Sahi nimeona ati already zishapelekwa wapi kwenda kufanywa postmortem mwili. So we are kept busy with all these things, you know, like now ya Ouko. Sijui mara Ouko shot himself, mara he burnt himself, mara Julie Ward, mala amekulwa na wanyama, sijui ni kijana Moi amemuua. Tukimaliza hiyo kidogo tunaingia kwa Kamlesh Patni. You see, because si unaona venye hizi scandals zinaendelea. Tulitoka kwa mambo ya fertilizer tukaingia sijui kwa scandal gani. Sasa sahi, before we have even dealt with that one, ndio hii sasa ya huyu jamaa. So that's what he wants. He keeps us busy as he's busy stealing the country, you know, looting the country dry. The same, yani unaua, you can imagine what happened to Ouko. Then the guy brings for us Scotland Yard. The same case with Julie Ward. Anajua kijana yake ndio alifanya venye alifanya na msichana na huyo mzungu. Anatuletea Scotland Yard. Tunapelekwa round and round Scotland Yard. Patni ndio huyo commission of inquiry. Before we know it, 24 years it has gone by. Pesa imeibiwa, the country is on the brink of disaster, of now becoming a complete failed state. Portals zimejaa kwa barabara, anaingiza tu pesa ya IMF, ni pesa ya IMF. And that is all what it is. There's nothing else. There is no genius ati nani anakuanga nayo. He is somebody who just, you know, and he cannot understand professionalism. If you want to understand that this guy does not understand professionalism and what somebody is supposed to do, look at his CSs. Hakuna CS mwenye amepea kazi mwenye is competent. There is no CS. He has given his political friends and girlfriends ndio amepewa hizo maviti na relatives wake na his best man kwa wedding yake Koskei. Those are the people amepea kazi So what do you expect with such a person? The same way Moi yako anapea mtu kazi ati kwa sababu unajua chenye unafanya. Alikuwa anachukuanga mabeshte ama wale watu wenye wanaweza msikiza without even when he's not making any sense. That is where Zakayo is driving us very well. So story na at is do what a CDF is supposed to do. There's nothing like that. What he knows is the president. So hata kama when CDF akwambie enda pale upande maua, that is what you'll go and do. And that's what he wants. He wants it to be like Moi Nyayo ni baba na mama. He's the one who is doing nursery tree planting, anatoka hapo anaenda kwa gabions for soil erosion. Sasa unashindwa all president anaenda kufungua nursery ya miti ama anaenda kuweka gabions to prevent soil erosion. That is the kind of thing he wants to brainwash us to rudi back to that time when president ndio anasema hata your job description does not matter. Chenye president atakwambia ufanye, akikwambia ende ufungue venye nani alikuwa anaambiwa sasa ende afungue shule. And as somebody here was saying very well, Ogolla hakuna kitu ya military yenye alikuwa anajua. You know, nani tunamjua very well. He was just a puppet who was put there. He was just a puppet who was put there. The real people who are behind the scene, because what I know about Zakayo throughout this thing, alikuwa make sure that those 10 years yenye alikuanga po as vice president, infiltrate vizuri sana the police, infiltrate the army. He has everything, IBC, he has everything set. Unaona, he had his balls, and he had been doing it because me nilisikia from somebody that even IBC people who were collaborating with him walikuwa nalipwa double mshahara. Kama IBC na kulipa na yeye pia anakulipa, na alifanya hivyo for about 5 years. So this is not somebody who you think ati mtatoa 2020 this, hata hiyo 2027 hata tusiongee, that jamaa atakalia kiti mpaka ile siku yenye atakufa or something else to come between him, but ni mtu mwenye amejipanga. So Ogolla was not even privy of what was going on in the army. What was really going on behind the scenes ilikuwa watu wa Zakayo ndo wenye, and even while he was appointed on that seat, there's nothing, he was just a puppet. That's why alingepewa kazi kama hizo. The real serious work is being done by Zakayo henchmen whom he can trust. So after this ataappoint tu huyo Mkikuyu. Kuna huyo Mkikuyu mwenye ako vice ndio atapea, because sijaona mjaluo mwingine around there, but what I know atasema it's obvious that kama huyu ni vice, that's the next in command, but him being there does not mean that he's the head. He is just a head, ceremonial, but the real deal which is going on behind the scenes, Zakayo is running with particularly his Kale friends or his Kale people huko. So that is what it is. Very sorry, but I think Ogolla was naive, and maybe because he has a good heart, alifikiria that nani anaweza samehe mtu. Let this be a lesson to anybody. If you have been having beef with this guy, even Baba, don't trust that guy even for 1 second. Ati anakusaidia sijui uende wapi. Anataka kukutoa hapa sasa ndio render you irrelevant and you get out of his way so that now he can run the country mad the way he wants to do it without any interference. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, public participation. I appreciate everyone. As we continue the conversation, let's keep the focus. Interesting. Thank you, public participation, for linking what is going on with our past. And that is the surest way for us to be sure of the path we are taking. We have been here before. We have seen this before. And so, like it said, lightning does not strike a tree twice. That's what should be now our wonder. Why is it that we've been here before? We have suffered this before, and we are accepting lightning to strike us a second time. What is it that is wrong with us? That we were hit here the first time, we were hit here the second time, and they are coming back the third time to hit us, and we are still providing the cheek for them to hit us again. What's wrong with us? That's where we need to reason with. I want to quickly, before I hand over to Stony PK, appreciate those who have sent in their contribution. Please, let's keep doing so. We need to settle our bills and be able to function without problems. We are also reaching out to you to see to it that you keep visiting our main channel. It has been under suspension for a period of 14 days. It will be expiring in the next 4 or 5 days. So don't abandon it completely. Go and watch the videos there, rewatch the shows just to keep the channel afloat so that it doesn't drop in the ranking. We have reached out that, and there is a link I've shared in the comment section which has combined all those videos, like 10 of them in one place. You can watch at least 1 minute of each, will make a difference. So tafadhali tusaidie hapo. And then of course, let's keep subscribing to both channels. Don't subscribe to one and say it will take care of everything. There are people who are missing this show today simply because they did not subscribe to Sound Candy Talk Live. Subscribe to both, turn on notification for both channels. Then you won't miss out on any of the shows. I really want to appreciate the contribution that we are receiving in terms of people sharing their information. One thing I want to call on us as Kenyans, let's learn the lesson. Let's learn the lesson. These things don't happen like the Bible says, whatever that's written of for what happened to the children of Israel while they were in the wilderness was for our example. Okay? These things are not just happening for the sake of happening. They happen for our example. My question is, what lessons are we drawing from this? And then, of course, there is this, before I go, I was almost forgetting. Somebody has written some article here. Anajiita nani huyu? Hebu nione. Anaitwa Gabriel Oguda. Gabriel Oguda, I think. Okay, let me just read what he says. Says Saturday Nation says, new Vice Chief of Defense Forces, Lieutenant General Charles Kahariri, could replace General Francis Ogolla, who is set to retire next year, but only if he will not have attained the age of 61 himself. Now, it's just accounting on what was in the Saturday Nation. However, Saturday Nation says that they could not immediately establish Lieutenant General Kahariri's age at the time of going to the press. And if it is so happens that Lieutenant General Kahariri is also locked out due to age, then because it will be the turn of the Kenya Navy to produce the next chief of the general staff, the highest military officer in the Kenya Navy will be the newly promoted Lieutenant General Jimsoi Mutai, the Vice Chancellor of the Kenya Defense College. This is the word of the Lord. According to that guy there, let me get his name. It is Gabriel Oguda. That is Gabriel Oguda's observation, analysis, and pointing at where all this is going. Bwana Njiru, hapana, tusikilize Innocent kwanza. Innocent amekuwa on hold for almost 2 hours. Innocent, come in kwanza.
Yep. Nilikuwa nimerushwa nje kidogo.
Welcome back.
Kuna mtu alipiga simu ndio ikanirusha nje. So nikaenda kuongea kidogo. Unajua ukiongea kidogo kwa simu unarushwanga nje. Yeah. I just love the way these panels. Sasa wewe Bernard, ma panelists unao bana, they have staffs. wanaongea vitu mzuri sana. I wish ingekuwa ni TV watu wanasikizanga. People should know that exactly, especially I was telling you some of these clips. Sasa unajua kama sisi tunaweka clips hapa watu wanaangalia, side time also hizi ma clips zenye tunaweka hapa zinaendelea kurushwa other places, so that it's watu watumie to analyze some things. So we hope as we say that people will be cutting some clips from here, wanarusha certain group na unasave ka kitu kadogo unarusha kwa group ingine, just like that, paka all this information ifike mali inafika. From what you've sent ama whatever we've read there, ni kama these guys wanajuanga what is happening. Bernard, I told you last time that whatever comes, it comes with a meaning. Ama they know exactly, they have already calculated 1 2, they have added 1 2 and they know it is 3. So wanajuanga tu immediately what next. Don't be surprised that maybe age ya huyo sijui alikuwa anaenda kahariri inaelekea kuwa 61, so wanasema the next person should be this. They have already calculated. And Bernard, as I was telling you, each and every day will be getting something new. Hii government inatu surprise with something new every time. Saizi, I know you had a different topic ya kuweka today, but in our shock, topic ingine imekuja yenye iko so sensitive that haungeweza kuleta ingine other than what is in the present. Na hii imeleta tu na none other than the KK regime, because this is hii ni government yao, hii jeshi ni yao, kila kitu ni yao, but you see everything. Sasa tumesahau maneno ya madaktari. Do you know this is hii fake fertilizer, daktari, hizi ndio vitu the whole of this week tulikuwa tunasukuma nazo kidogo hivi, the next day inatoka fake now seedlings. That is what we were seeing. Si tulikuwa tumeona seedlings, sasa ndio ilikuwa inakuja the next thing. Sasa kidogo hivi ndio hao UDA sijui imeanza kuwa na sijui ni election ama nini, yani they keep on. So wakiona hii maybe daktari wameanza kukua issue, imeanza kukua noma, wanatupia ka bombshell tena kengine kenye kanakuja, and then we forget even. Do you know now people have already forgotten maneno ya daktari? Hata kesho daktari watoka ati wanaenda kurayo tuko nje, hakuna watu watakuwa nawaangalia, itakuwa imerushwa kwa dustbin. I know most of the guys hata Azimio anyway walikuwa wanaenda hata ukiona Ketere ile masisi ya Lena Moi was it Lena ama alikuwa anaitwa aje? Maybe that is the issue.
Juni, not
Juni.
June.
Maybe hiyo ndio issue tungekuwa nayo ya kudiscuss today. The way alikuwa amesaidia watu na nini, and the way Ketera alikuwa ameongea huko, maybe that could be the topic of today. But you see what happened. Topic ikachange, maybe ikakuja now this is what we are talking, hatujui itaendelea for how long. I don't know tomorrow what we will have again to discuss nini juu after this we don't know tomorrow ni nini natokelezea. They might not even the way these things happens, they might not even wait for the guy to be buried. Washaanza kuangalia ni nani. Hii kitu inakuanga ni kama ni president akikufa they saw in immediately another person. Yani ni kama wao ushasauliwa. Do you know saizi Ogolla is a past tense? Hata kama tunamuongelea hapa, for them it's a past tense. Hawajui anything like that. Hiyo ni kitu iliisha na washasahau. So I don't know, but tutaendelea tu kukuwa surprised with issues leo hii kesho hii. So maneno ya fertilizer tushasahau, maneno ya daktari nafikiri tushasahau. Sasa hizi tuko kwa Ogolla. The next ni nani ataingia ndani, ujui ni nani. Before haijaisha another thing will pop in. Ikiendelea hivi na Juni ndio inaelekea. You know by June we are supposed to pay debt ya is it Eurobond ama ni gani ndio inakuja on June. And let me surprise you. I was just reading something. Nilikuwa nasikiza kitu ingine kwa Spice FM with another lecturer, a friend of mine, na akasema ati why the dollar ilirudi chini, it's because Uganda is buying the Kenyan shillings so that they change it into dollar. Wakitaka kununua anything wanakuja wananunua Kenyan shillings ndio wasichange it to dollars so that they can do ama they can export whatever they want to export to do, because Kenyan shillings is stronger than Uganda, and the other mkataba kidogo wanunue zetu watutumie zetu kubuy the dollars, and that's why the dollar had to go, unaona inarudi chini. But by the moment again Uganda shillings itakuwa na strength, itakuwa imerushwa nje tena again, utaona dola ikianza kurudi juu. So wakishanunua what they wanted to buy, dola itaanza, and that's why today dollar uliona I don't know whether you saw it, dollar the Kenya shillings tena imeanguka, dola imeanza kugain. So Uganda wakifika mahali wamechoka kununua ama wamenunua enough, wataacha kununua and price ya dola itaendelea kuwa juu. Na akasema by June dola itahit more than 130, yani itaenda more than 2. So we are just waiting for a bombshell. This was just we call it face mask, imewekwa tu kidogo ya kutufumbanisha tu kidogo hivi. So we will continue seeing things, wataendelea kutufumbanisha and things will happen. So greater things are coming, but as salient panelists wamesema, Ogolla, uliona hii kitu ikikuja kutoka mbali, ungetoka tu hata ungeretire tu early tu, seme I want to have an early retirement, utoke tu hivi. And I don't know who said, akasema the only person mwenye anaforgiviwa ni baba lakini wengine wote ni madoli. Everybody is a dolly. So Bernard,
thank you Innocent, we appreciate that. Let's continue to engage, ladies and gentlemen. Wale mnaingia studio tuingie, and then now over to Stony PK, lakini tusahau kutuma michango. Nimepokea kiasi hapa, naomba tafadhali tusilegee mpaka tumalize hiyo process vizuri. And then kama vile nimesema, we are remaining with I think 4 days to the resumption of the main channel. So twende huko tufufue, watch those videos thoroughly so that we will take charge. But in the meantime, let's engage positively because we must rescue this country. Hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye anaona hii nchi vizuri atakayekuwa na amani ya kukaa na kufanya nothing. We must do something no matter what. Stony PK, as you take charge, Njiru alikuwa ameinua mkono, sijui kama utamconsider. Hao watu wote wameongea, so wewe wapange vile unaona. See you when you see me.
Thank you, Bernard, and as you go to mourn silently, please let's try to ask God to give us power to put this to a stop. I think we have to be, Mungu tusimpatie composition ndefu ya shida zetu. Let's do one line to God. One line to God. Imagine the whole world giving him 3 pages, 4 pages, maombi. Wengine wanapeana kitabu kama page 48. Kenya sasa tunaomba, what we've been praying, we've not prayed well. You pray this in a land kwa Ogolla, innocent person. Our prayers are not right. Let's be specific. Ask God to put lightning on Stone PK, and that's what God will do for you. But don't start saying, oh God, please make something happen to Stone PK. Anything will happen. I'll be blessed. And it is something. Let's not be vague. Maombi yetu tuombe. I've been calling upon clergies, wachawi, warogi, all those who feel they are offended by this regime to come out and curse. Muslim, dua zao zinakuanga noma. Let's come out on a Sunday or Saturday or Friday and say this prayer is to pray that this regime is evil. Let's call upon God to come and banish this evil. Let's not start meandering. Oh, you know, you see, you know. This is where we go wrong. Our prayers are never direct, Kenyans, and that is one of our foolishness. And this foolishness is what with our very good senior officer, Ogolla. I don't want people to start guessing at, oh, you know, it was this and number one. And Njiro, you insinuated here. Let's rule out accident totally. Let's not start saying I'm not an expert in this. Accident, yani CDF anaanguka na ndege. Sasa tukienda vita na nchi ingine. I mean, I don't need to be a scientist or a technocrat to say this. So are those the helicopters that we will send to go and fight? A helicopter that can collapse anytime, carrying a CDF. For me as Stone PK, I don't even want to talk about Atio ni ajali. That is a stupid ajali, as I say. Stupid, mostly stupid ajali, and which means our country also is in an accident-prone zone. So this country will have an accident anytime. The entire country. The entire country will have an accident and will have no country if we are this stupid. That a CDF can board a helicopter ambayo itazimikia nje, ambayo itakuwa short. Again, I want to rule out bandit shooting. How would I, as a CDF, number two, land in an area that has not been combed well? Are we stupid? Are we stupid, Wananjiru and my other brothers and sisters, that you would send me as your CDF when president? Alafu mimi ni mujinga na land in an area that is very dangerous. Na hiyo area if I knew I was going there within a month, it should have been combed properly. If it is my staff dying there, they should have died before I go to die there. Security begins with self. Here I blame Ogolla 100%. I don't care whether he's dead or not. I have all the sympathies. Security begins with self. When we were in the UN, and Steve, you'll bear me this, when the chief lands in your project area, he would land in a different helicopter and take off in a different helicopter. Common sense. Common sense. Why would Ogolla think he's dining and whining with the good people? Should even, a year there were 3 helicopters. He should even have cancelled. He should have delayed his flight. Where he landed first, the second takeoff, he takes in the other helicopter. The other, he takes off in another. The other one, he doesn't take off. He sits there, pretending to be talking to the nini. My helicopters zinaenda juu, zina realize, ala, tumeacha mdosi nje, akona amebaki na maaskari 20 hapo anaangalia. And then you decide, I'm not going to that next destination. That is how you behave in security area, Steve. How cheap could it have been with Ogolla of all the people? This is my bitterness. Our brother Ogolla would die this cheaply, like a chicken or a cockroach. Even if, you see, he should have been even above Ruto. He's the commander-in-chief. And this is where I think he has been there because he's naive. He has been a naive person. How do you go and say, Bana, you can do whatever you want to do to me? Yes, I went to Bomas. Please, you do whatever you want to do. Mimi ukiniambia nikufanye chochote nitakufanya. I'm so bitter. I'm so annoyed. I feel so bad that fine, he would have been naive, but he needs to be helped by other people. In the likes of, I don't want to name names, because I could be naive, I can't see the danger around me, but Steve, Njiru, and all the others, when you see that danger and I'm your brother, you should come and tell me, brother, you are going to land in shit. Save me. Nobody would have saved Ogolla. I want people to really come and tell us. Or was he a lone ranger and he thought he was very, very smart and all that? And I doubted Ogolla all along. The moment he went and confessed to Ruto, that's when I ruled him out. Unfortunately, it was sad. You don't tell somebody, nifanye vile utataka. Yes, nilienda. Fuck the job, sorry. And excuse me for using that term, I never use it. I would have said to hell with that job. You don't lower a man to that level. You don't. Hata kama unanipatia nini, huwezi kunifinya hivyo. Ati unaniambia wewe, unajua wewe, you don't do that to Amumbere. Njiro, you can bear that witness. Or Amuembu. Hakuna, nitakwambia, uchione utoko, ocha wira waku, and I will not interpret that. Don't interpret it, Njiro. I'll tell you, go, uchione hiyo nimesema, and go do whatever you want to do with your job. You don't do that. You don't do that. Ogolla has screwed us up. Wherever you are, Ogolla, rest in peace. But remember, you've cheapened yourself so much to this monster, this devil, which you could have downplayed with the brain. Ogolla, you should have said, okay, sir, I want to go and serve to Seychelles or anywhere. I don't want to serve here. I want to serve you outside the country. I want to promote you. If you think I'm so intelligent, my CV is so good, let me go and promote you out there. Unahepa tu kiplani. Because, of course, I don't think he had the guts to even try to become a resistant to Ruto. Ruto just got scared, and that's how Ruto will operate. Anything that he thinks. You know, for him, even if it's a shadow, he takes a Calgosta to shoot it. That is Moi's style. Moi would hit a mosquito with a hammer. He doesn't care whether it's on a glass window or not. He doesn't care whether the window will break or not. That is it. And Wakenya tutapata mambo ya ajabu. Ya ajabu. Na tumesema hapa channel. You know, the thing is, whatever tunasema hapa, ndio hiyo inaenda. Na ni musururu. To use Bernard's word. Musururu huo tunaenda. Sasa tunasema, which country on earth general amekufa kishenzi hivyo? Apart from Garang, ambaye naye pia aliuliwa. Garang naye aliuliwa. Pia hata, there's something wrong with the Nilots. Because some are warned and they don't take it. Garang aliambiwa, usipande hiyo helicopter. Huyu chali, kuna kitu. Garang akafikiria, akasema mimi ni mwanaume kuliko huyu chali. Helicopter ilipovuka tu border, mnajua what happened. Never ignore. Hata ukiambiwa na kaveche, wacha kukulwa hii, wacha kushikanyanga hapa, please. Take, you are better forewarned. Better useme, ala, kumbe ilikuwa hakuna kitu. Other than you experiencing that kind of disaster. Today we are just saying what we said on this TV when Ogolla was appointed. We were so bitter. So bitter, the way we are bitter now that he has been killed. That's how bitter we are, and I wish we could replay those clips. We were so bitter that he has accepted that nonsensical appointment because we knew what it would end to. And sorry to say this, some people even said hata maliza miaka mbili. It was so sad. But you see, when you talk on such TVs, watu wanasema ni propaganda, like what I heard that guy that Bernard was so diplomatic with. Ati anabembeleza. Mimi, I don't bembeleza these things, my friend. If it's something that is indicative of what has happened in the past, that is it. Now we are talking of a general that has been killed like a cockroach. Yes, I always say Kenya ni nchi ya maajabu. Ndio ili discover M-Pesa. Ndio nchi ile general anaanguka na ndege ya kivita. Remember, General Ogolla is an engineer. Kaftek is a jet fighter engineer. This guy would have even ejected himself out of that nonsense. He
And
flies
Air Force.
without Air Force.
And Air
Yes.
Force. Air
Yeah.
Force.
Yes. You think, yani, he was so anaingia kwa hiyo ndege, no security things, what had he been, amepulizwa na nini? Ni nini alikuwa amefukizwa mpaka akapumbazwa such that sincerely? And then how do you general fly with the 10 people in a helicopter? Sincerely, honestly. How naive could you be? How naive can you be? And you are the
right.
CDF. No, it is even bitter. It is, by the way, the more you analyze this thing, the more you realize something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. There's no way our chief would travel with more than 2 people. And even if he's going, even if he's on the ground, we would have more than 6 land cruisers. Then you have another 20 NGO land cruisers surrounding it. And if it's helicopters, UN helicopters are the most old helicopters, junks, which are sold by Ukraine. Junks. And it's only, in my life in UN, I only heard of what? 1 or 2 crashes. Only junks. Ndio zinafanyanga hiyo, zinapaintiwa white na hiyo UN black or blue. And they operate everywhere. No crashes. It is sad. What we are talking about here, guys, tonight or this morning, it's unbelievable. And it keeps on proving to us that Kenya is in the very deep, one of the deepest hole that I don't know how we are going to get it out of it. And the power that be, they are saying, Mtadu, Njiru, and then Steve.
So, thank you very much. Hata Shukwa alikuwa hapa na ameenda. Maybe as we wait for her. Unajua, there is something I wanted to add. Actually, even before Nani acheze hiyo video amecheza, ya hiyo clip ameonyeshana hapo. That is the exact point which I wanted to add. So it is an infraction of the same thing I wanted to say. Unajua, what is happening now, na pia nitaongea story ya Rivondo. I want to precursor story ya Rivondo after I talk with this issue. Unajua, there is now a possibility the next CDF in Kenya could do longer time. That's what I wanted to discuss. And there are reasons why sometimes you might want a CDF to do longer time, especially when you want a CDF who is favorable to you. So eliminate somebody within the time when his term is not over, because the one who is next in line will by probability, because military is in an age, by probability the ones who are next in line, they are a little bit younger, because you have shortened the time of this one. It's like you are shortening the time of this one, so the other one will come and serve longer time, because they have to retire until they are at, I mean, I don't know, age 61 or 62 Apple. So there is a possibility the next CDF can actually do 8 years. 8. So there is some engineering there. I don't want to go beyond that. So the next CDF can do 8 years, because now it is now military order disruption which has been done in Kenya. So somebody should try to analyze that. Now it is military disruption order which has already happened in Kenya. So we can have now a CDF who can go up to 2032. And I don't know why you would want a CDF to go all the way to 2032. And many CDFs, I see them doing between 4 to 5 years. Anapewa bonus ya mwaka moja. So now you can have a CDF who will do up to 2032, and the president has a leeway of giving him bonus. So unakuwa na CDF sahi during your presidential term, ufanye election na huyo CDF na umalizie the next time na huyo CDF, and then huyo CDF pia unaweza mtumia even to maltreat the constitution. So there is serious engineering here. I want people to think in that. Livondo alileta story hapa and we were not keen. And kuna mtu, I think kuna mtu tunasemanga kanyoni. Uhuru could have suffered the same fate. Na msisemanga hivi vitu ni uongo. Uhuru could have sahi Uhuru angekuwa Motiga ile. Bwana Stonifikia ni Julia. Sahi tunaongea sahi. Whatever has befallen akina Ogolla, Uhuru could be a Motiga ile sahi as we speak. So I don't want to expose that. And Livondo told us. And I don't think that Livondo is an idiot or Livondo alisema somebody wanted to kill Uhuru with an aircraft. And I think that the ndege had to be diverted. I don't take such things as hearsay. Livondo is too credible to be doubted on such information. Even if somebody might say that that is a madman walking. But for me, Livondo with such information, I believe him. So what I wanted to add as other people come, because kuataka kuongezea sana, so that I can assure kuje and Stephen, it's simple. It is unfortunate that Ogolla had to go through this path. I will not call him naive. Maybe I want to deviate a little bit up with Stonification. Stonification, this is what happens in military order or in many places where you are a boss. Sometimes I would only agree with one theory of being a Lone Ranger. Unajua Ogolla, the way the military order is, ama vile hawa watu wako, they are segregated. And if within the military order, even if we have laws, ni wadogo sana. So Ogolla lacked allegiance from some people because of who he is. He lacked allegiance. And the fact that Ogolla was there, and he is a Luo guy, and Ruto is the president, I can tell you it's problematic, but the arithmetic doesn't add up. Ogolla cannot work in such a system. Even if we want to talk about it here, it is impossible, and Ogolla was to be dispensed, either by death or by something, but he had to be dispensed. The only problem which Ogolla had done, although we don't speak ill about dead people, the only problem which Ogolla did was, according to me, if at any case he wanted to make sure that the election is done well, he did not finish his job. Kama yeye ndiye alikuwa ameenda Bomas to make sure that Ruto is not the president, I wish he finished that job. So to me, I think if according to information, yeye ndiye alikuwa amalizie hiyo kazi, and for sure we don't know who won the election, hiyo hatujui, and we don't know what happened in the election day. If there was somebody, if it was Ogolla who was supposed to block, so to me I see ni kama ile tunasema unalea python, then your python inakuja inakumeza, ama nyoka inakudunga na wewe ndio umeipea nyasi. So what has happened here is somebody giving up on a good cause. You allow a thug to win, because if Ogolla maybe angefanya. So not Ogolla alone, na watu wengine wale walikuwa hapo. So what I want to say here is, in a nutshell, the people who are responsible of our election, I'm not talking of IBC, because IBC, they are puppets, they are nothing. The people who are supposed to make sure that the Kenyan election does not go to the dogs, and it went to the dogs, ndio wamefanya tufike hii level tumefika. And it is so unfortunate that many Kenyans are going to die, and I'm not going to miss my word. Ogolla is not alone. Watu watakufa hapa. And I want to tell people here, and I want to tell sababu Bernard amesema hapa tusiongee story ya Luos. I want to speak here categorically. Please, if you are a Luo guy and you have a senior position in the government, take heed, tafuta kazi ingine. Me, I'm speaking honestly. Some of us have been lured to work with the government. Hata kama tunaambua serikali ni yetu, ati serikali wana. Some of us have been lured to work for the government na tumekataa. And I want to confirm it here. Watu wamekuwa wakituambia sijui nyinyi mtakuwa mnaongea opposition throughout your time. I want to tell my Luo brothers here. Sababu unajua there is I'm not becoming tribal. Unajua kuna history sijui watu wanasemanga sijui Mujaruo akipewa ofisi na kitu kubwa yeye amerelax. Please my Luo brothers. People don't love you in Kenya. I will not talk as a brother. Why? Because we know the contribution of Luo people in Kenya. Unajua ndile kitu tunajaribu. I'm not talking of, I don't want to talk of Mijikenda here. I don't want to talk of Ogiek here. I don't want to talk of Indians here. No. Because how comes Kalenjins are not being assassinated in the government? Nataka watu hapa waniambie, how many senior Kalenjins have ever been assassinated in the Kenyan government? How many senior? Umesikia ati Mukalenjin ako, wale wa Kalenjin wanakuanga assassinated ni akina Kenei, Bishop Muge, these ordinary citizens. But the other guys who died with an accident, which I can't confirm, it was only Kipkaria Kones and the other lady. Yo helicopter ilikufa nayo hapo. Other than that, I've not seen a trail. Even the Kikuyu people themselves, I've not seen Wakikuyu wamekufa hivyo, apart from JM and I don't know, somebody who's people who are with the power. I've not seen it. So what I'm trying to say here, Bwana Stephen, as I finish my monologue, Luo community, the time of naivety is over. Please, this community is being targeted. And we have to speak things as they are. Because we know the contribution of Luo people in Kenya. We will be cheated hapa. Tuanzie kuambua tu ni accident. Please Luo people, the council of elders, the Luo people, sit down, advise your people. But certainly things are not okay. Our community here is being extensionally threatened to extinction. Kuna mtu hapa anataka Waluo wakuwe kama ile white rhinoceros ile mbili. Ile imebaki mbili ile.
Extinguished.
Yeah, white kabisa. Tuwajue tu wale Masaiko Fanta kina Owalo na the other guy who is the PS who cannot help. They cannot help. So Luo people, sit down. Hata kama Raila mwenyewe amewaambia sijui ati Zakayo sijui nini, please. Hata hii languages nimesikia ati hapa sijui ati Uhuru sijui Ruto akisupport Raila 2027. Please, Luos, don't enter into that game, please. These people have never been your friends. Please. Unajua in Kiembu kuna kitu tunasemanga Kirei. I think if Stony PK was here. In Kiembu tunasemanga inafikanga wakati utafute kile kinakukula. Tafuta kile kinakukula. My Luo brothers, it is time. Even I tell Raila Odinga now, as my grandfather, as my father, please look for what is cooling, what is not cooling, what is eating our Luo brothers. These deaths, they are too many on one tribe.
Thank you, Bwananjiro. This is candid talk. And what we are doing here, it is not a normal debate. I always say, I don't come here to debate. I come here to try and incite and inspire people into the right direction. In my own opinion. Others have their opinion. In my own opinion, I like us calling it as it is. Julia. No, Julia, yes, and then Steve.
Asante, thank you. Good to see all of you. Leo naona mambo si mazuri. And I watched the news and I saw citizens saying there's a plane crash. And then they are saying they are waiting to hear what is happening. Then later on they confirm that Ogolla is dead. That my condolences to the family and all Kenyans, because this was a senior most. army officer, the senior most army officer in Kenya. And so he's our Kenyan. So we are all mourning as Kenyans. Nasikia Ruto amepeana siku tatu, sijui Ruto siku tatu za kufanya nini. I watched the parliament, and Kimani Ichung'wah was being asked. I don't know whether it's my interpretation. I don't think he was surprised, but I think he's also afraid. I am not sure Kimani Ichung'wah was surprised with the news. I don't know whether it was his body language, but I think he could also be afraid. Now, why am I saying this? Kikulacho kingoni mwako. Anybody who has worked with this man closely, ameishia wapi? Look at Paul Gasheru. Look at all the witnesses of ICC cases. Waliambukia wapi? They are nowhere to be seen. Now, fellow Kenyans, if you work with criminals, I'm not trying to justify this death. It's really a bad thing. If you don't, tuna in Kikuyu we have a saying that says that kuchinjia shetani kuku, like celebrating the devil, welcoming the devil into your house, and even hosting a party for him, thinking that he'll be nice to you. The devil never changes and will never become nice, ever. So however much you think wacha nimnyamazie, bwana yako akikwambia atakuwa tu, even if you decide to be a good woman. If your wife is a murderer and your wife has planned or has tried to do something elsewhere, be sure hata wewe atakufanyia tu hivyo. So these people working with the government, I won't go even tribal, from whichever tribe or community. These people working with UDA government, if you know so much about that government, they are going to eliminate you. Now, Ogolla, kwanza tumeona clip inasambazwa. Ruto himself saying that Ogolla went to prevent his presidency. When did Ogolla think that Ruto changed his heart? Seriously? Yani Ogolla alilala akaamini kwamba Ruto amebadilisha nia na nampenda sasa na amemkubali akwe. What I'm saying, if he didn't prevent that presidency, then I think he should have done something else. Maybe quit. But as usual, like Stone is saying, Kenyans will always take things for granted. Mnasikianga mtu akisema na huyu atauawa. Nyinyi watu mnajuanga wale mabibi wameuawa na mabwana zao. Do you know those men keep telling them they'll kill them? Anaenda, analewa, anakunywa pombe, anakunywa anasema mama fulani unajua nitakuwa one of these 5 days I'll kill you. Then mama fulani anaenda kuambia mbwana yangu ni mzuri, ni pombe tu inamharibu. That is what these stupid women say. And you can see it. So I want to tell government, people working with Kenyan government, let me say this. Hata iye urafiki ya Gachagua na Ruto, Gachagua achunge sana. Iyo anajipiganga kifua hapo. Akijipiga kifua hapo. Ati yeye, ati alimshika kwa koo. Akamwambia it's either me, deputy president, or else. They should be very careful. It is very sad that this has happened. Maybe Ogolla just thought, let me finish my term. I don't know what he thought. But I think he should have said, like PK says, kama nimbaya, nimbaya. I think he said that. Maybe he must have thinking that, let me finish my term and go. Or maybe he was just saying, I don't care. Mimi msharangu napata. Mimi si mko Kenya wenye wanalala njaa si mimi. And even the army, let me tell them, wherever they are, you saying that ati nyinyi mko sawa. You even the police boss, even Kome and the others, they should think very hard. Maybe Kome, wherever he is, he's saying mimi nakula mshahara yangu. Pengine yeye angekuwa kwa hiyo ndege. The only question I want someone to tell me when I stop speaking is PK, is it 2 people survived? I really want to learn who survived. How? How did that person survive?
That's what I'm wondering.
Or did he cause the plane crash?
Only one. And we don't know whether he will survive. Tomorrow he will be a dead one again.
Or he's the one who planned the crash?
They were 11. Sorry, they were 11.
Yeah.
At the time Ruto was announcing, 9 died. After 30 minutes, another one died. So it's only one. We don't know whether it's dead or not.
They were already dead. And
Yeah.
their names were being released by one by one.
Yeah, if you know aeroplane, me I started taking aeroplane when I was young. Aeroplane, if you hear something called aeroplane going down, because it uses sulfur, if you don't know. Sulfur is the fastest burning substance in the world in physics. Google it. Sorry.
Yes, I get it. So my question,
it's just gimmicks.
Yeah, it's just gimmicks, Steve. I agree with you. So I am wondering. I mean, let me say this. Ruto will not blame us for speculating, because we have records and history. Rivondo said, first and foremost, nobody sued Rivondo for the things he said. Kama ingelikuwa mimi Rivondo na niwekela ningempeleka kotini mpaka said kwetu napelekana and lipe damages. Nobody sued Rivondo. Rivondo went to a meeting and said all those things he said, that Ruto planned to kill the retired President Uhuru. Ruto did not sue him. Jirongo said that Ruto alinyonga mtoto, a boy, na mikono yake. He did not sue Jirongo. Now, all these government leaders, see, we are just talking, and we don't even matter to the government because we have no position, we have no influence. So I'm sure Ruto doesn't give a damn about our talk. But there are people he's working with closely, whom he knows have influences. They know his secrets. And they think, those idiots think they are safe. Even Kimani Ichung'wah really thinks he's safe. Na kina Ndindi Nyoro, na wale wengine. Ati wanafikiri wameshika Ruto call, ama they are friends to the devil. They should be aware that in Kikuyu we always say that there is a firewood yenye iko kwa store, huwa inacheka yenye iko kwa moto, na hiyo hata hiyo inagojea kuwekwa kwa moto. Tunasimanga hivyo. Ati hiyo firewood huwa inasema, hey, kwani wewe umechoma namna gani? Kumbe is next. That other firewood is next. What I'm trying to say is that if you work with somebody who is capable of doing all these things, you should not sit pretty, feeling good that you are his friend and you are safe. That is what the Ogollas and the others did. And to wind up with the issue of Baba. What unasema ati Baba, let me tell you, who was saying innocent here saying ati Baba awachwe. Asisemwe. If Ruto is campaigning for Baba, Baba is befriending the devil. Let Baba knows that. And Ruto would not even imagine Baba coming back to politics at a siku moja. So Baba should be aware that Ruto would do anything to prevent that from happening. So Baba sikiri ati shetani anampenda, ati shetani ameshtuka. See, these people did you see that policeman that was taken on video going to Simbarati's home is the same one who aimed at Baba? You people, did you follow that story? That the policeman, it was in NTV and Citizen. See, I'm talking about data press here. It was in the mainstream media that the policeman who invaded Simbarati's house recently is the one who aimed a gun and shot at Baba's car. So, if Baba thinks by befriending the devil he's okay, first and foremost, I don't want to bring back that debate that Baba did not need Ruto to win the AU seat. CV yake imemtetea enough. And we thought by befriending this man, he was okay. Let us now mourn Ogolla, because we have seen Ogolla alinyamaza akasema kwamba haidhuru yaliyopita si ndwele tuyagange ya Nyayo, and now he's going to be married by his wife and children. He didn't even overthrow the government. And why was he killed? That's very heartbreaking. Asante PK.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. You have raised very pertinent questions and comments. And I think that is how we are supposed to look at it. As much as sometimes we think when you are in the high-flying situation that you are very sober, you are very intelligent, you can see everything, these people are only human. And I've used one phrase, which we were told. By the way, UN is one of the best places to work in terms of experience and exposure. Training. You get any training that you want on earth, best done. And I'm not saying this because I went through that, but they do it in the best because it is, one, is the biggest. I don't want to use that word. And then is the biggest on the other side. Steve, you know that. Anything they do it to the best. To the best. Hata kama ni kuiba, wanafanya to the best. Mpaka tunatoanga papers za kudefend. Mahali tumeenda kusupport wizi. Anyway, so what they teach you in UN, number one, security unaendanga into some courses that takes you to standard, advanced, level 1, level 2, until you are such a human being. And that's why if you come in and interact with anybody who is from UN or has worked in UN, anywhere you interact, just observe that person. He gets even observant to a fly. Inzi kimwangukia anaiangalia. Steve, is that true? Because unataka kuona hii inzi ni inzi ya kawaida ama it's a different animal that could have been sent to you. People are sensitive. People are sensitive, including where you sit in a vehicle when you enter. I'm trying to say something here, Steve. So I would not imagine a CDF would take chances in his security. Never. Never. What I'm trying to push for here is that this thing is murder case. Because when somebody plans to murder you, they can do anything. You can try to resist, nothing. You try to say, I'm going with 5 helicopters. The boss says, no. And UN and the army and all, you obey. The best you can do is to revolt, to say no to the boss. And when you say no to the boss in army language, is mutiny. You've defied. And immediately what happens is you are arrested and sent into whatever. Manake, ukisema no in the forces, hakuna answer ingine. Utaambiwa, okay, basi enda nyumbani, hapana, you'll be arrested. So I think this guy was so cornered so that he could, yani he was like a caged waruru. There are tunyonis we used to hunt in mtaani. Because inaitwa waruru. Very sweet. Kalikuwa unakafukuza, kanakimbia, kaoni ukuta, kanagonga ukuta, pop, inaanguka chini. So tukifika hapo, you just grab it and you go on. I think our general was cornered. I think he regrets why he ever got into that. Because sometimes you can make a decision which you are not able to retract immediately. You must be man enough to retract. And I tend to think sometimes these things we talk about our country, oh, mimi napenda nchi yangu sana, nitakufa hapo kwa nchi yangu, nitafanya hivi. That's what has killed most of us, including Ouko. Ouko had a chance to stay and remain in the US and save his life, or even go to the Norway and everywhere else. That's why we have Raila Amolo Odinga. Cowardice sometimes is not cowardice, but it's a strategic retreat which saves you to fight another day. This is what maybe has lacked in our brother. We would be having Ogolla today. I would have been so happy to know that my former general is has sought for asylum in Norway. I would take him still as a hero because he is alive and he's gonna support the cause. Other than when I bury you 6 feet down under, and then I forget you after 3, 4, 5 days. So Kenyans, if you are still there, and I would borrow Julia's words, if you are still there thinking ati sasa unapanda sijui helicopter na huyu jamaa, ati huyu jamaa saa ya kina Nyoro, kwanza wacha niende tribal, which I don't regret. Kwanza akina Nyoro hawa, Nyoro si ni wa Kikuyu, ati wanajidai sasa hao ndio the best. Watch this space. Akiangai, watch this space. Ati wanafikiria ndio hao akina Rigathi. Rigathi knows, by the way, Julia, Rigathi ameshajua kuna noma ni kudiambo. Si fala vile. Amejua yeye lake alipo. Wakati aliposikia story the next vice DP atakuwa mwanamke, with all due respect to ladies, that was his goose that was cooked. Na ndio unasikia anaongea vile aliongea juzi juu ya ma certificate. Alisema sasa mheshimiwa, sasa hizi certificate ukitaka tufute watu ni sawa, lakini sioni ule atakusaidia. There is evidence in everything. Jamaa is in a cage also. He doesn't know how to get out of it. This gava is BS. It only needs to be dismantled. Dismantled in capital letters. Not diplomatically, dismantle it anyhow. I'll look for the clip of that mechanic who told us what to do with this thing. That mechanic who people thought was a drunkard said it, and that's where we are headed. He said we only need to dismantle. And the Luos have big English. I respect my Luo brothers. They are the ones who know what English is all about. That was a mere mechanic who used the term that we can only dismantle this. Kila mtu apate yake aende. Then we will come to reassemble if we want to have something called. I love that. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, what we are mourning is one of the most unbelievable activity that has happened on earth. Not only Kenya. Kenya has lost a general and 10 senior officers in a helicopter. Tafakarini hayo, tafadhali vizuri. Na tusilete hapa sijui sijui Do you know what? Have you ever heard of a helicopter crash in Tanzania? You think they are so stupid? They don't have helicopters? I like using examples of these countries that we think are so down. Tanzania umesikia helicopter ili crash. Uganda, when did you last hear of a helicopter crashing? What are private ones? Ati helicopter ya jeshi ya Museveni ime crash. I asked here yesterday and the other night, have you ever heard of cattle rustling at bandits in Uganda? Na wako wa Kalenjin wamejaa huko. I mean, are we stupid? What are we talking about here? What all nonsense you have in Africa. Talk of any nonsense. Talk of corruption. Talk of fertilizer fake. Talk of education. Talk of a president who is being called a doctor and people don't know how he got his doctorate. Talk of all the garbage that you have on earth. You find it in Kenya. Then tunasema Kenya is one of the best. Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to dissect the society as it is. Yeah, me, I'm a sociologist, and you will excuse me about it. You know, there is what we call state. State comprise the army, the defense force, is very independent from the civil. There is the government, consists of 3 levels of government: executive, judiciary, and legislature. So there is no way a general who controls the state could really accept that low job just to go and supervise cattle rustlers. Surely that one agree with you. And also there's something called sadism. I'm a criminologist as well. Sadism, and I believe, according to Julia, is a teacher. Yeah. It means that those are the people who have the tendency to kill. Ruto is one. Me, I don't fear him. And again, it goes further. If you see a butcher, somebody in the butchery, that guy is likely to kill you when you do wrong to him. Butcher, if you know butcher, rudimental butcheries. Then go to the people who eat blood, cold blood. Blood. They are very easy to be sadists. That is the definition of criminology. Because me, I'm now putting Ruto in a context of how he managed to craft and kill Ogolla as the head of Kenya Major General. Yeah, this is now not a joke, because that is a state, a nation, a big nation, Kenya. Yeah. Then I want to come on this plane crash. Yeah, I was privileged due to my work as a UN. 1996, I started with rural back in Kenya. That rural area, the whole of rural Kenya, I've worked everything there. So I was privileged to work on the El Nino, 1996. I went there 1996. So that day, you know, El Nino, you take a, because I live in Nairobi, so you take a plane in Wilson Airport. As you go, there is no way aircraft can crash on that route, because it's just a few minutes. For example, the whole of Kenya, whether Kisumu, whether Mombasa, even if you want to go to Zimbabwe, in Zambia, this one, Zanzibar, I've gone all those places, I'm telling you. It doesn't take much time, you know. So my theory is this thing was planted. So that day I was going to Wajir that day, that time, working with the UNDP. So the climate could not allow us to land in Wajir airstrip. If you know that one, it's a very big airstrip. You can't land. It forced the pilot to go to Mogadishu. You see, up to Mogadishu and back. And what you don't know is this: the air is like a road. When you are traveling, like me, I've traveled a lot in this air. It's like a road. There is something called they are always in the they control the route. They can tell you whether the weather is bad or no, and then it is registered in the plane. Yeah, because when me, I've been a co-pilot even up to here London. Yeah, I was a co-pilot many times. Yeah, me, I've been a pilot. I've been in plane. And this one in Kenya, which is killing people, it started with Ojode and Saitoti. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what happened? So me, I thought they were passing through Ngong Forest. That's what they told us. So maybe the fire was, somebody had a fire there, and because of sulfur, It is very volatile, and maybe if the captain or a pilot could not have gone up, then it could have been a problem. And also the plane, when the plane go, it goes direct up. Yeah, this thing I've known everything. It goes up direct, then it is on the air. So this one of Ogolla, I don't know, he went to a school. So once he finished his schooling, I don't know what he was going to do there. Then he went to Pokot. All of these places he was traveling to do what? Surely, it annoys us, some of us, intelligence people like me. It annoys us so much. Yeah. Thank you. Annoy me so much.
Thank you, Steve. King Solomon, are you there? Lion of Good Love, Mr. King Solomon, are you there? King Solomon 1. King Solomon calling number 2. King Solomon, are you there? Now, Lala, are you there? Or public participation, any of you can come in. Or if you are not ready, I want
I'm
to...
ready.
Sorry?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
You ready?
Julia
1 minute.
Amanda.
Julia
Wait,
Tarudi. 1 minute public participation. There's something I want to kind
Okay,
of
go ahead.
say, and then you come in.
Okay.
Now, sometimes people hate to kind of recall or look at history. And in Kenya, we've been made to think history ni ufala. And that's why I agree with some people when they say Ruto akona uwerevu ingine. But in mtaani, hiyo uwerevu yake tulikuwa tunaita ugondi, ukora. Mtaani you would have two types of people. Genuine, when he tells you twende hivi na tukifanya hivi tutawini hivi na hivi, genuinely. Alafu kuna ule alikuwa anasema kama Utuoma, who was my very close friend. Yeye alikuwa always he uses orthodox method. He was not using straightforward. He was saying
Huyo wa Busia.
Huyo wa Busia, we went to the same school and we were in the same estate. So him he wanted, yeah. So for him was results. The route just does not justify the means. What are we going to get? Yeye hata ball alikuwa anasema tuanze na raf kwanza, tuumize hao watu wawili watatu watoke. So he would start by going, even when sometimes when you are intelligent, as you play soccer, you do it stylistically. Ninakukanyanga, lakini in a way that I even confuse the referee. But for him, he would do straightforward foul. And if you confront him, he would even fight the ref. Sometimes you even have to disqualify the whole team. Anyway, there are people who are like that. And there are people who are stylistic. Now, Ogolla, 60 years of this country, and has risen to that point. Of course, I don't want to say he didn't know that it was not smooth running. And it was not comfort for many people. And somebody said, I think it is NJ, Njiru said, the world is never comfortable with the people who fight for social justice. Never. Because social justice means, Steve, what you have and what Stone PK has, Lala and Public and King Solomon, we have to share. You have to mind that Stone PK children are sleeping hungry and yours have food. You cannot sleep and snore when you know Stone PK family is starving. It will disturb you. How many, let me go tribal again. How many tribes have those kind of people in Kenya that talk about watu wana shida, watu wana hii. And out of the tribe even, let's go to individuals. How many individuals talk like that? I can only pick people like Matiba. I can only pick people like, Rubia, people like Mboya. Those are the only people who are always thinking that what do we need to do for our country. So people who talk about country are never liked by the majority of the people because they always talk of, I cannot have more share when people are suffering. These are the enemies of the society because human beings are naturally and born capitalists. Yani watu wa kujipenda. You are happy when you are driving big cars. You are happy when your children are going to good schools. You don't care whether au watoto wako wanaenda shule watakuwa peke yao huko. You really don't care. We have so many of those people. Now, what I'm trying to say is, Ogolla, 60 years of rising to what he has done, and he has not risen there through favorism. It's not that alikuwa anawekwa hapo kwa sababu ati anajua fulani ama fulani. No. He earned it. Did he really expect that everyone would be comfortable with him? Number one, as a Luo there, knowing that, of course, there is the opposition, there is the social justice fighters in the name of Baba and the other people. Did he really expect that it would be a bed of roses? I don't know. That I will expect to hear from people. Then before I bring in the next person, which country sacrifices their general? It is heavy. Hii kitu ni mzito. Ndugu zangu, hii kitu ni mzito. And when, I always believe that niliambiwa wanaume waliagi. Today I shed tears. Even before I came to this program, I didn't want to come. I cried. I cried, real crying, because I cried, number one, asking myself, did the general really have to go through this? Then I also asked myself, why would the family of general be left just like this? And including those who are in the plane. Surely, did we really have to go through this? Did we really have to kill these people in such a way as if they are not Kenyans? Honestly, that is hurting. It is really hurting. And in my own way and thinking, I still hear the army is still in their barracks. They are in their messes, having their drinks, their beers and all that. They are eating. Life is normal. It is still also hurts me. I don't care whether it was an accident or not, but it is terrible. Especially, I'm trying to get this clip that was played, that was there before, and then you look at what has happened, you will have a different opinion of what is happening. Public participation. As I try to see whether I can play this clip. You mentioned and talked about it.
Okay. Yeah, I was seeing a video of the late Ogolla when he was training to be, I think, a fighter pilot or something to that effect. And, he was really young. He was very young, very handsome boy. And he was just laughing. And he was with some Wazungu, I think the Americans from the accent. And he was looking excited. Then he was wearing the metal helmet and he removes it. Stone PK, utatutafutia kama utapata hiyo whatever, I'll forward it to you. I'll put it on the chat. And I was, I just looked at him and he looked so young. And I was like, this guy just spent his whole life, in love with the army, in love with his country. And in the end, he died for his country. Because me as a person, I think I'm too selfish or to even, I think even him not stepping down, he might, I think he refused to step down in spite of the way things were, because he just loved the army so much. If you see that video of when he was a young boy, when he was just new, fresh, and he was sent to go and learn from US Army. He looks so passionate and so yani, it's like a fish in water. It just comes so naturally to him. And I even saw some other videos of the other people who passed on. And these people, they look so happy. You know, I saw one dancing, another one, you know, they're in love with the army, you know, and they're in love with their country. And that's what it takes, because once you go into the Kenya Defense Forces, you have practically laid your life on the line. Yeah, you have laid your life on the line. You can be sent to Somalia, like our people who are there, or any other place. And it really takes a type of love which somebody like a politician, or rather like the politicians that we have, cannot understand. There are some politicians who love their country. You know, they're in love with their country. But unfortunately in Kenya, the people whom we have been having at the helm, they, you know, it's like you know what Jeff Kennedy used to say, that ask not what you can do for your country, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And what happened to Jeff Kennedy? He was also assassinated, because the reality is that there's these people who they really want to do for their country. They really love their country. Ogolla was one of those people. He really loved his country until he was willing to take being humiliated on national TV by some guy who doesn't, you know, what, you know, if you compare Zakai and someone like Ogolla, it's like a demon and an angel. There's no comparison, but he was willing to submit because he loves his country so much and he loves the army so much. And when I saw that video when he was with those Wazungu, it just looks so, you know, have you ever seen when someone is just so happy, they're in their element, you know, they're just flowing, it's like they're in heaven, you know. And even if you look at him right now, he was 61. He even looks young, you know, because this, you know, army, there's a way, or the disciplined forces, they have a camaraderie, they have a brotherhood that most other professions don't have. So, because they've been through a lot, you can imagine the training which they go through. It bonds you, because it's you against the elements. So you become like a brother and sister, because you have to stick together and help each other get past that. And I've been watching this series for Kennedy. And okay, I haven't gone very far, but he was also in a war. I think it was Vietnam. And I remember there's one part where he was, him and his colleagues, or the guys they were with, they were, I think their ship, something happened to their ship, like it was a shipwreck. So they were now wondering, because they were looking and seeing that the enemy is near. So the only thing they can do is that they can go, okay, because there was a side where Americans are, and then there's a side where the enemy is. So he has to see how he can be able to, and some of these people of his were wounded. So he had to see how he can be able to encourage them, at least they don't give up hope. So they swam to a certain island, and they got to that island, and they were thinking there's a way in which they'll be able to even get what to eat, and then to think of what they'll do, and it didn't work out. But he didn't give up. He decided, let's swim and go to a ship that looks like the one for Americas. And they got there and they got help. But it was like Jeff Kennedy was the leader of that group. Like, he is the one who was giving them hope, you know. And I think when I'm relating to Ogolla is when I'm really understanding the way this thing, it goes deeper than even your family, because you can imagine you are in the middle of between your enemies, you are in the water, you are in the ocean, and then you are you are wounded, you have wounded people, and you have to give them hope that we are going to make it. And even if you are not sure yourself, you have to show like you're sure. I'm sure. If we swim to here, we'll get help. And even if you go there and you miss, you still have to show them, because they're looking at you for them not to lose hope. And if they lose hope, they die before even they are killed by the elements. They'll die. So armies are very intense, or disciplined forces, especially the army. Let me put the army. It's a very, there are so many things that some people like Zakayo cannot understand about that institution, because it's mostly made of people who have really, they really love their patriotic people. They love their country. It's only that at times they get corrupted. Of course, being a human being, you may get corrupted or have greed. But at the end of the day, most people who are in the defense forces and are people like Ogolla, who really loved his country, who really loved the army, the camaraderie, and even if the other people, I'm also seeing their photos are coming out, their videos are coming out, they are so blissful, they're so blissful. And it's sad, but at least they died they died together, because in war situations, and the reality is that let's not lie to ourselves, Kenyans, we are at war. We may be having a peace, but this country is at war. It is at war. It's a war against good and evil. The good people like Baba, who want good things for Kenyans, who want Kenyans to go to school like what Uhuru was doing, all Kenyans to be able to afford school. And then there's these other people here who are just, if they could even kill their own grandmother to get money, they would do it. So I want to condole with the families. I haven't condoled with the families. It's a huge loss, because I know when you have someone like that in your family, they're very special. They're just special people, because they're solid people. And nowadays, with the way life is, not that many people are that solid. So he served his country well. All the people who are on that plane served the country well. And I know they have a place in heaven waiting for them, because they were special people. They are special people. I've watched that video I think I'll try and copy paste the new on the chat. Hey, that thing, when you see it, you just now understand who Ogolla was. When he was starting, when he was so much in love with because he was a guy of Air Force. And then the Muzungus, all of them, it's like they were so entertained or amused by him. They all keep on calling him Francis. Then he's just laughing. It looks so nice. Whoever put that video out, thank you for remembering or giving us those beautiful memories of Ogolla when he was beginning. And he has given his country 40-something years of his life. He was going to retire in the next 1 year, but it has gone the way it has gone. We thank him for his service, together with all the others who died on that fateful plane. We thank you for your service to your country. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, public participation. It is so interesting. When I say interesting, not in the good light, but in the bad light, that we have been put in another motion. And this is what we've been saying here in Candid Talk. And it is what we were saying that time when we had Maandamano. I remember some of us were saying it had reached a time when we really were crying that Baba should now not even come out. I am on record having said, and the week I said, Baba should not even come out in the Maandamano because he will be killed, and then we shall just go back to, oh, Baba had this, Baba was this, Baba was that. And people thought that I was being cowardized, and I was propagating, coward mentality. Because I know this is what happens in Kenya. Today, you are dropped dead. We are talking of Ogolla tonight, or today. Hii mambo yake iliisha tu pale walipoconfirm ndege imechomeka, imeanguka. That was the plan. Walijua Luere, in Kiluya, Luere, finished. And that is, public participation and all those others, Lala and the rest. The saddest thing on earth. We try to pretend to have value on human life. We don't. I like calling it as it is. We pretend when Stone is alive, when you pretend, like in nikikufa saa hii, 5 minutes later, you even don't care. You just do the motions. Like now, we are just going through the motions. Oh, we condole with the family. Oh, he was a great guy. Oh, he was. Those are normal motions that are of no consequence. They have no benefit. Jamaa tushamalizana na yeye. Hiyo ilikwisha kitambo. The most painful part of human life, especially evil human being, it's that. Maliza tu, watu watapiga nduru, nini, so what? And this is what I've been warning people. It is the biggest warning that we are giving. We talk like Ruto will empathize with the people. Unajua hiyo ndio. We talk as if Ruto will change. You talk as if you have a cobra raising its head in front of you, and you start hoping that it will turn into a rabbit. Uchukue ukachinje. I mean, we are lost. What is ahead of us is a monster. Na itabadilika. Anasikiza hizi vitu zote. Okay. Stone PK, Stephen wants to come in. Where are you, Stephen? Come in. Stephen, come in. Let me give you the link. So what we keep on saying, sorry guys, we've taken too long before we post the link, but here it is. Stephen, the link is there. So what I'm trying to say is that people know. Huyu analeta shida. Ngoa ni kama jino, ngoa tupa. Period. Unabaki mapengo. And hakuna mtu hawezi uliwa duniani. And let me assure people here, the day unaitwa president, ama umejiita president of a country, you are indomitable. You have all the powers. Public participation and my other colleagues. Ukishaitwa rais, wewe ni rais, wewe ni Mungu wa pili duniani. Yes, wewe ni kamungu, small m. This one, whether people are Christian, wataniambia, oh, it's not true. A president is a god, he's a small god. He has all the powers. Because watu wanasema duniani, heshimu Mungu, heshimu wazazi, na serikali. Ama serikali. Whether ni jambazi, ya waizi. Because serikali can make you so uncomfortable on earth. Baka you wish to go and join God. And then God, you don't join God until you die. So it is a very, very, very kind of a serious situation that people have to really think so strongly of using preventive methods other than trying to say let's flow, let's see atachange, atakuwa, itaendeka. Yani prevention kakiharibika saa hiyo, you sort it on the spot and you are able to survive for another day. Maunga, karibu sana. Stephen, you also you can also come in. I think I have put the link there. Okay, so basically for me, I hate when now we are just talking and discussing of issues that are really highly preventable. We are seeing Kenya going into the dock. We are seeing it. Unaona mtu ana cross barabara na gari inakuja na utaki kumvuruta ama umpige chini, gari ipite imgonge. You are not even calling attention. Sasa sisi wa Kenya wote tunaulizana tutadu. I don't know. I think wow, I don't know what to say. Maunga, you want to say something? You can say something. King Solomon, I'm going to drop you if you are not around. Maunga and then Steve.
Yeah, so I've been listening to you guys. So I hope I'm a little better now. In case I should break down, at least just understand. But I'll try to see how best we can have a conversation. So I've heard you say, Stoney, that people have a way of forgetting people. Now, as I've been through grief, and it was just yesterday, in fact, that someone wrote, because on the 16th of April 2016, that's when Kenya got its first ever Series Cup. It was under the tutelage of my brother Benjamin. So there was someone who actually posted that and on his thread, and so we were able to share it. And then he sent a clip also of Benja talking after the game. And then I went on to see a comment from some lady, I think she's some American lady, who then went on to say that she has a t-shirt that was signed by the entire Kenya team, Sevens team at the time. And, like the grounds, she even mentioned the grounds that was in Las Vegas in the hotel where they were. And she said that my Benja was instrumental in making sure that happened. And she was like, she'll never forget that gentle bear, that sweet big bear that she interacted with. And for me, I remember yesterday, I think maybe God was putting me on the path of mourning for today and just remembering what it is like, because sometimes you're yanked into reality of knowing that life is fairly fickle. So reading that comment from her yesterday, much as I was, like my grief was coming back, and I was thinking, we've been mourning, and I'm like, thank God it is not as painful as it was before. So now, Stoney, let me tell you what it feels like sometimes to want to forget in a hurry. When you interact, like even now, normally when I sit down and think of the pain my sister-in-law feels in not having a husband, because he really, like whenever you met my bro and the wife, they were really, their love was one that was, admirable, like the way he loved that woman. And you think that she has to live the rest of her life without that. And you look at his children, and then you look at the photos, and then you imagine the moments that they had, that for a fact they will no longer have. Trust me, that feeling is overwhelming. When I have to look at my mom sometimes, and she sometimes has to look at the grave, because her home, how our home has been done. The graveyard is like from her living room, you can see the cemetery. So there are times mom would go like, today Benjamin Lukasana, or today amepotea Simoni, so like this is a mother who, or on occasion, she would have to just be sitting there, and then Hassan just decided, oh, I've missed my mom, and then he drives to Shagzot saying, "Mad," so mom would just see him driving into the home, and then suddenly
You have to look at this woman and know that for the rest of her life, that boy will never drive into that home. She can only interact with his grave, and occasionally she has to go and clean his grave. She has to go and pick the leaves from the petals and from the pebbles, and so she has to clean it. And so occasionally, when things are not happening right in his homestead, because his homestead was just next to hers, she has to go report to him, like, take care of your home, because I do not want your wife to incur cost in terms of replacing things that people have vandalized, and just here, take care of your home. That's the only thing that woman has to deal with. So trust me, speaker, when you have to critically think of what death does and what it leaves the people living with, the pain is overwhelming and you cannot function. So 3 years later, when I think about my brother like that, I imagine of course my own pain is unique to me, but when I stop and think about his wife, when I stop and think about his children, when I stop and think about my mother, I stop and wonder, how do you guys even wake up in the morning? When do you get the strength to live knowing this guy is no longer there? So today, when Ogolla has died in the line of duty like he has, when someone has taken him out so that he can be comfortable, so that he can sleep better at night with his wife, and so that his children can think that he's more peaceful and someone cannot overthrow him, you're like, wow, it's amazing that you guys don't have to worry about it anymore. You don't have to worry about the fact that there's a family that doesn't have a father tonight. There's a parent that doesn't have a child tonight, and the reality is that person is gone forever. So we may not want to forget, and forgetting is impossible, but you have to stop and decide, I'm not thinking about it right now. I don't want to deal with it right now. God, give me the only strength that I need right now to get by, so that I can see how to put my foot in front of the other tomorrow, and keep things working, and just see how I can function. Like, when I remember, I was called in for a seminar just the very same week my brother died. There's a seminar that had been planned for months, and so, like, it was coming on that same week. And so I was debating whether or not to go. And I remember thinking about my mom, and I went to her bedroom and told her, Mom, there's this seminar that is supposed to take place in Kajiado, and I was thinking of going. Mom was like, by all means, Irene, go. Right? So today again, I was thinking about it because I saw photos. The only way I was functioning today was actually going to my profile and looking at photos before, and like, refreshing my mind. That's the only thing I could do, just not to get so emotional, just not to be overwhelmed with this Ogolla story, and of course the entire plane, everybody else who's been lost so senselessly there. And when I saw those photos, I was like, Mom sacrificed. She decided, let me not have any more of my children having to deal with this emotion. I know what it means for them to lose this guy, and I don't know how they're functioning. So she had to temporarily forget that she had lost a child that she bore on her 16th birthday, a child who she had grown up with. Like, she used to refer to him as her age mate. This boy used to love my mom to death. He was a beautiful human being. So me reading that comment from that lady from the US yesterday on that photo, I was like, thank God the world was able to feel the man that we had. That even in us losing, he shared who he was in the world. So in Mourning Ogolla and crew, I hope we do not forget that the rest of the families, all 9 of them, or is it 10? I hope we do not forget that those families tonight have died in a collateral, so that some evil that was born on this soil can sleep better at night, and maybe he can have less eye bags. I hope we don't forget those people. So even as we pray tonight for their strength, it is because we come from such an evil land. We have an evil person calling himself president. That's why those families are mourning tonight, and of course many more that have gone before them. But the truth, PK, is that we want to remember the dead, but if we have to remember the dead, I have to cry like this throughout. If I have to stop and remember the loss that I've suffered in the past of people I loved and was so beautiful, and that the world was losing from every day of them not being on this earth, I would have to be in tears like this throughout. I wouldn't be much use to anyone because I'm still living. I don't think that's how God intended it. So for those families, we cry for them when we can, and we hold them when we can, and we pray for them when we can, because they need all the prayers they do. But let's try and live our lives knowing that let's be remembered for the things that we do today. Like, if I was to die today, let there be an action that I did that tomorrow will benefit from, but we'll also be able to spend. So when public participation is talking about the videos of Akina Ogolla being so happy, I'm not even sure if I want to see it. Of course, it's very warm, it's very heartwarming to watch it, but I'm trying to imagine. Okay, you guys need to know, yeah, these KDF guys, it's only Kenya that they need to pay like about 300,000 to join the forces. Like, someone has to be bribed to get into the forces, and then occasionally when they go on mission, it could be the last. So most of them would call you, and they're like, "I need to see you because I'm leaving for mission. Yeah, and I really must see you. So if you're, in case you're unavailable, just know I'm gone." So meaning they tell you it could be the very last time that you get to hear from me. I could be coming back as a corpse if I come back at all. So now these guys live all their lives like that. So even when public participation is talking about the guy having been so young, so handsome and everything, the family knew that about him. And even that wife that was hoping that he would retire and they would have a rich old age together, and at least she'd get to enjoy her husband for once in her life, will not have that man, because he had to die to make someone comfortable. So we will want to remember them, and I hope we never forget Ogolla. I hope we never forget those other families that have had to pay such a high price today, this evening, this afternoon, like yesterday. But the truth is, we should purpose to live a life that makes sense, and let it make sense in that if we were to live tomorrow, what would the world remember us for? Let's be useful. Let's not be greedy. And I cannot wait, and I hope God gives me life to see the day that Ruto and his honchos will be in boxes and caskets, and the families will be there mourning. I hope God gives me life to witness that, so I can remind the children that are going to grow in this nation that this is our way. And for that reason, in whatever you do, do it right, because this is where we're all headed. But we will not want to forget them. But we have to live. We have got to function. So momentarily, we have to numb ourselves and just get by. But what has happened in our nation is sad. And let's mourn. Let every one of us who has a space to share this remind the families of those guys we've lost, our uniformed officers, remind them that we remember who they are, we know who they are, we recognize what they've done for our nation, and it is unfortunate we've lost them, but we will not wish for this to happen. Let us go down on our knees and ask God to save our nation from the monster that we presently have calling himself president, because that's all we have left. Right now, it is not a battle of might. We will go on our knees and God will listen to us and he will hear us. But true to the word, let us never come to this place as a country. If you have a child, if you have a voice of influence to speak to any young person of this country, remind them that being a good human being is much better, and it pays way better to be a good human being than it pays to have anything in this world. Thanks.
Thank you, Sister Maunga. That's the pain we have. Some of us, it's extreme, and it's not just about it happening. It's about what the impact and the repercussion is. Some of us really see heavily what you have really, kind of related. Some people might think it's just like that, especially those who have initiated that. They just think it's tumalize one ego nini. But surely, really, tumalize one ego nini. Wewe huwezi malizwa. For me, Maunga and my brothers in the panel, why I always go fire for fire is because I know, once you have lived and worked with some people, you get to understand their school of thought. Somebody who thinks, kwani storipiga yakikupa leo, mvua itaacha kunyesha. People who talk like that are those human beings. Then you sit there calling them leaders, calling them presidents, calling them this. My pain as of now is that the armed forces are easy. I have very close relatives, and I don't want, I wouldn't even mention. I've made calls. People are in their messes, having whiskeys, having this, having that, pretending that Kenya has gone in mourning. That's why in my maiden speech today in the studio, I said I'm not even saying Kenya is mourning. I said the family, the wife, the children of these people, 10 of them, including General. The wives, as Maunga says, who are looking forward to ever spending the rest of the time now together after, these guys have served so diligently to this country. They are now empty. That feeling, that Kenyans have lost that feeling. And when I say Kenyans, I'm talking about selfish leaders. And then as Kenyans can sit, I know some of us are helpless. We don't know what to do. But I start calling upon those who we think should be leading us into saying no and into raising the voices higher than what we are saying and saying that nothing should go on now. From now, nothing should go. Nothing should move. I would go to the easiest spot, my leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, Baba yangu, mzee wangu politically. I would tell Baba, abandon all the nonsense, all the garbage, the AU, the nonsense, all that. Come and mourn the son of the soil. I mean, I know Baba has been intoxicated as well. Unfortunately, there is something that Ruto has given Baba. When they were, wherever they were, the moment you come close to this man, you are finished. Steve, Maunga, and everybody else. And I swear and I say this with all the finality. Ukikaribia huyu jamaa, story yako imekwisha. Look at what, hata saa hii ukisikiza Baba akiongea, utashindwa huyu ni yule ule. I mean, I'm not saying with any bad intention or anything, but what would I say I have achieved or I'm going to aspire when what is happening in the country that I've fought all my life for is happening? Personally, I don't see how I can go, how can take a flight out of Kenya, for example, atinaenda kuongea in the international communities, and we've just had what we've had. I don't honestly, sioni vile naweza kaa kwa meza moja. And I'm saying this, whether it's an accident or not, it is not acceptable. In my Mbere language, we always say, hata kama huyu mtu alienda akapata akaanguka, ulikuwa mmemwambia asipande mti akatoka, tunasemanga hiyo kupanda mti alikataa kusikiza kwa sababu there is something that went wrong. That's why he climbed, despite us telling him not to climb. So right now, the armed forces should be doing something. Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stone PK. Yeah, you're a think tank, Kenya, I told you that if you choose bad leaders, they will be bad. And this one of Ruto is now a sadist. And is open sadist. Yeah. If you know that English. Yeah. As we used to say in the university, that if a bicycle, University of Nairobi, you know that University of Nairobi, when you are crossing the road, we made sure that there is no bicycle can kill you there. So you are crying. If a bicycle kill me, oh, I'm not a university student. Yeah, that is the motto of life. Yeah. But because Ruto was in Chiromo, he just used to see the people who are dead because he's now adamant, yeah, to kill Kenyans in cold blood. Yeah, true story. A con man is a con man. Yeah, Ruto is a con man. Sorry, Maundo, because I will just give you a verse in Corinthians. I don't know the verse, but I will just give you the the tears you cried in this studio will be rewarded in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Read it, that one. Yeah, in Corinthians 13. Yeah,
Amen, amen, amen.
yeah. So as I continue, I'm very sorry about this. In Kenya, what we should now see here is what Stone PK is telling you. If you see somebody is bad, don't go next to him. Yeah. Now I'm warning our Luo Kenyans, because me, I'm a Luo. Don't go next to him. Leave him with all his things. And I would want the Kenyan people set a system which is it's called what? It's called dialectics. Yeah, system. Because we have now seen it all. There's nothing we have not seen. Because you don't want to tell me, for example, you are a researcher, you see this, it prove yes, this prove yes, this prove yes, this prove yes, and then there will be no. That is not deduction. So the idea that Ruto is a bad person in Kenya. Me, I don't fear him. We went to school together with him. I know him. We refused him even in those his leadership. That's when he went to Moi. So anything called Moi, and is a brainchild of Moi. Moi was his mentor. Because now I'm using those logical English. Those are wrong people. Yeah. I don't know how even me, I was wondering how Moi gave the son of Raila is my uncle, how he gave the ng'ombe, I don't know, cow, me, I don't know whether it went up to Siaya, me, I don't know. Yeah. But me, I'm very annoyed with Moi. That day I told you, maybe you are not there in the studio. These people are sadists. Moi is a sadist. Yeah. To be sincere. Don't sugarcoat. If I want to sugarcoat, I go and drink tea here in my kitchen. But not coating people. Call it as it is. Yeah. We are outside here. But what we are telling you, even that liberation which came to Kenya, 1992, was because of those people who are outside the country. Let me now be objective, because me, I'm a sociologist. The more you become angered outside here, the more you will liberate Kenya. Yeah. Because we cannot just sit and look, cry for what? Yeah. You know, Ruto is bad. This thing is imagination. It's not imagination. It's a reality of Ruto. It was planned, premeditated, if you know law. Yeah. He premeditated to finish him. Because, for example, in the army, if you don't know, army discipline, army law. Because me, I went to all those statutes in Kenya. First, for you to be in Kenya and also be working outside, you must know a lot of things. So I know that any army man there, you sign a contract of 9 years. It has not been changed. So when Major General Ogolla signed a contract to be a Major General, it was supposed to be 9 years. He can just retire at will. Okay? So this thing called, some people say, at your age, I think you should not have taken it, you know, because a dream is a dream. You have to dream. Yeah. So the fact that he was dreaming to be there does not mean that now nobody can tell us that 1 year was only one that he served so that he could not have been dead. But it is that this person was designed to die. He killed him. Yeah. And all my theories will prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. I really agree with you, and that is where now Kenyans have to think and rethink. Are we able to keep careers? Are we able to serve the country? Engineer Karaoke, welcome, and it's your opportunity to join us. I'm sure you know what we are all talking about. You know what is happening. So karibu sana ndugu yangu.
Asante sana, Stone PK. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm glad to be back again in the forum. I've been gone for several months. And on this sad day that we are coming to realization that of what we have always known. And first of all, my condolences to the families of those that we lost in the accident or whatever that incident was. Now, I had made a statement earlier to say that anyone working for Ruto, for this regime, they need to know that it's a dangerous job. I have some friends of mine that have made that choice, and some of them even have made me enemies with. After I've gone through that, you know, I have told them that once you join this regime, you know, it's a very, very dangerous job if you're not part of the inner circle. Hata wakikupatia kazi nzuri sana, ujichunge sana kwa sababu you are going to be trapped. Now, I listened to earlier on when some of you were analyzing the incident that happened today and the equipment that was actually used. And I'm an aircraft engineer, and that's my field. And I'm glad that, you know, Ms. Njiro there had mentioned about some statistics about the safety record when it comes to helicopters, especially when it comes to this country, United States. We only have like a 0.72 accidents that are fatal out of 100,000 hours, because in every aircraft you go by flight hours. So helicopters are very safe. And I've heard some of you mention that in other countries like, let's say, Uganda and Tanzania, we are not hearing, we haven't heard of helicopter accidents, leave alone these other advanced countries that we are in. Now, I had a few questions about, especially the aircraft that they were using. It's a Bell UH-1, which is a very, very old model that was built in 1950s. And somebody had asked about, sijui kama ni wewe Son PK ulikuwa unauliza pengine angeenda na ndege nyingine na nyingine na nyingine. Looking through the inventory of Kenya Air Force, they also have a Eurocopter AS-350, a very nice aircraft. And then Augusta Westland AW-139. Why wasn't that used? He had to use a very old equipment, and only one, because according to the news here, I don't see as if there were several of them that they were using. It looks like the CDF on board Kenya Air Force UE helicopter had left Nairobi this morning. So it was only one for a big CDF. Anatoka na helikopta moja ambayo ni mzee kabisa, na anaacha zile zingine ambazo they are newer. This was a setup. He needs setup, and I'm feeling it through my bones. And I'm glad that a lot of you have mentioned that. And when I went even on the social media, I was able to observe that everybody was asking that. And actually, I also had a problem when Ogolla was made the CDF by Ruto, although actually that was automatic, that he was next in line to be. But I felt something within me that doesn't sound right. And one way or the other, Ruto is going to try to find a way of how he's going to get him out so that he can put his man. And I keep on hearing now the name of Mutai to be the one to take over, because the guy that is next in line, I think there's some age issues that are involved. And these people, they do their calculation very well. Na tuseme pengine, mimi sijui Mutai, huyu Mutai ni nani na nani amweka pale, lakini that's who Ruto wants there. Kwa sababu he has taken over, he took over, akachukua legislature, akachukua judiciary, akachukua hata media. Sasa ile ambayo ilikuwa imebakia ni the military. And he has taken over that. And we keep on hearing watu wakisema, badilisha hii constitution and allow even the president to continue on for so many years. And that is what is in plan. That is what he is planning. Nasikia watu wengi sasa wakisema ati huyu ni Moi. Huyu ni Moi mara 10. Moi mara 10. Kwa sababu this guy is, when Moi started, he wasn't really, he didn't know so much, and he was kind of, it was only after the coup of 82 that made Moi now, when he put some other people there, cannot be what. Now he got himself in there, and he felt like now he was gonna. But Ruto has always been like that. Hata akiwa mtu mdogo, ukiwauliza wale walikuwa na wao, watakwambia this is a gangster from the beginning. And that is why I'm saying that at least Moi alikuwa na roho safi, one way or the other. It was only like when that happened. Lakini Ruto hana roho safi hata kidogo. He's laughing with you and all that, but also on the other hand, he's digging on you and checking you. And we have been able to see all those people that he has disappeared, in his case, ICC. And then when he made himself president, his own lawyer, in his case, took him out. He took him out because he knew that one way or the other, that's somebody who knows stuff that is dirt about me, and I have to eliminate it. So kwa hivyo, it's a very, very sad day today. And I would still repeat the same warning that somebody has said here in this show. If you are in this government, lakini if you're in this government and you're an honest person, and you're not part of the inner circle, and you're given a huge responsibility in this government, please quit now, because it's not going to end well for you. And for us, what are we going to do? Now, sijui kama huyu jamaa anakuja hapa sijui next month or something like that. I had talked with Reverend Rala a month ago or something like that we need to plan something. Wakati anakuja huku, tutakuwa na maandamano, tukutane na yeye huko. And we have to raise our voice for the people to know the kind of person that we are dealing with. It must be known. And there has to be an investigation right now. And sinikuwa nasikia ati kuna wanafunzi ambao wanaenda on the street. There need to be actually now demonstration on the street tomorrow. Watu ambao, kwa university and all that, because this is like the assassination of, JM Karaoke or the Tomboyers or Uko. That's what it is. We cannot take this. No, we are not going to take it. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wako hapa US na diaspora at large, let us make a plan of wakati anakuja Washington, whatever it is, tunakutana na yeye huko. We have our placards and we talk to even the international media and tell them what our concerns are about these men, because he must be exposed. Hata amenunua media ya international media also. He has bought that. Kuna magazine nyingine ambayo inaandikanga huko ati the Kenyan currency and the Kenyan economy is the fastest growing in the world. You tell me, you go tell people in Kenya that the Kenyan economy is the fastest growing in the world. The Kenyan shilling is the most strongest currency now in the last few months, of which we know that he is cheated. Alienda akachukua pesa, akakopa pesa, aka-inject into there, kuzileta China. Na sasa hiyo maneno ambao nimesikia ati Waganda nao wameingia huko wanachukua pesa za Kenya. But the day is coming, and actually in June, that is when the Eurobond is going to be due. What is he going to do about that? And then when tukilipa ile mafuta ya ile ambayo alisema ni government to government, later on he came and said it was a mistake. It was not government to government, it was gangster to gangster. When we are paying for that, we're not going to pay in Kenya shillings, we're going to be paying in dollars. So really the Kenya shilling, they are artificially just keeping it up strong like that, but it's artificial. Uongo mtupu. So hivyo ndivyo nataka kusema for now. Thank you very much for your time. Asante sana, back to you, studio.
Engineer, thank you so much for shedding that and sharing that. Initially, before you came in, when we started this show, I had said and put it very clearly that I think the only country that I can think of where anything goes, any foolishness goes, is our country, Kenya. Despite us having very well educated people, exposed people, there is something, again, extremely unique with us, that we are able to buy foolishness. Unajua, that is why sijaelewa hii, yani I've worked in many countries in Africa. I think a total of 12, if not 15, yeah, around 12, 14, if I may count. And of course, wherever I went, I felt very superior as a Kenyan, and not superior in boastful manner, but superior in the way I interacted. I knew what diversity is. I would blend in with anybody, Moroccan, Liberian, Nigerian, Egyptian. You know, that blending. Kenyans, we have it. We are very good at that. And I think that's the quality number one we have. We are able to interact and, you know, blend in very quickly. A Kenyan does not need a week's orientation. Hakuna. In any field, any engineering, doctorate, what. Tunaingianga, tumeingia, tukiendaga. Okay? That is number one. But then, when we come back home, foolish things, dodgers. Very foolish things. Because we keep off things that matter in our country. We embrace foolishness when we are back home. I mean, really, we have engineers, we have the karaokes, the doctors. Doctors, I'm happy they're in the street. But right now, as I'm saying, we are getting even worse and worse. Our CDF has been murdered with the 10 other senior officers. And I'm calling, right now as we are participating here, I'm calling people, I'm texting, asking them, what is happening? What is happening? People are telling me, mambo tu iko sawa, watu wamenyamaza tu. You know, I don't know what became of us. Watu wamenyamaza tu. I was a bit, I had I could recognize what was happening when Tom Mboya was killed, 1969. I think I was either 5 or whatever. I remember. But I remember that what followed was unbelievable. What followed was unbelievable. And I would hear people, because I lived in a cosmopolitan estate. That's where I was born and bred. I would hear people crying and saying, there's no way you would kill that son of Africa. But I was being called son of Africa, not even Kenya. And the things that went on for 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, including the burial day, Kenyans demonstrated. And even Kenyatta himself knew that it was a mistake to having had Mboya killed. Yes, he regretted forever, just like the way Moi regretted after killing Ouko. So what we are saying is, sincerely, we cannot swallow things like just what Engineer Kariuki has said. We sit here and say, oh, sijui, it was accident. CDF, and the oldest aircraft, while the new one, the Euro and the rest are parked. What is wrong with us? What was wrong with Ogolla? And what is wrong with our army? I've always said here on this TV, without fear of contradiction, I don't believe in our forces. They can swallow any rubbish. Then some people are warning me, oh, don't say that. When you warn me for saying the truth, I think you're foolish. Because as a citizen, I should have confidence. The other day I told people, do you think Kenya can handle any external aggression? I put that question to some intellectuals. We were just having a drink somewhere. And 2 guys were almost boxing me. So they, what are you trying to say? You think Kenya is weak? I said, I think it is. It cannot handle external aggression for 1 month. And I think I'm right. I don't think our forces can handle external aggression for 1 month. They can't sustain that battle. Because for you to sustain such battle, you should be very sensitive. You've lost a general. Right now, you are in your camps having a drink at the mess, taking your wine, and saying, yes, sir, yes, sir. Leave alone this. This is something that people have not seen. This same day, this same week, a few army guys were arrested by policemen, and they were portrayed wamekaishwa kwa Land Cruiser chini kama maabusu washenzi. Army being arrested by police. Steve. Kenya.
Where? Which
Huko
area?
Masabit, huko. The
Look.
army officer, army staff wamekaishwa kwa Land Cruiser pickup kama maabusu ati na police.
There's no protocol. There's no protocol. Yeah.
Now, another stupid thing, Steve, and those who are listening, at this issue was changed, and then now the army in this operation was going to be under the police. Since when?
Hey.
Which constitution? You know, now I have to read this constitution again. Army
Never seen
being
that.
under the police?
No.
That is why, Steve, and that is
everything
why
is in the constitution. Yeah.
Steve, and that is why the general was sent to go and do rubbish. To go and do rubbish mission, which is under police.
Yeah, primary teacher. Yeah, headmaster. I don't know headmaster to do that, to open. You are the one who said it.
Yeah.
You know. Sorry. You know, in the army, there should be chain and command. You know, like me, I was, before I got to the university, we were in NYS, for example. And my elder brother is a big person in the Soja area. So we learn a lot of these things. There is a discipline called chain and command. And that chain and command, it follows all the ranks. Even in that force, defense force, Air Force is higher. Army, the land one, is second. Then the Navy. Yeah. You see that? And then within them, for example, in the army, the land ones, there is what we call artillery. You know? Yeah. Now we have to discuss it because Ruto has exposed all this. Yeah, because if you know it, tell the Kenyans to know. Yeah. There is what you call artillery. That one is the highest. Imagine. So if Ogolla was controlling all these people, surely, why should he go himself? And even I know in Ilret, they are wreck. You know, wreck in just this one, Jesu, trained from Israel. Those are the worst in Kenya. Surely. What are the Kenya telling us? This was a plan of Ruto. Yeah. True story. Me, I don't fear him. Yeah, true story. No, we don't even waste time. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, you are very right. And that's why some of us are really painful. We are pained. We are wondering. I mean, Kenyans are waiting for stories. Today we were given a whole speech with all big English, all nonsense, all commission, and all this. And for example, for me, I've always said, whether you want to say that people are going on constitution, there's no constitution that is being followed in Kenya anymore.
Correct.
So when people tell me there is a constitution, Now, in fact, the best thing is to shelf that constitution and demand what we need to get. Thank you, Makandeto. Makandeto is confirming what Karaoke engineer has said about helis accidents. Accidents on helis. Statistics show 0.0 something percent of accidents. There are some, I'm told, these are the safest means of air travel. You know, especially with the modern one. You are almost guaranteed.
Zero. Zero, just say zero. Me, when I was young, do you know when I started working in the UN? Very young. Now I'm going to 50s. Yeah. There is nothing safest than aeroplane. Yeah, I didn't finish the one which I was telling you. We were only 3. Yeah, going to do work in Wajir. Yeah, because I was the coordinator of all those area, Garissa, Mandera, Wajir. So the only airstrip which was big there was Wajir airstrip, if you know that area. Then the rain started coming like this. Then the pilot took us up to Mogadishu. They are under signal. Then he brought us back then we landed in Wajir. Surely this one where I just see fire coming up. Where was this fire? Surely. And also I am the one who did it's called what? It's called airdrops with big planes. This one was a small plane. Big planes. That one can carry even vehicles made in Belgium. Surely. These are craps. Kenya's become a crap. Neither did I know when I was in Tanzania, very many ministers died. You remember? This one in North Hall. You know this guy? Yeah. The real minister died there. After that, Ruo Jode and Saitoti died. Then today, this one. The problem is also that there is no explanation. Surely, if some people, you know, for you to get information, like this is a very credible channel, because you take a lot of information. Those information are the truths. Yeah. So this one, we have never seen any answer. They killed Ojode. They left Ojode with a very young lady there. Children were crying. Surely, what a life in Kenya. Telling us, oh, at the airplanes, they're just falling.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. No, nice.
Thank you, Steve. It is painful that, most painful, especially when you see, you know, if you were born yesterday, then it is okay. But
Yeah.
when you've seen what and where the trajectory that Kenya was taking to be one of those super countries in Africa, sincerely. Alafu unaona hiyo Gitama, kwa Mount Kenya tunasema Gitama is the draft. You pangered it so well, then all of a sudden
It's meditated.
Dismantled.
Yeah.
Yes, dismantled.
Yeah. It's done.
And it is dismantled by the leadership. It's painful. It's painful. Julia, you want to say something? You may come in, and I want to thank all those who are joining us on the comment section. Makandeto, ingia kwa studio, kuja uchangie bana. Today we are mourning. Thank you, Menhotep and Shaiman Hussein, George Mugambi, and all of you, Christine, 71ish. We recognize you. Karen, wote tunawakaribisha. It is a bad day. It is the darkest moment in our country. And unfortunately, and the most painful thing is that we have seen this coming. And leave alone that, the most painful of the painful is that more is coming. Engineer, hakuna kitu kibaya kujua unaenda kukufa kesho. I'm telling you, in my tribe we have a saying, when somebody really wants to condemn you, anakuambianga ugakuwa ruyu. Somebody comes to your home, anakuambia Stone PK, ugakuwa ruyu. Yani Stone PK, you are dying tomorrow. You come out with bow and arrow, panga, the whole family comes out. Because this is what Kenya is now happening. We know we are dying tomorrow. And we are seated laying eggs. Julia.
Asante PK. Good to see everyone. King Solomon, Maunga.
Julia, huyu King Solomon nitamtoa because I don't know who it is.
No, King Solomon is another nice guy there. Si kwa nini leo wacha nitatoka cutting, wacha nitoke cutting tu saa hii ndio watu wasione mimi ndio napeana bad example.
Okay, sawa.
Who King Solomon namjua. I know him. He's another nice guy. I don't know why he's hiding. King Solomon, show yourself.
Maybe
Stone PK, akujue. Good to see everybody. Hata engineer karaoke jameni. Mimi nifikiri ulihama ukaingia udaku. Juu wewe umepotea sana.
Ningeenda kumtafuta huko karaoke, ningeenda kumtoa huko.
Karaoke jamani, usihame. Lakini good to see you. On a light note, it's a sad day, a really sad day. I was here before. I think something can really disturb me. Na huwa nakwama saa zingine nikijiuliza maswali mengi yenye haina majibu. I was just watching now as they brought in the bodies, and they are saying that the Ogolla had been sent by the president himself. You people, did you follow that story? That he had been sent by the president himself. Muliona? Mulifuata? That the president himself had sent Ogolla to Elgeyo Marakwet.
Yeah.
So did he set him up? Okay. Also, I have some kind of naivety that disturbs me. That sometimes I may want to ask myself, are there people fighting within the presidency that they decided to shoot this man down? Now, how did this plane come down? Did you work with the airlines and all that? You have a lot of information. Did you try to analyze this situation objectively? How come some people survived? Is it true?
They're all dead. They're all dead.
Steve, wait, let me hear what Karaoke is saying. Karaoke, do you know anything about that?
Dead.
I'm still trying to gather information about what happened.
They're dead.
Steve, a minute. Wacha Karaoke atuambie kitu ajibu. We are trying to analyze this situation. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just found what the type of aircraft it was, but I haven't seen anybody saying what happened, whether it was attacked or whether it just went down because of I don't know how the weather was over there. I was questioning the reason why he had to use that particular aircraft, considering that there are much more sophisticated aircraft, helicopter within the fleet. So, and only one. So I really don't know. I haven't seen any information about the circumstances surrounding that incident.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking we can take time, hata kama sisi, we are not scientists, and analyze this. I know we are emotional so much because now, who is alive? I don't know how many aircrafts come down and some people survive. I
No,
think
no.
need to do
I've never
some.
seen. I've never seen. I've never seen. I've never seen. Let me give you a scenario.
No, Steve,
Yeah.
let me finish. Let me finish. I
But
think
you
PK will
say,
allow you.
no. Sulfur, you are a teacher. You should know that there is something called physics. When sulfur get fire, however small is ignited, it burns more than a petrol. Yeah.
Okay,
Aeroplane use sulfur.
Stephen.
Yeah. So what nothing
Thank you,
happened
Stephen.
there. They set it. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
okay,
Allow
yeah.
me to finish.
Julia, okay, let Julia finish, Steve. Thank
Yeah,
you.
allow me to finish my flow of thought, Stephen. I'm asking rhetoric questions. I want you to think through. I want us to think through this situation. Now, I've seen citizen reporting that the president sent Ogolla to survey the situation in Elgeyo Marakwet. Now, some time back, I think during Kibaki or Uhuru, some people died. Some policemen. There was mass shooting. What valley was that? That people died in. Is it Elgeyo Marakwet, Steve? I mean Stone PK. Unakumbuka? Ilikuwa wakati wa
Yes.
Kibaki wa Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Kibaki.
Kibaki.
Kibaki. Yeah,
Yes.
in when they were going to Marsabit.
Yeah.
No,
Many
not the
ministers died. Many ministers died.
Okay,
All of them.
Okay, it's not Marsabit, please. I'm talking about the police that were ambushed and were in a valley in Elgeyo Marakwet.
Uhuru. It's Uhuru's time.
It's Uhuru's time. Okay.
We lost. Let me give you this fact. It is Uhuru's time when we lost a whole platoon in Somalia and a whole group of whatever policemen in that valley. I'll get you the name of the valley.
Kapedo.
It's called Kapedo. Yes,
Kapendo Valley. Yes. So
Yes.
there's why I'm going that there's a lot of sabotage in these governments. Sasa kuna vita. I think if we look at it critically, I think there is a war within the government. Now, in Uhuru's government, when we had people die in Somali, although those who are said that they had slept on their jobs and they were invaded, but the ones in Kapendo, they were ambushed. Okay. Now Ruto sends his military man, his military boss, and then the plane comes down. So what is happening? Yeah, Suguta Valley. Somebody told us Suguta Valley. So what is happening? What is happening in Ruto's government? Either he comes out clean and investigates. Now, when I saw Kimani Ichung'wah replying in Parliament, I saw body language. I saw fear and panic, but I also saw that he was not surprised. Both of mixed signals. So kuna wezekano, kuna vita mahali, and Ogolla was the sacrificial lamb. That is what I'm really trying to watch this, and I'll be watching closely how Ruto will behave, because if Ruto was not into this Ogolla's death, penye yako hata yeye anajua kona maadui. If he was not in Ogolla's death, if truly he was not behind the assassination of that man, whether it was an accident or what, he must be feeling that he needs to be careful of the people he's working with. Now, these people in Rift Valley, I want to ask one question I've been asking. And if you are a Kalenjin here, please come and help me understand. Fellow Kalenjins, I am not trying to be a tribalist, but I want you to come and help me understand why the Maasai don't invade Kikuyus and Kambas farms to steal their cows and goats, yet they neighbor those communities. Why we still have cattle rustling and killings in Rift Valley, and even killing your own people in Baringo. Now, did Ogolla have to die? If Ogolla was assassinated by the government, now, if all of us are very emotional here, we are very mad. If the government assassinated Ogolla, Stone PK, Engineer Karaoke, Stephen, King Solomon, Maunga, what were they trying to? Now, let us now dig on two sides. If it was not a Ruto, then Ruto, does Ruto need to find out where is the war in that government? Who is fighting who? If it is, he knows who did that. Why was Ogolla assassinated? Because Ogolla was already working with the government. Unless he was planning something. Stone PK, think about that.
Now, allow me to try and respond to that. Why was Kenei killed? Kenei was working.
Maunga, yeah, go ahead, Maunga.
Yeah, Kenei was. Why was Kenei killed? Kenei was working in Ruto's office as part of his security. Where have other assassinations taken place? Because when you look at it critically, most of the Kalenjins who even die, the ones who work in banks and everything, those ones are just people who usually do dealings. Why was his lawyer killed? So it's just those ones of covering your back, and then there's a saying in the Luo that jarichoringo kataka ongenga malawe. You know, the guilty is always afraid. So knowing that you have a risk now, there's been you know why State House was renovated. There was this prophecy that was given by that Tanzanian guy that State House has what symbol of what. So in order for him to survive, there has to be a way that he fixes the altars and everything. So basically, this man runs from his own shadow. You know, like he's so full of everything wrong. No, the thing about, and I said it before, I said it even before the elections, working with this guy is like working with a gang. You know, the gang and the gang leader and the mafia can turn against you anytime, pretty much. So this is a criminal who is afraid of anything that resembles order. So he will never need a reason. He will never need a reason. He will just need a hunch that he's not safe with you to think that if I can take you out, why not? And then he's of course surrounded by fellow criminals who also similarly think, for as long as my boss is uncomfortable with him, and that's exactly what Biot used to be like. For as long as my boss is uncomfortable with him, let me do the guy a favor and make my boss comfortable. Let me get rid of this guy. So in fact, Moi was surprised at some of the assassinations that took place at some point, because I was thinking, okay, was that necessary? Was that level of force necessary? Sometimes. So even this guy, but then you know him is the epitome of evil. But then he's now surrounded by people who are similarly as evil and understand his mind and process things like he does. So similarly, they imagine there's nothing that you can do that he'll consider that is totally out of character. So whatever it is that you will do, he will handle it. It may look bad on him, but heck, you know, he'll learn to live with it. So he never particularly has a reason. The reason is as much as you have come close to me, you know me too much. And as such, I need to get rid of you. I do not need you now. I've already used you for what you're useful for. By all means, get off the way. I don't need a paper trail or human trail for that matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Maunga. Julia, I think
yes, Maunga, thank you so much. Now, I don't know. I think I want to agree with you, Maunga, just kidogo. But if then Ruto is behind that, it is not as small as a reason as the Paul Gishero case. It's a bigger reason than that. Because Ogolla is not a Paul Gisheru. Ogolla could have meant anything to the country. He's an army boss.
What I meant is, yeah, Julia, this guy, as public participation earlier alluded, he's not a guy with a live conscience. It doesn't exist. This is a guy literally afraid of his own shadow. This is a guy who can stop at nothing. You remember that time just before the elections, akisema msiue watoto wangu. He was going to kill his own children just to seek sympathy and like, this is one person who never has any friends. He never has associates. Even the black-eyed woman who's always roboshanting there, she's a convenient tool that if she needed to be taken out for whatever it will create in terms of a narrative or just clearing the way for whatever, no one on his path is safe. No one on his path is guaranteed of life because this guy thinks that relationships is anything. He's about himself. This whole thing about thinking that Kenya exists for him in any way, it doesn't. Kenya is a means to an end of his, that, and we at this point you can't even define what his end is. So he's an end upon himself. So he's a very dangerous. You see, it is normally said that be very careful of someone who doesn't have anything to lose. This bloody fool has everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose, and absolutely nothing to gain. Okay, as things stand, we do not even think if there can ever be enough for him to gain. That question that Latif posed to him, like what is enough? He doesn't know what the definition of enough is in his life is. So that means he doesn't know what is enough. He doesn't know when it is enough to have done this. He doesn't know when it is enough to have lost this. So he's practically just basically a very dangerous person. Just the fact that he wakes up alive, it's a bad thing for Kenya.
Maunga, you've hammered it. You've reminded us. Mwalimu Julia, anytime you have a human being asked a simple question, what is enough? In your own way. Don't quote Stone PK or anybody else. What is enough in your own? Wewe mwenyewe, enough ni nini? Then you stammer. You are not sure. You don't know what it is. Wewe ni shetani. That's all what I can say. And for me, it's truly speaking, Maunga, when he could not answer that question, then he answered it stupidly. That's when I knew hii ndio shetani ile kubwa ibilisi imekuja kumaliza Kenya. And it is true. He's gonna finish this country. I know some of us are too young. We've not seen countries that existed and now are no more. I think we will also do a session here and give people of countries where they started, how they were, what their journey was, and what they are today. You know, people just talk about Somali. I realize Kenyans, as much as we think we are exposed, very small percentage is exposed because most of us are within our country. So how are you exposed? Wewe ni mtu ya Embu, unafanya kazi ya Embu provincial headquarters, si ama ndio inaitwa district headquarters. You are there, ulienda university hapo, ulisomea Kangaru ukafika KU, ukarudi Embu. You are 56 years old in Embu. You are an idiot. You only know about Embu County, and when you are told kuna barabara inakuanga 6 lane, kuna you will not know. So when we tell people there was a country
ingine natoka Egypt inaenda mpaka South Africa, watu wajui.
Yes.
Mtu anaenda tu na Land Rover. Yeah, we met them. Sasa watu waelewi. Yeah, it's like you are talking. Mimi nasema wacha nichangia ya Maungu, because Maungu anateseka sana. Unajua huyu Ruto kitu ako nayo inaitwa it's called what? Is Lombroso school of thought. Yeah, Google it. Lombroso school of thought describe people the way they are. Na hiyo ndio napenda Stone PK. Anaweza kusoma, anakujua kama unaweza kumfanyia yeye mbaya. Hata mimi hapa na kusoma tu naona huyu jamaa sio mzuri. So this kind of school of thought, they are sadist. Yeah. Ruto is a sadist. Yeah. Vile anacheka na watu hata vile anaongea, mtu amesha kufa, anajua amekufa, yeye sasa ndiye anaenda kufanya mkutano ashughuliki. Imagine, that is a bloodless person, cold blood. There's no reason to say nonsense here. Aliua huyo jamaa.
Sawa Steve, hebu tupatie Kenyan maandamano amekuja saa hii na
hata thank you very much.
Thank you Steve. Thank you Steve. Maunga, hang on there. There's something I want to say after maandamano. Coming in maandamano.
Asante sana, asante Stone PK, ndugu zangu na wasalimia sana. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Kenyan maandamano.
Thank you. Nawasalimia na huzuni mingi. Mimi nimeshinda na a very bad day since the time niliona the first picture. Na ile mambo nilisikia ya kwanza, roho yangu ikaanza kudunda very fast. Na nikaamini vile roho yangu inadunda, kweli kabisa mabaya yametokea. And in fact, I kept on thinking about Ogolla, and I started remembering where I saw the problem in the very beginning. Siku ile alikuwa amewekwa, ni kama mtu amewekwa mezani achinjwe na huyu mtu, na huyu jambazi. The moment he was told all what was said by this jambazi, akasema, you can do whatever you want with me. I felt so bad. And I thought, like, this is not a good situation for this guy. And as a person, a human being, I never thought of something that will be good later. Lakini nikasema, labda things can change. Mimi siku hizi mambo mazuri, niliona tu mambo mabaya. But you cannot turn around somebody who is more senior than you do. He's not senior in spiritual or physically or mentally, but he could be senior at rank that you cannot be able to ask, how do you accept this? Kweli mimi nimeshinda na very bad day, na nimefikiria hiyo mambo, nikakumbuka shida ya Ogolla ilianza pale. Na vile mumeongea hapa kweli kabisa, mukasema, if I was Ogolla, I would have resigned, ama niseme nipeleke kama hivyo inawezekana, let me go to another place so that to save himself. Swali langu ni hili, why? Kwa nini apewe ile ndege mzee? That means hiyo mpango yote ilipangwa kwa sababu hiyo ndege ni kama imemaliza kazi yake, hiyo ikivunjika has done job. Doing its job is what it did today. It's very sad. Parents are going to go through this with this person. How many children are going to cry in this country because of this guy? How many relatives are going on for their kids because of this guy? I feel very heavy handed because of this. God, here.
Kenyan maandamano, net yako, your net, I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Your net, yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I think there are some problems that is hindering my internet. Yeah. For us, when we meet here, we are talking positive things, how our country can stand. We are not talking how people would die. We are not talking about how people can be poor. We are not talking about how people cannot do. Talking about development of a country, economy of a country, how it can excel. But when you look at what things are happening in our country, it's just a disaster. You open your eye, you find calamities happening in your own country. It's painful. Ogolla ametuacha, ameenda bila hata ya kujua, because I believe however he was sent there. Na nilikuwa nauliza, Ogolla alichukua ndege, alikuwa anaenda huko, nani alikuwa amemtuma? But my answer, I got it. Mumesema ni jambazi alimtuma, akaitika kutumika, lakini kumbe alikuwa anamaliziwa. When you look at this guy when he was giving speech, anaambia Wakenya poleni, with a kind of like the next minute he'll be smiling because he don't care. So Kenyans, wherever you are,
speech.
Yes, it was like a joke. It was like nothing has happened. To say that we are going to put the flag 3 days half mast, it doesn't make people feel like he's respected. It does. That is normal. It has happened to many times, but for a serious cause. And this is a very serious cause, but he is taking it literally that he is going to do that because people would appreciate to hear that. That is not what we are appreciating. We want our guy alive. But can he come back? No, nothing will happen for him to come back. He's gone and gone. May God rest his soul in peace. Naombea wazazi, parents and everybody. Mungu awape nguvu. Tuweze kupigana na haya mambo kwa sababu it is too much and very painful. Asante PK. Thank you. Asante Nzangu.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
PK, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
To you and everybody else. Me, I'm asking, in an accident situation, who announces the incident? Don't we have the police chief in charge in that place? Ebu niambieni kunaendanga aje? President ndiye anafanyanga hiyo maneno ama you people? I don't know. I'm wondering why was he trying to play, to put us to stage manage hiyo drama. Now wachani niwaeleze chenye kimetokea, huh? And then he says that 2 people survive. Then we are hearing they are dying one after one. I mean, in a real situation, in a real situation, I think would have the people in charge in the area.
No, I understand.
And then now the president would be the one giving the condolences, right? You people, how does it go? When the end the police boss wa uko erego marakwet. Ama kuna endanga aje? You people tell me whether I'm wrong.
Apparently, Julia, in the capacity of CDF, CDF is a very senior person.
Yeah.
Like they've made a mockery of how he's died, but he's a fairly senior person. So the only person that's supposed to break the news, and that's actually the reason why even Akina Raila didn't write it, because we got that confirmation. There was the National Governing Council of ODM today at Bomas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that information broke when guys were still at the NGC. So that confirmation came a lot earlier, but now protocol dictates that it should be the president, because ideally it would have been the military spokesperson.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself.
No. It ought now in his capacity, in his level, in the level of CDF. Like this is the first time it's happening in Kenya. No one ever envisioned it.
This is the first CDF to ever, like, he's made history. So, like, this is the first one to ever die in office. So this is everything that is happening for the first time. So basically, right now, maybe now they'll have to go back to the drawing board and see how things can happen whenever something like that happens when a CDF dies in office. But then now it has to be the president that makes that announcement. But of course, we know, like, did you even go through social media to see? You see, I think, like, they assume that Kenyans are foolish. I think for the fact that there were people who listened to bottom up and hustler narrative, this guy actually knows that there's a section of Kenyans who are foolish enough. So I think he now underestimates the number of people who figured him out. So I think he was so shocked that immediately it happened, nearly 99% of everyone who was coming, even on social media, picked the foul play. And everyone knew he had taken him out. So they had to manage that. So he had to even manage how he's coming. You realize when he was coming on, of course, I switched off the TV immediately. He came on, and I haven't wanted to see anything to do this hypocrisy, lest I should kill my devices in my own house, because I'm trying to get rid of a fool who, eventually is headed for death anyway. So, like, he looked freshened up, and he looked like he was being prepared, like he was preparing for
Yes,
that moment.
Maunga,
Like
Maunga, I'm asking you. Now, Maunga, you got my point. Freshened up, prepared. Maunga, let's look at a real situation, okay? You are the president.
I know.
Yeah, you are
I'm
the
trying
president.
to imagine if it was, if it was an accident.
Ungekuwa na saa
Yes.
ngapi ya kujipanga vile uko dressed?
Yes, kungekuwa yeye yake ilikuwa lazima apute on a show. Unajua him it's about a show. As in, anafikirianga hata hiyo presidency ako ni it's supposed to be a stage he's occupying, so he's performing, and it's almost like he's performing, he's on a stage performing. That's what it's all about.
Show ni gani, even the clothing, I think he tried to wear a military thing, that white thing. So,
inaitwa vipindire.
So I'm imagining nyinyi na Maunga ndiye president. Let's say even the president role. Now a person who matters in your government just died. Okay? Of course you'd take breathe in and breathe out to confirm exactly what you're about to call the public.
Ukuje kama umesweat, ukuje kama yani.
Hata mimi na imagine Kenyatta would have come with an untucked shirt na ile koti yake.
Alifanya ni ceremony. Huyu alifanya ni official ceremony.
Yeah.
What ceremony was that when someone is dead?
No, he would have killed him. Finally, Kenyans are going to watch me. Finally, these people who never want to listen to me, finally, they're coming to watch me. So I've got to look the part. I've got to fit the character.
Alafu, I'm looking at the calculated speech. I mean, if somebody is dead, you have no time to calculate any speech. I'm telling you. Hauna. If somebody
unapeana 5 pages. 5 pages.
Unapeana 5 pages anani. First and foremost, you are shaken. You are shaken. Kuriendaje. How was this? What just happened? You know what I'm saying? What just happened? That is you as the president of the republic. That's
exactly.
How you. So, but this guy has a speech. The commander has done what? I mean, I have watched you people. I am so fixated here.
No,
I'm analyzing again and again.
We
and
are
again.
bull S. We are bull S.
No, but lucky you, Julia, that you could bring yourself to watch him. You're strong. You guys who watched him, you're strong, actually. Some of us can never watch that devil.
I am so fixated on
our
Maunga.
life depend on it.
I am looking at it again and again, and I'm now you got my mind, Maunga. I was asking myself, Nisa kuna kifo. Na me when I saw that earlier season, they were not sure that he was dead because this so-called president had not said anything, and they were saying he's about to give a speech. So they were giving.
But that's another stupid thing, Julia. If I collapse today, you don't wait for government to confirm. Nimekufa.
They were saying there's a plane crash and the military boss was in. So mimi hiyo kitu ilinipea stress kabisa, and I was in class. Hata nikaanza kuwatch ni I'm in class. And then now this guy went and planned himself and dressed nicely, had his makeup done. What makeup when people are mourning?
Makeup for a press conference to announce a CDF death.
Yes.
Oh, yes. BS.
Yes. It was also of today these Kenyans who never can stand me have to watch me. So I've got to turn up. They've got to see something about me.
And that's
so
devilish.
Him according to him, he was scoring browning points. Those of it was an
Exactly.
event that he was going to indulge with these Kenyans who can't stand him on any other normal occasion.
It is so sad, man. I mean, so it's not just sad, but so aggravating and heartbreaking, and I feel like I feel helpless as a Kenyan.
I don't know, Julia, if you read what the daughter wrote. What the daughter wrote was a story. It was in itself a complete, as in she summed it up for all of us. It's almost like she was telling us, yeah, they've taken him out, but we go down strong. It's almost like it's something we saw coming. If you read through the lines of what the daughter wrote, yeah, it's almost like, yeah, we saw it coming. It's almost like this guy knew there was threatened. I think he, in fact, deliberately walked into a suicide mission, knowing that this is just something that I'm sacrificing for Kenyans, but go ahead, let him do his worst. Let's see how he executes this. So the daughter did not seem surprised.
I think you are right, Maunga, and this is where now I am at pain. If I was Stone PK, would I really walk that path? That your boss wants you to do X, Y, Z, and you are there saying you're gonna walk into that trap in the name of Kenyans. Ogolla,
Yes.
I have a problem with Ogolla as much as
No. Stoney,
yes.
I don't know. You've said you have some relatives who are in the forces.
Very
For
serious.
me,
They are the ones who told me Ogolla is dead. Very
that brother of mine,
yes.
That brother of mine whom I'm telling you, Benja played rugby from the age of 14, but then he joined the national team when he was 19.
Yeah.
So rugby is a pretty dangerous game, and many of the times it is cultic almost. Anytime you try and look for an ardent rugby person who's actually actively playing the sport, maybe the retired ones now are mature and can tell you something better. They would give you all theories and tell you how you can be seated in this building and a plane can come and crash into it, or it can just collapse and you will die and you didn't have to leave your house. They'll give you all sorts of theories. So these army people, whenever they leave their houses, whenever they're going on a mission, they know it could be the last time they're interacting with their houses and their relatives. Sadly, and so wanakuwaga wamejitolea mhanga. So in Ogolla's case, I'm thinking he decided, you guys don't know how terrible this man is. So he wants to use me as an example. I will be the last that he ever does this to and gets away with it. I will be this person who God has put in the focal of confirming to you guys what this guy is capable of and the way he has no shame. Like he can go to all lengths, like he doesn't think he's normally taken over by his emotions and his greed and need for power, his insatiable need for whatever it is that he's seeking in this life. So I will literally let him do what he wants to do, how he wants to do it. If it goes with me, that's fine. I've already served my purpose. I feel that there was no way, with the brilliance of Ogolla, he was going to let all those things slide, and yet he knew. He's not 61 years, and he's not an old soldier. There's normally a saying that old soldiers never die. So he can't be an old soldier by having been stupid. So that these small glaring things that even we can sit here and analyze, an intelligent person did not pick up. He did pick it up. He just wanted to expose this man. And thankfully he has, even to those guys who didn't think we knew what we were talking about.
But now I'm seeing, I'm seeing some news coming in that General
whatever
Kahi whatever has been appointed to what in his place.
To replace, you'll be there for a few months. Then
those are the Kenyans I'm telling you, guys. Morio Kahariri, Kenyan Navy Lieutenant General Charles Morio Kahariri, appointed as the new commander, Defense Forces.
Anaitwa Moreu.
Hata mimi nimeshikwa hata sijui kusoma Moreu. So the thing is, you know what we are saying? Unajua PK, Kenyans, especially from those of Mount Kenya region, the leaders, the politicians, because of their selfishness, they always think, Mimi, I don't care. about what everybody else is going through. I'm earning my paycheck. We are sitting with this guy. But Maunga is saying, huyu jamaa hana mtu wa siri. You know, I literally saw Kimani shaken. His body language. You see, Kimani, the Ishungwas and the Dindinyoros, they know these people now.
They can go to hell.
So if they think, ukiona cha mwenzako kikinyolewa,
mwenzako ananyolewa,
chako tia nini?
Kitie maji.
And somebody mentioned here on the comment section that Sudi may be in the picture of this. Sudi has always been the picture of all the devilish things happening in Rift Valley, even from the days of clashes. And another MP, I have to remember his name, he was arrested and set free, rearrested. Kuna watu tu majambazi wamezoea tu hii maisha ya uragai na uhalifu.
Sudi ndio Mr. Fix-It.
Yes. So these people who think they are working with the devil, I will repeat again here and say, ukiona cha mwenzako kikinyolewa, chako tia maji.
Chako kitie maji.
But he'll finish that same Sudi. You know him, he doesn't particularly have any friends. So even that Sudi will do dirty things, and then eventually he'll finish it.
Yes, because Geshero covered all the criminal records. Didn't Geshero do that? Yeah? Sio Geshero ametembea hegi mara ngapi akiongea uongo?
Yes, Gicheru is the one who protected him.
We appealed. We appealed on this TV. We called upon Ogolla. We pleaded with him. Some of us who knew his relatives, we told them to share the clip. And hear our plea rather, good English, our pleas or players. Kindly don't take this garbage. He didn't listen. There is this rubbish about serving your country, which is nonsensical. I don't care about my country when the country doesn't care about me. It's garbage. We told him, please don't. When he was so embarrassed in a public day, I've been trying to get to play this clip. He was embarrassed in the highest order. He refused to listen to people. He refused. When oh my God. When Ruto said, this man, you are the one who was among the people who you came to Bomas to oppose my victory. But I looked at your CV. Who is Ruto to look at Ogolla? Hey,
lakini hiyo nilikuwa mbaya. Ati Stone unaniambia ati Julia najua ulinikatara lakini nilikuoa tu.
Nilikuoa tu.
Ati Julia najua ulitaka Steve. Lakini nilikuoa tu. How can I live with you?
Utaishi aje kwa hiyo nyumba? You know, and Ogolla took it. That's why I say, for those of course, he's dead now. But as Stone Picker, I always call it as it is. I have an issue, and I've always had an issue with Ogolla. How would you survive those kind of humiliation? In the name of what? You want to remain there. You want to have the stars. Because he is not like many others who would say, to hell with this nonsense, let me go. You understand? He wanted to keep the honor. He wanted to keep the name. He wanted to keep the ranks. Now that is where he is now. Can you imagine a whole major general unalambishwa lolo? Oh my God. The humiliation of the highest order from the president in quote. And is a president you know has stolen election. Then you go telling him you can do whatever you want. Yes, I was at Bomas na ninakuomba unifanyie kile utakachotaka. Huyu jamaa alikuwa coward and I don't think he was a true Luo, unfortunately. I am sorry to say this. How would you stoop that low? Unaambia mwanaume ameiba kura na ulikuwa unajua ameiba, ati you can now do whatever you want to me. If I was Ogolla, let me tell you, Steve, and I'm saying this in this TV. Si Ogolla anabebanga bunduki. Si ndio? Can we say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Si ana bunduki on hapa kwa hip. I would
sidhani kama aliingia
have
nayo
shot the
ndani.
bagger. I would have killed the bagger.
Sidhani kama aliingia ndani nayo.
Basi hiyo ni
because by the way, now that you're saying it's Tony.
Yes.
Tony, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Mtu kama anakuwinda, either utamuua wewe kwanza.
Hakuna soja
Steve
inaingia bila bunduki. Hey, you don't know protocol ya soldiers.
Thank you, Steve. Ngoja Maungu amalize. Okay, ngoja Maungu amalize.
Lazima bunduki. Yeah.
What I'm saying, I sat and thought about it. Nikasema, surely Ogolla alikuwa kijua kwamba huyu mtu anamuinda. You know, there are sometimes when you decide, I mean, wanaendaga battlefield wakijua the enemy can kill them. Sasa you are working with an enemy. Si afadhali nikumalize, alafu hata nikimalizwa, nimesaidia watu wengi zaidi. You know, from the go-get, from the time huyu mtu aliyekwa ndani, alikuwa sworn in, or rather from the time Chebukati huko, vile Stone huo usema, by the way, wangetuchafulia mambo huko.
Yes.
Well, they should have taken out everything that was there, including takataka zote plus Mama Ruto and everything else. Alafu Kenya ichafuke mpaka level itachafuka. Tusifike hapa. Kwa sababu saizi this guy is going the direction of even policy. He's interfering with even policy. After kuwa watu physically.
Ati tulikuwa tunaogopa tusifike where we are now.
Tuko pabaya.
Dushi unaniambia niko Wild West. Yeah, sometimes mimi nilikuwa South Sudan when Machel na nani waliitwa kunegotiate. Do you know? I don't know what nani alisema huyu the president, the dying one, the old one. I think he talked something stupid. Na Riek Machar alikuwa pale. Do you know there was fire in State House? Riek Machar alitoa bunduki yake na akashuti juu, akamwambia it is you and me now. Okay, I kill you, I kill myself, and Sudan will be saved. Do you know that happened?
Actually, lazima mtu apende country now.
Yeah, lazima uwe na bunduki. Hakuna general hana bunduki.
Na general uambiwangi uache bunduki mahali? Never.
Wezi. Uko naye uko naye hata kama kwa koti hapa.
He went into a slaughterhouse. Oh my God, it's a good thing you're here, Aki. Nilikuwa nataka Makiadi akuje Aki atuambie.
Akili yake ilienda wapi?
By the way, you people have asked a good question.
Nafikiria alikuwa Mkristo. You know Christian?
Hapana, Pike wacha kuleta hiyo. Si Ukristo. Si hapa kuna Ukristo.
Ukiwa amen, unasema Mungu atakusaidia. You don't want
to. Sasa ona ameenda vijinga hivyo.
Ndio nasemanga, mnakumbuka siku yenye Ruto alisema ati angechapa Uhuru. Mimi nasemanga if I was in Uhuru's capacity, I would have told Ruto nataka tukunywe chai pamoja.
Kuja tukunywe.
Ni chape mangumi nimwambie you said, and you see Uhuru is big bodied. Before the police in there is the security interview. Nimempea mangumi 3-4.
Nimeongea kwa hiyo meza hapo. Hiyo meza hiyo hapo.
Nimwambie si ulisema utanichapa. So you said it.
Akiangai. Unajua ubaya wale watu hawakugrow mtaani, that's the problem. Huyu jamani ningemnyonga kwa hiyo meza hapo. Na nimpige mahedi za ajabu na nimuume na meno mdomo.
Uhuru akujua kutumia power. Unaona?
Si power no.
Hata Julia alisema juzi.
It is not power. You do it Lucy.
Yeah.
You know Lucy slapped a man.
Hata huyu amekufa. Hii sio soja. Soja unatumia akili ya soja. Yeah. You think twice.
Lucy
all your
slapped a
life.
man.
Soja. You think twice. You just don't be told. Yeah.
Stephen Stone. Lucy slapped a man in State House. Lucy slapped a man.
This is the price I've seen.
Stephen, I'm trying to say something. Lucy slapped a man in State House. Lucy, unajua Lucy Kibaki?
Exactly.
Lucy beat up a man. Me, I'm telling you.
Mwanaume kwanza Mumeru.
State House. I'm telling you.
Gitobu Imanyara.
Alichapa na mwanamke. I'm telling you, if I was Uhuru's shoes at Ruto anajigamba huko alingenichapa kofi. Ningemuita State House na hiyo siku ningemtandika iende kwa record the day the president the deputy fought.
Yes. Na ikwende hivyo. You know, that's why some of us are not in those positions. Mi huwezi niletea ushit. No way. Nakuuliza yani unani challenge kiushenzi hivi na kupiga mahedi huko. And then inaisha hivyo. You see, Uhuru is a coward. That's the problem. That's why we are where we are. And then
he's a coward.
Yes. Yeah. And then Ogolla also is a coward. I cannot be a CDF.
Is a former. Is the father of the nation. Sasa Ruto too. Anataka kunislap. Hey.
Na naambia watu ati karibu nimpige kofi. Ningemwambia bro, kuja kuna meeting tuko nayo.
Hata Uhuru, hata mimi hiyo kitu nilisikia mpaka nikalia siku hiyo sikukula. Yeah. Nililala tu
nikasema bro, ati ulisema ungenipiga kofi.
Hey!
Uhuru si mtu wa mtaani.
Naenda viral. Oh my God.
Ningemuuliza bro.
Uhuru pia anampea mamlaka. Anatoa ile kisu. Ile kisu angetoa Kenya ikuwe mbaya. Kwani nini?
Sasa Uhuru, wacha tuachane na yeye kwa sababu Uhuru we are where we are because of Uhuru. Guys. Listen, Steve. Wacha tuachane na Uhuru because it's a painful experience like the Ogolla one. We are in this deep hole because of Uhuru Kenyatta Muigai. Na hiyo tusahau. I know there are people who will debate about it. I have no time to debate about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Because in leadership, you have to have what we call assertiveness. That was never there with our former president. That's why we are in shit. Anyway, forward to where we are right now. You make me a major inaitwa nini hiyo nani? CDF today, mimi.
Major General.
You will not screw me up. Never. Even if you are the president. Because when we disagree, I blow your head off.
State yake. Unajua defense akona state yake.
Yes.
Government akona different. Government is made of 3.
And remember, Steve and everybody else.
Yeah.
This guy, remember, this guy claims to have been elected, and you are in the armed forces. Of course, he claims to have favored you by appointing you. But immediately after appointment, you become a superior. Period. Theoretically, yes, he's your commander, but he cannot bullshit you. Exactly. And that's why West Africa is ahead of East Africa and the rest of Africa. In West Africa, even a sergeant can tell you, we don't want this nonsense. Yes.
Peace ya Moi, ati peace, love and unity. Inaniuma kabisa. Ati peace, love, unity.
Nonsense.
Hakuna kazi inakuwa hivyo. Ni nonsense.
Steve, wacha tuite Njiru, naona ameingia moto. Anybody else who wants to talk, you raise your hands as we move.
Nani ameingia before? Ujaona Makiadi Richi?
Aya, ako wapi Makiadi Richi?
Makiadi kizi anaenda kwa mwendo wa mos.
Unajua Richi is a prophet of doom. Richi, ukiona Richi hapa ujue kumechomeka.
Wewe Njiru patia Richi sijamuona bwana.
Richi ujue tuko ina
nilikuwa nataka Richi akuja tuambie vile angefanya kwa sababu Richi ni Mjaluo na anajua mambo na army. Nilikuwa in fact namngojea sana, amefanya
Wewe
vizuri.
Richi sasa usukani ni wako bana.
And Richie know that we are in a mood of beating up somebody.
Na sikuwa natokezea wa siku za matanga tafadhali.
Na kuja na violence.
We are not in the mood of beating. We are in the mood of killing.
Videos.
Killing.
Aweke videos.
Richie, karibu.
At
Videos natumia simu ndugu yangu, pole. Ningekuwa kwa computer ningeongea. Let me say hi to you all. Najua hata si siku ya kusalimiana because everybody is sad. I think it is a very sad day for our country, not just to the family but also to the people who believe that anybody can be something in the Republic of Kenya. I think I was looking at General Ogolla's history and how he rose from a humble beginning to becoming the CDF, the first one of his kind. And I was really, touched by how much he has put in terms of effort to get to where he was. So it's a sad day. I think every Kenyan has a right to be bitter. It's not just about, somebody coming out of State House and reading a statement, a casual statement like I saw today. It's not about that. It's about people asking the right questions. I think we have a history whereby everything that this guy touches has some sand, there's a trail of death that follows this guy. And, when Jirongo came out and said that this guy has the ability to strangle somebody, people laughed it off. And they thought maybe Jirongo was just bitter because he went bankrupt and they stole together. But the truth is, we are seeing it. It goes back to the elimination of witnesses, ICC witnesses. William Ruto's charges are still at the ICC. The only reason why he's walking around in convoys is because all the witnesses that were supposed to present their statements or their experiences at the ICC were eliminated. Simple. We have seen the trail of death that follows this guy, including that AP guy that used to work at their office. Remember that scandal where they were trying to sell arms? I don't know, to sell or to buy it. Yeah, Kemei, exactly. And people, as long as this guy knows that you know something about him, he will eliminate you. Simple. We even had another incident whereby their house help. I don't know if you guys followed that story. There was a lady ambaye alikuwa anafanyia kazi. Yes, there was a lady ambaye alikuwa anafanyia kazi. And that lady, and this is not propaganda, this is the truth. There's a lady ambaye fell off. I don't know if I'm using the right language here. With that family, she had worked for them for a long time. The next thing we heard is that she was taken out. So I have listened to you guys complain here, about why General did not take him out. Gentlemen, let's just first of all agree here that William Ruto, and I said this in another show, William Ruto did not do General Ogolla a favor by appointing him the CDF. That was not a favor. General Ogolla was the only person that had the credentials at that moment to ascend to that power. I mean, to that position. Following the Tonje rules, it was Kenya Army, from the Navy, Kenya Army, and then from Kenya Army to Kenya Air Force. So there's nothing like favor. And the funny thing is, William Ruto comes out, and I think if you watch, I was on another show and I said this. William Ruto comes out and says, and Julia, I think you put it very well, that
This guy was among the people who tried to steal, who tried to overturn my win. But because he was, the only person that was well qualified, he had the nice CV, I went ahead and appointed him. Now, a general is not just anybody else. He's not a person ambaye si makanga. General wa jeshi si makanga. This is a person who is entrusted with the security of a republic. He's a person who is entrusted with the security apparatus. He has a lot of information with him. So if you give me a statement and tell me that even though you did not support my win, even though you tried to overturn my win, I'm just going to appoint you because you have the best resume or you have the best CV, then it means that you have appointed me, but you still have something against me. Simple. And when I see the way Ruto plays around with words, and people come out and say, no, Ruto is a good man, he's a clean-hearted man because he forgave. No. This was bound to happen. The only thing that we did not know is at what point in time. It was expected. And it's so unfortunate because this trend is it goes back as back as Saitoti's time, Saitoti or Jode, whereby people who seem to have some political influence somewhere, people who perhaps would have tilted an election to another direction, were eliminated. And then the government buried the whole secret. Now, a few years down the line, you saw in Kayseri, the same thing happened. Nobody's ever told us what happened to Kayseri. He just was, pronounced dead, and that story died like that. Now, fast forward, the son of a Luo, one man that has, climbed to a position that has never been held by any other Luo in the country. All of a sudden, you tell us that he was using old aircraft. I'm asking you, if this guy was using an old aircraft, was this aircraft ni mtu aliambiwa tu kuna ndege na kungojea hapo, enda ingia uende? There are so many stages that technicians have to go through before that flight or that aircraft is allowed to take off. It's not by chance that somebody just wakes up and is told, we have a plane that is waiting for you, so go and board, tuende mahali tunaenda. So this thing ambayo ninasikia watu wanajaribu kupaint in social media, wanasema the aircraft was an old model, it was not well maintained. Huyu mtu mwenye anasafiri karibu 300 almost 300 times in a few months, akienda kila mahali, every day flying out, kwa nini ndege yake haijaipata shida kama hiyo? The Air Force has the best technicians we have in the country. In fact, let me tell you, point of information, that even the people who service the Boeing planes owned by KQ came from the Air Force. Go and look at the technicians that work at KQ. All of them are products of the Air Force. So there's no way you can tell me here that it was an old aircraft and the aircraft was not well maintained. That is BS, like Stone PK is saying. That was BS. I think Kenyans need to be bitter because this incident is one that sends, a message across political dissent that you might be against me right now and you might prevent me from doing something that I want to do, but I'll not forgive you. We might act like we are friends right now, but I still remember what I hold against you. And that is where we are right now. And even as people say that Raila Odinga and William Ruto are working together, I don't believe Ruto is a genuine man. He will never be a genuine man. As long as he does not get his way, it doesn't matter what it takes, he will take you out. And the son of Luo Nyanza, the only person that has ever held a position called a general, has been taken out simply because maybe he knew something that was not supposed to go out. So I share in your bitterness, brothers and sisters. Look at the list that is deemed to succeed. I was reading the next guys that may take over from Ogolla, and there's this guy called General Charles Kahariri. Below that, there's General Thomas Nganga and General David Tarus. So when I connect my dots here, I can tell you that when General Kahariri takes over, it's going to serve for the next 4 years if they don't take him out also. And then there's Mutai and Nganga. The options are there. These are the people who will sing choir. They will sing Baba Enda, Baba Rudi. They will sing anything that Ruto wants them to, simply because there's a plan. And this plan can be seen in broad daylight because this guy is determined to get rid of the term limits that were set in our constitution so that he can rule like Museveni is doing to Uganda. The signals have been sent all over the place. Think Stone PK, you watched when these guys were launching or opening factory in West Pokot, cement factory. There's an MP who claims to be an Azimio MP that came and said, tutabadilisha katiba kwani iko nini? Ruto aongoze for 25 years. They are sending the signals right now. It is not a coincidence that William Ruto did not stand up and say, we will follow the constitution and I will only lead if Kenyans give me a second chance. It's not a coincidence. So, as I conclude, we have seen what is happening in our country. This should send shockwaves across the nation because we are almost going the Uganda way. This is the same thing that happened to Garang when he was flying from Uganda going back to Juba. And everybody said it was a faulty aircraft, but we know what happened later. Everything came out. New Garang was taken out. So I'm not that naive to believe anything that the government tells you. And Maunga, I think you talked about protocol. I know there's protocol, but protocol does not tell you to keep quiet for almost 6 hours until the bloggers and social media start speculating. People coming out and giving their positions, elaborating about what has happened. Then after more than 6 hours, now comes somebody who's affiliated with the government saying we lost somebody, blah, 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 all that nonsense. What I believe is, and what should have happened is, this thing, when I woke up in the morning today, I saw the message. I saw a message from somebody saying that the KDF aircraft has gone down and the general is inside. So I don't know what protocol these guys were following so that 6 hours later, they can come tell the nation that it was it. I'll start, if I'm a normal Kenyan, I'll start speculating. I'll start asking myself, what are they covering up? It was simple. Send somebody out, and that is why I say this government is a very confused government. Send somebody out who can speak officially as the government and say, we have learned of an accident that has happened somewhere, but then the government will come out, the president will come out and give an official statement. That is how government work. Hii ya kunyamaza masaa 6 alafu unakuja kutuambia hapa ati ni fault aircraft sijui nini morning ya 3 days. That is BS. That is BS. This is not how we run a country. Thank you, Stone.
Thank you so much, bro. It is true, bro Matiang'i. These are ridiculous moments. Totally ridiculous. And for me, I would ask the same question you're asking. And what does it take Kenyans to get annoyed? Nini kinakasirishaga wa Kenya? Hakuna. Nilisikia somebody joked, my friend aliniambia hata ukienda uchukue wife ya jamaa
jamaa atapiga yaani atasema amechukua wife, wacha tu ni mngoja atakaa. Hizo unasikianga ati jamaa anaweza kuwa mkali nini, hakuna ilisha. There is no Kenyans to react to such things. It is sad, bro Makiadi. Yani an accident happens, alafu there is a protocol to announce Stone PK has had a crash, because there has to be ceremonies prepared, speeches, manicure and all this in order to appear on a television thing. Wakenya tumebebwa ile tuliita, wacha ufala. Mtaani tulikuwa tunaita unongwe. Yani tumechukuliwa sisi ni nongwe kabisa. Na Mkenya usije ukaniambia ati si ni noma. Hakuna unoma ya Wakenya. Wakenya sisi ni mafala. By the way, we are done. We have no face in anywhere in the world. You cannot boast of anything as a country. We are beggars. We have deficiency, both mental, intellectually, na kila kitu. So wherever you are Kenyan, wewe nyinyi kaeni huko tu. Wacha Ruto atu sitaki kutumia lugha ingine kali. But that is it. And Ruto knew very well, guys. I'm telling you here. Ruto knew very well. He had made his assessment. He had his research. Akajua mahali nchi ya Wakenya iko today. There can never be any resistance. And he knew he would deal with Ruto, with Raila. He knew he would deal with Raila. He has dealt with Raila. Raila is no more. Finished. And that was the biggest problem we had. We only had one guy who was the opposition. Sauti opposition was one person. We should have given many people this voice. So the moment Raila was silent, Raila amemeza hiyo tembe. That's why he's not able to talk. Amemeza hiyo tembe. Whether we like it or not, he cannot. Look at Baba giving speech. I mean, condolence. Ati hawezi peana kwa sababu Raila na Ruto hajapeana. Is that Baba? Your whole kingsman has been murdered, and you can't give your condolence because the idiot president has to do it before you. Baba is the elder of this country. He can do anything beyond the protocol, nonsensical protocol. I have issues with Baba, but let me spare him because amekuwa expired sahi. One time he had a dinner with Ruto. I don't know what he was sprayed with. Okay, so because once you come close to him,
it's my uncle, boss. It's my uncle. I'll be annoyed.
It's your uncle. I'm sorry, but
please,
don't sit next
No,
to
no, don't gagas. Steve, do not gagas.
Steve, you make me so much annoyed. Yeah.
No,
Steve, uncle, blood is thicker than water.
I know.
Please.
Steve, skia.
Some people are
no.
connected direct in blood.
Hello. We are today because relatives could not tell the truth to their own.
Hello.
We are where we are today because unazaa mtoto anakuwa mjinga, ukimwangalia unamwacha anakuwa na ujinga. Exactly. That is why you have to call out, including if it is your mother. You tell her what you're doing is wrong. Because at the end of the day, everybody is heading to one grave. So that one grave, they don't have to take everybody else to ujinga zao. So we have to say it. Kama ni wengi, enda kamwambia alifanya ujinga. He's finished everything good he's ever done for us. We will say what we need to say. Hapa we cannot be gagged. Akiwa amefanya ujinga, nyinyi kama familia mumemwalao wafanye ujinga. That is why now we are where we are right now. So we will take on this country as children who are also born by mothers. We will prove that pia sisi tulizaliwa na pia sisi tumezaa mandume. So he can expire and retire with this criminal. We don't care.
Sisi tunakaa madume. Yeah. Usionge mimi hapa ikiwa unanichezea.
Ngoja kidogo.
Taking an office for what?
Wait.
Live with a legacy.
Unaanza kunirapia.
Order.
Don't joke here.
Steve, order.
So you cannot tell us that we are supposed to leave stupidity because it is flowing, because it is related to you. Even as we are related, Anya Lego, by the way, Minra Elenganya Lego, she did not give birth to a fool. So by the time in Gionge to tell him the truth, I will tell him the truth in my capacity as a Nyalego.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Let me take charge. Let me take charge. You know, I always know when we bring Baba issue in, it becomes
Leave
emotive.
Sakwa alone. Leave Sakwa.
Wait. Omera,
You
wait kidogo.
Min
Steve, ngoja.
Nyalego ta Nyalego
Omera Ritmondi. Ngoja kidogo bwana.
in attack. I'm also in green.
Ritmondi, Steve. Wait. What? Wait. Okay. Now let's have some order. I know it is painful. Ben Nyagaka, what did you want to say?
Story BK. Mimi nataka niseme ya kwamba I like listening to you na Julie na wengine ambao wanazungumza mzuri sana. This is a very sad day for us in Kenya today kwa sababu we lost one of the best generals that Kenya could ever produce. Mimi ni mtu ya UDA ni kweli. I don't deny that one. But I was disappointed na corruption when I was in Kenya in February and March. Na hiyo ni mbaya sana. Lakini what has happened today, let us be very, very clear as to where we are going. What the general, kuna wakati mwingine in 1987, 88, 89, 90, ambao Wajaluo wengi sana walikuwa wanauliwa when they were above the rank of general. And we saw that. We saw that as growing up. Lakini ya leo, we don't know what has happened. Let us be very clear as to know what exactly has happened, and we go from there. I personally, BK Stone, nimekaa kwa mandege for the last nearly 40 years. There are so many things that can go wrong. You know, kama ndege yetu tulikuwa nafanya kwa American Airlines, ilikuwa MD-80. This is what tunatengenezwa nyingi sana kwa 1980s. You know, wanna repair them and they go, you put them in the air and they go. Lakini kama hii ilikuwa inside job ambayo ilifanyikana, itajulikana. It will be known. So kama ni Ruto alifanya hii, kama ni mwingine alifanya hii, we'll know it. Hiyo hatuwezi kukubali ya kwamba yeye akiwa mtu ya UDA let him kill, I mean huyu nani Ogolla nani nini. No, we cannot. Never. Lakini let it happen. Let us get the information out. Alafu tuendelee. Vile nani Raila Odinga amesema, let the head of state talk. And that way we can know where he's lying or not lying. Unaona? So let us not even jump to the emotional side. Ya kublame huyu, ya kublame ule. We can easily do that. Lakini let us know what has happened and let us know what we can do different so that the future of our country can be better. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nasema. Nilikuja kwako Stone BK kwa sababu show yenu na nani dada yangu huyu Julie is very educative, is very enlightening. Inaleta ukweli. That's where we are going. That's where some of us want to go. Ni ukweli, ni enlightening, kusema what is right. Lakini propaganda, we can go there any time and we can talk propaganda any time and it's a waste of time. Lakini huyu, let us be very, very sober, zomba, in that we have lost one of the best generals Kenya can ever produce. And how it happened, you know, bila Saitoti alifariki na huyu Ruto. We have to know what has happened. You tu ndio mimi nasema story. Let us be very clear.
Thank you.
As to where it is that we are going wrong and where it is that we could go right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bana Penny Nyagaka. With all due respect, Penny Nyagaka, when ndio mzee wetu hapa, but I just want to share with you that what you are saying, hiyo ni story. That we will know what happened. I want you are older than us. Just tell us all what you have quoted. Give us the results. Saitoti, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you have the answers. Who killed Saitoti? What happened? Who killed Tomboya? What happened? Who killed? Wacha tusiende mbali. Let's give us the reasons and who did the political assassinations for you to prove that what has happened now, it's not political. Especially after we even have evidence of the president mutilating the guy and telling him, you wanted to overturn my victory. And then I looked at your CV and I thought I should pen Nyagaka as an elder here. Somebody vilifies you that level and tells you, I know you wanted to overturn my victory, but I will appoint you. Would you sit there if you have your brains and think that this guy has appointed you happily and you expect to serve diligently and the guy adores and believes in you? Bwana Nyagaka, hapo utakuwa unatutupa. Number 2, there is no way in Kenya and Africa when you will know the reason of political death. Never. You can live until the end of the world. You will have, how many commissions have we had in Kenya, Bwana Nyagaka? Millions of commissions to investigate as to why XYZ has happened. Do you have the answers? Never. This is yet another garbage. And personally, I'm telling Kenyans, don't wait for any answers. The answers are on the screen. Ruto wanted whatever to eliminate. I gave an example. Mr. Nyagaka, today I come and tell you, Nyagaka, wewe utaniona siku moja. Then unfortunately umekunywa maji ikakuchoka ukakufa. It will be Stone PK. Whether I like it or whether even, so long as I uttered those words, nimeshikwa na hiyo. People will say there was a threat from Stone PK, and soon after that, then Nyagaka dropped dead. You will never get out of that. Whether you go uende kwa Yesu urudi, hiyo hautatoka. Ruto hawezi kutoka, hawezi kujiepusha kwa hii. Hata Yesu akija leo aseme he is innocent, no one will take it. Ruto is done. He has the blood of Ogolla. And I'm saying this with all the confidence. Hakuna lolote lile. And we know political assassinations, how they are done. We know. We are not kids. We know what Ruto wants to have. We know exactly that. And that's why we are so bitter with Raila Amolo Odinga. Because he has swallowed the pill. He has swallowed the bait. And Ruto is now swimming freely. Got rid of Raila. Because Raila is out of Ruto's way. He was tricked into it. He fell into that. And he's done. He's finished. Completely. Kwisha. When Raila speaks, he cannot say anything. Fire. Hakuna, alimanyamazishwa toto. Aya, jeshi toto. Parliament kwisha. Judiciary finished. It is Ruto and himself. Recho finished. Recho cannot say anything against Ruto. So I will really sympathize and wonder those who still think and call Ruto the president and hope for the best, what they really are using for thinking. Is it the heads and their brains or something else? Because everything is written on the wall. Somebody telling me it's an accident. Never. There are some accidents that are never, ever, ever able to happen. Not for a CDF to die in a helicopter crash. It has been never heard of. Hakuna mahali imesikika dunia mzima. Even there is no heli that has been brought down carrying a CDF.
That's not accident.
Yes.
No accident.
So let's not Tuache
Tony,
hiyo mambo hapa diplomacy. Oh, we wait for results. Wait, Steve, ngoja. I don't want me to host a discussion here saying that we are waiting for investigations from yes of Ruto and all that. That's garbage. For me, I'm calling a mutiny. I'm calling for people to go to the streets, ban everything. I'm calling for people to say enough is enough with this thief. Tuache hii mambo ya kuanza kufunga vitu zimevunjika. It's rotten. But if we can't, then let's wait to be slaughtered. Slowly. We've lost a general, my friend, with 9 others, senior positions, and we are here saying nobody knows what it is, nobody knows what happened. Kenyans, we are fools. We are fools.
Story.
No, Nyagaka, I'm disappointed in you. You are an elder. You are telling us to wait for results of what? What investigation? I'll not take that. That Ruto will give us results of why the helicopter crashed? This idiot murderer? Pen Nyagaka, wacha hiyo yako bwana. Hata kama
unapenda joka. It's very annoying us.
Wacha niseme kitu.
Usiseme
like
you can say it. No, wait, Steve, let him say. But I'll not take any nonsense about the Ruto at the Tungoje investigation. This is
no. Moderator. Nyagaka could not talk like that.
No, let Nyagaka talk.
No. Let me answer the question. Stony amerezi mzuri sana. When the Tom Mboya passed in 1969, some of us were young at that time.
But what happened? No, don't even go there.
Let me finish.
No, tell them.
Let me finish what I was saying.
He was shot dead.
But let me finish what I was saying, though. Let me say that at that time, there was something about before then. It was Chem Karaoke that he was in Zambia, but he was killed in the Mao forest. No. Let me finish.
Tomboya, listen, Nyagaka, you are old, but you don't have your facts. Tomboya was shot in 1969. JM was killed in 1975. Tom Nyagaka, you are confused, man.
I think
those stories were very close to each other. Lakini, what you are saying is true. Tom Mboya was killed. Now, the Kikuyu mafia. I mean, this is we knew at that time. No. Let me finish. At that time, we didn't know. When it happened immediately that day.
I'm here to tell you, Nyagaka, if you didn't know. I'm younger than you, but I know facts. Tomboya.
But when it happened,
Kenyatta sent somebody to kill him. Kenyatta.
When it happened, we didn't know exactly what had happened.
But I'm saying what happened.
No, we already know. We already know what happened after that. We already know.
Nyagaka, with all due respect, Oro Mokoyone, Skiza, the guy who killed Tomboya was my neighbor. Our neighbor in Ofafa Maringo, Njenga. Okay? 1969, at the pharmacy at Moi Avenue, hapo karibu na Stanbank House. Okay? And he was sent by Kenyatta.
All I'm saying is that when it happened, we didn't know. When it happened the same day it happened, we didn't know.
You can't know? How can you know?
The next day, about the consequently, Ethiopia, Akawawa, Nini, we came to know later on. What did you say, baby? Let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish my point.
Let me tell you. Ask me nikupe your story at Tomboya.
No, I agree. You also understand, I agree. I don't have a problem. Yangu ni kwamba, it is not NOT in capital letters to support, Ruto, vile anaua nani huyu general, all this unaniwekea at the minimum support. No, I don't. Yangu ni kwamba let us have a cool time. Huyu mheshimiwa ashikwe kwa with all due respect, unaona, and then we will know what has happened, because wewe BK ulijua huyu aliwa Tomboya nini later on in life. Sisi hatukujua immediately, sisi tulisikia, unaona, lakini huyu what has happened as of right now, if it is Ruto who has killed him, will condemn him to the last person. Sisi wengine tuko lakini ya kwamba we have to kiss Ruto's ass, yani tusikike. No, what has happened, na ikiwa mbaya ni mbaya. And that's why I told you earlier, there was a time in the 80s, 89, 88, 87, 90, ambao Wajaluo walikuwa wanauliwa wengi, wakiwa Air Force, wakiwa Army, so that they cannot take the Kenyan, military complex to a different level, to a higher level. We all saw that as young persons. Lakini hii ambayo imefanyika sasa, let us be very clear. If this is what has happened, let us follow the directions ya kwamba kama huyu Ruto ndiye amefanya hii, we have to condemn him. There's nothing wrong with that. Hakuna mtu ambaye anasema lazima Ruto awe president, lazima Ruto awe nini. No, Mr. I do not subscribe to that kind of thinking ya kwamba huyu ndio mzuri, huyu ndio mbaya. No, that's ignorant of the first order. Wacha tuseme ya kwamba kama ni huyu amefanya hii, let us follow the directions and let us follow the ideas of where it is going to be. You too.
Thank you, Nyagaka. Thank you very much. Just take it home. Na ulale ukijua your president is murdering people and is a murderer, is killing people. Usiseme ati sijui tutajua. We knew he was a murderer even before he was elected. He has killed so many people. He has blood in his hands. So there is nothing we are even about to prove. It is standard. Okay? What we are now fighting for is to tell Kenyans to stop being foolish and stop laying eggs, rise against this devil so that we don't lose more sons of this soil. Yeah, it's not a matter of waiting for proof. There is no proof. This guy will finish people. He will do that, and he has said it. He is known to do that. We are 24 years of Kalenjin rule. Similarly, okay, there are people who say, "Wani ukimaliza iko nini?" There are people who talk about kumaliza, even in police force. They are always the first one to pull the trigger and kill who? Anybody, any suspect. We have the worst police force, by the way, whose majority are aware. And I don't care whether anybody tells me I'm going tribal or not, because for me, facts are facts. For facts are facts. Born and bred in Eastlands, I know. These guys, they always say, "Ini tagataka bunga wega." Evil. That is the language of the forces. So they say, "Hii mutu ni tagataka hiyo helicopter hata asipewe ile mpya." But then, unfortunately, the man who was so senior, he had no authority to say, "I'm not riding in this heli. I need this." That is what I'm struggling to understand. Because for me, even in the organization I am in my capacity, I can choose which vehicle I want to ride in. And if you don't want me to take that to the field, I can cancel that mission. That is Stone PK. Huwezi kuniambia niende na kitu naona ni wreck and I'm going for a journey of 5 hours. I'll say no. But I'm so painfully, I can't bring into, I don't understand how CDF mkubwa mdosi wetu anapanda wreck.
Or you postpone a journey.
You cancel.
Yeah, you postpone a journey.
Steve,
Yeah.
you cancel. You
your mind.
abort the mission.
Yeah.
Abort
You
the
postpone.
mission. Yes.
Yeah.
You don't swallow what you know is poison.
Yeah, you can do it anytime because you
Yeah,
are a boss.
yeah.
Be a
So,
boss.
yeah,
Don't
Steve,
joke.
that's right, Steve. So for me, my bitterness is that Ogolla, number 2 in command, agreed to go and get slaughtered in garbage. And that's what I want even people to read or listen to this channel. That I condemn that he swallowed that stupid pill. In terms of, people are commenting here, it's okay. At he had to take command. I cannot take BS command. Tutaachana hapo. Yes. I'll say to hell with you. Mimi ni mbegu mbaya. I cannot. Yani unaacha Mercedes hapo unapewa kitoyota kizee kia 1948 na unaenda mission? Hapana, hii hata msitu. Pen Nyagaka, don't try to paint this thing into any other thing. The guy was forced into murder. He was lured, like the way JM was picked from Hilton. He couldn't. He tried to fight back. You know, those of you who know what JM did, JM really struggled. He wanted to shoot the guy who had lured him into that. So he drew his gun to shoot this guy, and his own friend, best friend, is the one who shot him. He is the one who disabled him. Because if he had shot this other guy, then the thing would have, you know, it would have come out of what the plan was. So tuache, we are here tuache kusugarcoat na kucover this murderous regime. Pen Nyagaka, you regret ever supporting Ruto. Oromo Hosi, and you are my Mokoyone, but I tell you, you regret ever supporting Ruto.
Who shot Jem Kariuki? Benny Gedi?
No, who?
Yeah.
Benny Gedi. No, Benny Gedi. Listen, guys. Benny Nyagaka has asked a very good question.
You are connected.
Listen, wait, Steve. Benny Gedi's bullet was the second. The first bullet that came, which caught JM by surprise. Ben Gedi was to kill JM was going to kill Ben Gedi. So his friend who was behind him, he realized JM ali draw gun na akaema at JM ali aim at Ben Gedi, and Ben Gedi was going to be dead. His friend, best friend, is the one who shot him, and he shot him 2 bullets.
Baradsha?
Sorry?
Baradsha?
No, I've just told you the scenario. And that is what happened.
It was Ben Gedi and Baradsha.
Yeah. So his best friend shot him to save Ben Gedi, who was the boss, from being killed by JM Kariuki. I mean, what are we talking about here? These are serious issues. Ruto will die by the gun. Take that to the bank. Take it to the bank.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Take
And let
to the
it be
bank.
like a dog.
Yes. And if you know about Liberia and Nani, he will die that way.
If you use a gun, you die by the gun. Yeah.
He doesn't kill innocent people just like that, and he goes. Whoever kills by the bullet dies by the bullet. By the sword, you die by the sword. Let me bring in NJ. I think NJ, you've been waiting. Oh, sorry, NJ before NJ. Msimamo, karibu msimamo ndugu yangu. Then NJ. Msimamo hajaongea.
Asante ndugu yangu Pike, naona malumbano hapo yamenoga.
Menoga na tumeenda sana, sijui itakuwaje hiki kipindi, tumepitisha masaa 6, sijui itakuwaje. Sijui tuanze kingine.
Acha nizungumze mawili matatu nitimke hapa. Lakini nisalimie wote mko hapa na wale wengine wako kwa comment section. Audible, unanipata poa sasa?
Kabisa msimamo.
Sawa. Unajua Pike, ukweli lazima tuzungumze. Haijalishi mtu hata kama ndugu yako, kama ni muovu, kama amefanya jambo ambalo halifai, muambie. So kwa wale wanatetea kwamba huyu mtu ni damu yangu ama huyu mtu ni mwenzangu, haya mtu ni wa kwetu, hii mambo ndio yametufikisha Kenya hapa tulipo. haijalishi ni nani, ili mradi kama mmeenda visivyo, basi lazima tuzungumze ukweli hapa. Lengo hapa ni kuelimisha Wakenya, lengo hapa ni kusimama kwa ajili ya taifa. Tukirudi katika
Msimamo hatukusikii. Msimamo. Aya, while Msimamo is trying to sort himself. Bwana NJ, ulikuwa unataka kusema kitu kabla ya Steve. NJ. Aya, NJ kabla aje. Steve, you wanted to say something? Ama ni Julia? Any of you can do that.
I think wacha Steve akona kitu, wacha Steve aongee.
Sawa Julia. Steve, unmute.
Yeah, yeah. I want to follow from Julie. Yeah, there's a point she has brought which makes sense to me. That he used old. I don't know old something. Old aircraft. So I'm asking myself, how can a major general use the old aircraft? That is one question. We are getting the leads, you know. Yeah, it's better to get the leads. Yeah, these are the leads which will tell us that Ruto is a killer. Another one, I got surprised that when he was coming from, I don't know which area is this? Which area is this? West Pokot. I was there between West Pokot and Marakwet. I don't know which, because that's what Ruto told us. You see, I like the way Julie was putting. You know, you have to analyze the way it happens, because if not, it will be like a he say. We don't want to he say. We have big people in Kenya. We have our relatives. We care for them. Yeah, so we have just to tell them that Ruto designed this project. It was a project to fail. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how an aeroplane going up can catch fire. I've never seen that. Because they didn't tell us it crashed. And between where and where, because I've worked there, I've worked in Samburu, I've worked in Pokot, I've worked in Turkana, I've worked in Marsabit, all those areas. I know. There was a question you're asking that. There's a question which you asked, which I got mixed up before I got embroiled in all this. You know, this thing called culture wrestling, because I worked in those places. Let me give you information what happened there. The big people there who belong to the government, even now they are there, are the people sponsoring each other, so that you find a Turkana against Samburu. One, you get a Pokot against Marakwet, Kabarajong, the one next to Uganda, against Turkana. Yeah. So, and they are supported from Kenya. The people in this that is what the cartel are. I want to give you that scenario, such that they have many cows there. That's a true story, not a lie. When they have those big things there, they ferry them to Nairobi in the slaughter. They get money, and then they employ people. They are called home guards. So the name called I don't know, shifter. It's just a change of name. It's like a chameleon. When it reaches a yellow area, it's called shifter. When it reaches Wajir, bandits. They're just the same people. But who sponsored them are people in the government. So my theory, believe me not, they are sustained in Ruto government. So Ruto know those bandits, if you don't know. Because me, I lived there for long. Yeah, I was taking all the way from the northern all. Then I lived in Marsabit 2 years, in Samburu 3 years. I know that area, and we were going round until Ethiopia. So that is the scenario. I think I've answered that one. So the question of bandits will be solved if the government in power cannot support those rustlers, because we don't know whether even this Ruto might have his people there. So he was setting Ogolla, and that's why I cry. Setting Ogolla, because there's a big person. How can you send him to help the Castro Rustler? Surely, you know, people like generals at that level, you can just do missions. Like Opande, General Opande, if you know General. He went to Sierra Leone. Okay, he can only go to outside the country.
Steve,
So
I want to pause you a little bit. We have really exceeded the hours or the time that we are supposed
sorry
to.
about that.
I want to
Thank
go
you
to
very
the
much.
second.
I think I explained myself.
Yeah, I'm opening the second feed for those of us who want to continue mourning, and then we can go there for a few more hours or whatever it is. I want to close this feed. Whatever I'm posting here is the link to the second feed. It is there. I'm inviting everybody else to come there so that we are able to vent and even give way forward, because there is huge things that are coming. And we need to really make Kenyans aware that yes, yale tunaona sasa ni mavumbi tu. There is more that is coming. Msimamo, sijui kama tuende hiyo nini link ingine ndio uendelee kucontribute tafadhali, ili tufunge hii
kama dakika moja, kama nusu dakika tu, alafu tuende nusu dakika tu nimalize kitu.
Sawa.
Yes. Pekee tulijadili huu uteuzi tangia awali tukiwa hapa Sound Kanitoko, huu uteuzi wa Ogolla, na jibu la mwisho tukakuta bwana ni boya, kaekwa tu pale. Ushaona? So tusishangazwe na hili. Hii ni kitu kimepangwa, na Wakenya tunafaa tujitokeze, tulani haya matukio na tukasiriki. But the problem, Wakenya ni waoga. Wakenya tumetawaliwa na ukabila. Wakenya ni waoga na tumetawaliwa na ukabila, ili mradi ni mtu wetu huyu haguswi. Hapo ndo tunakoseka kabisa, yani jamaa yangu. But Ogolla alikuwa pale kama boya tu. Tuangalie tu uteuzi wake kutoka yeye na mwingine mwenye anamfuata, alafu tuangalie. Then tuangalie na hawa watu ambao wamesafirishwa pamoja na Ogolla, majina yao. So hapa kuna haja argue kusema hosi ni nini wala ni nini. Hii kitu imepangwa na amesafisha, apange vizuri. Sasa watu watamsupport vizuri, ambao watamweka katika power. Kwa hiyo this is total a planned mission. Mimi tuache hapo, tuende kwa hiyo nyingine.
Hapo asante msimamo. Ndugu zangu, thank you so much. Let's move to the second channel, which I've already posted here. The link is there. If you we really want to continue talking and giving our way forward, let me paste that channel, then we meet on the other side. For now, I would thank all of you. Unfortunately, this is the darkest day in our country. We don't know what is gonna happen. It's beyond. And unfortunately, on this channel, these are things that we've been talking about. These are the fears we've had. The most painful thing is that reality is coming. Despite us saying this is gonna happen, this is what is going to happen, then boom, it happens. You don't know who's next. And no one is remorseful about this. Ndugu zangu, mambo yale yaliyosalia, munasemaga munakuja solid sound candid kudebate. For me, sikujagi kudebate. Nilisema maji ni yani wakikuu walimba wimbo wakasema maene maruru tukunywake. Maji yamekuwa makali, hatujui tutakunywa nini. When that song was trending in Mount Kenya, it was during Moi's time, and Mount Kenya went to its knees. Now, Mount Kenya will not even go to its knees. The whole country will go to its belly. It will go to its belly, and it is being trampled on by the mighty Ruto. Ruto atatukanyanga, atatusiaga, sisi tutalia na kusaga meno. Mutafakari hayo. Twende tukutane pande ile nyingine, tumalizie kipindi ili tuweze kusema kama ni kweli haya tu.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi.